Chapter 4 of Volume 2 of The American Senator. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Nicholas Clifford. The American Senator by Anthony Trollope. Chapter 4 of Volume 2, The Rufford Correspondence. It might be surmised from the description which Lord Rufford had given of his own position to his sister and his sister's two friends, when he pictured himself as falling over the edge of the precipice, while they hung on behind him to save him, that he was sufficiently aware of the inexpediency of the proposed intimacy with Miss Trefoil. Any one hearing him would have said that Miss Trefoil's chances in that direction were very poor, that a man seeing his danger so plainly and so clearly understanding the nature of it would certainly avoid it. But what he had said was no more than Miss Trefoil knew that he would say, or at any rate would think. Of course she had against her not only all his friends, but the man himself also and his own fixed intentions. Lord Rufford was not a marrying man, which was supposed to signify that he intended to leave a life of pleasure till the necessity of providing an heir should be forced upon him, when he would take to himself a wife out of his own class in life, 20 years younger than himself, for whom he would not care a straw. The odds against Miss Trefoil were of course great, but girls have won even against such odds as these. She knew her own powers, and was aware that Lord Rufford was fond of feminine beauty, and feminine flutter, and feminine flattery, though he was not prepared to marry. It was quite possible that she might be able to dig such a pit for him that it would be easier for him to marry her than to get out in any other way. Of course she must trust something to his own folly at first. Nor did she trust in vain. Before her week was over at Mrs. Gore's, she received from him a letter, which, with the correspondence to which it immediately led, shall be given in this chapter. Letter number 1. Rufford, Sunday. My dear Miss Trefoil, we have had a sad house since you left us. Poor Caneback got better, and then worse, and then better, and at last died yesterday afternoon. And now there is to be the funeral. The poor dear old boy seems to have had nobody belonging to him, and very little in the way of possessions. I never knew anything of him, except that he was, or had been, in the Blues, and that he was about the best man in England to hounds on a bad horse. It now turns out that his father made some money in India, a sort of commissary purveyor, and bought a commission for him 25 years ago. Everybody knew him, but nobody knew anything about him. Poor old Caneback! I wish he had managed to die anywhere else, and I don't feel at all obliged to Purefoy for sending that brute of a mare here. He said something to me about that wretched ball. Not altogether so wretched, was it? But I didn't like what he said, and told him a bit of my mind. Now we're two for a while, and I don't care for how long unless he comes round. I cannot stand a funeral, and I shall get away from this. I will pay the bill, and Purefoy may do the rest. I'm going for Christmas to Surbiton's near Melton with a string of horses. Surbiton is a bachelor, and as there will be no young ladies to interfere with me, I shall have the more time to think of you. We shall have a little play there instead. I don't know whether it isn't the better of the two, as if one does get sat upon, one doesn't feel so confoundedly sheep-faced. I have been out with the hounds 2 or 3 times since you went, as I could do no good staying with that poor fellow, and there was a time when we thought he would have pulled through. I rode Jack one day, but he didn't carry me as well as he did you. I think he's more of a lady's horse. If I go to Mistletoe, I shall have some horses somewhere in the neighbourhood, and I'll make them take Jack, so that you may have a chance. I never know how to sign myself to young ladies. Suppose I say that I am yours, anything you like best, R. This was a much nicer letter than Arabella had expected, as there were 1 or 2 touches in it, apart from the dead man and the horses, which she thought might lead to something, and there was a tone in the letter which seemed to show that he was given to correspondence. She took care to answer it so that he should get her letter on his arrival at Mr. Surbiton's house. She found out Mr. Surbiton's address, and then gave a great deal of time to her letter. Letter number 2. Murray's Hotel, Green Street, Thursday. My dear Lord Rufford, as we are passing through London on our way from one purgatory with the Gorses to another purgatory with old Lady de Brown, and as mamma is asleep in her chair opposite, and as I have nothing else on earth to do, I think I might as well answer your letter. Poor old Major! I am sorry for him, because he rode so bravely. I shall never forget his face as he passed us, and again as he rose upon his knee when that horrid blow came. How very odd that he should have been like that, without any friends. What a terrible nuisance to you! I think you were quite wise to come away. I am sure I should have done so. I can't conceive what right Sir John Purefoy can have had to say anything, for after all it was his doing. Do you remember when you talked of my riding Jemima? When I think of it, I can hardly hold myself back for shuddering. It is so kind of you to think of me about Jack. I am never very fond of mistletoe. Don't you be mischievous now and tell the Duchess I said so. But with Jack in the neighbourhood I can stand even her Grace. I think I shall be there about the middle of January, but it must depend on all those people mamma is going to. I shall have to make a great fight, for mamma thinks that 10 days in the year at Mistletoe is all that duty requires. But I always stick up for my uncle, and mean in this instance to have a little of my own way. What are parental commands in opposition to Jack and all his glories? Besides, mamma does not mean to go herself. I shall leave it to you to say whether the ball was altogether wretched. Of course there must have been infinite vexation to you, and to us who knew of it all there was a feeling of deep sorrow. But perhaps we were able, some of us, to make it a little lighter for you. At any rate, I shall never forget Rufford, whether the memory be more pleasant or more painful. There are moments which one can never forget. Don't go and gamble away your money among a lot of men, though I dare say you have got so much that it doesn't signify whether you lose some of it or not. I do think it is such a shame that a man like you should have such a quantity, and that a poor girl such as I shouldn't have enough to pay for her hats and gloves. Why shouldn't I send a string of horses about just when I please? I believe I could make as good a use of them as you do, and then I could lend you Jack. I would be so good-natured. You should have Jack every day you wanted him. You must write and tell me what day you will be at Mistletoe. It is you that have tempted me, and I don't mean to be there without you, or I suppose I ought to say, without the horse. But of course you will have understood that. No young lady ever is supposed to desire the presence of any young man. It would be very improper, of course. But a young man's Jack is quite another thing. So far her pen had flown with her, but then there came the necessity for a conclusion which must be worded in some peculiar way, as his had been so peculiar. How far might she dare to be affectionate without putting him on his guard? Or in what way might she be saucy so as best to please him? She tried 2 or 3, and at last she ended her letter as follows. I have not had much experience in signing myself to young gentlemen, and am therefore quite in as great a difficulty as you were. But though I can't swear that I am everything that you like best, I will protest that I am pretty nearly what you ought to like, as far as young ladies go. In the meantime, I certainly am, yours truly, A.T. P.S. Mind you write about Jack, and addressed to Lady Smith, Greenacres Manor, Hastings. There was a great deal in this letter which was not true, but then such ladies as Miss Trefoil can never afford to tell the truth. The letter was not written from Murray's Hotel, Lady Augustus having insisted on staying at certain lodgings in Orchard Street because her funds were low, but on previous occasions they had stayed at Murray's, and her mamma, instead of being asleep when the letter was written, was making up her accounts, and every word about Mistletoe had been false. She had not yet secured her invitation. She was hard at work on the attempt, having induced her father absolutely to beg the favour from his brother. But at the present moment she was altogether diffident of success. Should she fail, she must only tell Lord Rufford that her mother's numerous engagements had at the last moment made her happiness impossible. That she was going to Lady Smith's was true, and at Lady Smith's house she received the following note from Lord Rufford. It was then January, and the great Mistletoe question was not as yet settled. Letter number 3, December 31st. My dear Miss Trefoil, here I am still at Surbiton's, and we have had such good sport that I am half inclined to give the Duke the slip. What a pity that you can't come here instead. Wouldn't it be nice for you and half a dozen more, without any of the dowagers or duennas? You might win some of the money which I lose. I have been very unlucky, and if you had won it all there would be plenty of room for hats and gloves, and for sending 2 or 3 Jacks about all the winter into the bargain. I never did win yet. I don't care much about it, but I don't know why I should always be so uncommonly unlucky. We had such a day yesterday, an hour and 10 minutes all in the open, and then a kill just as the poor fellow was trying to make a drain under the high road. There were only 5 of us up. Surbiton broke his horse's back at a bank, and young de Canute came down onto a road and smashed his collarbone. 3 or 4 of the hounds were so done that they couldn't be got home. I was riding Black Harry, and he won't be out again for a fortnight. It was the best thing I've seen these 2 years. We never have it quite like that with the U.R.U. If I don't go to Mistletoe, I'll send Jack and a groom if you think the Duke would take them in and let you ride the horse. If so, I shall stay here pretty nearly all January, unless there should be a frost. In that case I shall go back to Rufford, as I have a great deal of shooting to do. I shall be so sorry not to see you, but there is always a sort of sin in not sticking to hunting when it's good. It so seldom is just what it ought to be. I rather think that after all we shall be down on that fellow who poisoned our fox, in spite of your friend the Senator. Yours always faithfully, R. There was a great deal in this letter which was quite terrible to Miss Trefoil. In the first place, by the time she received it, she had managed the matter with her uncle. Her father had altogether refused to mention Lord Rufford's name, though he had heard the very plain proposition which his daughter made to him with perfect serenity. But he had said to the Duke that it would be a great convenience if Bell could be received at Mistletoe for a few days, and the Duke had got the Duchess to assent. Lady Augustus, too, had been disposed of, and 2 very handsome new dresses had been acquired. Her habit had been altered with reckless disregard of the coming spring, and she was fully prepared for her campaign. But what would Mistletoe be to her without Lord Rufford? In spite of all that had been done, she would not go there. Unless she could turn him by her entreaties, she would pack up everything and start for Patagonia, with the determination to throw herself overboard on the way there, if she could find the courage. She had to think very much of her next letter. Should she write in anger, or should she write in love, or should she mingle both? There was no need for care now, as there had been at first. She must reach him at once, or everything would be over. She must say something that would bring him to Mistletoe, whatever that something might be. After much thought she determined that mingled anger and love would be the best, so she mingled them as follows. Letter number 4, Greenacre Manor, Monday. Your last letter, which I have just got, has killed me. You must know that I have altered my plans and done it at immense trouble for the sake of meeting you at Mistletoe. It will be most unkind, I might say worse, if you put me off. I don't think you can do it as a gentleman. I'm sure you would not if you knew what I have gone through with mamma and the whole set of them to arrange it. Of course I shan't go if you don't come. Your talk of sending the horse there is adding an insult to the injury. You must have meant to annoy me, or you wouldn't have pretended to suppose that it was the horse I wanted to see. I didn't think I could have taken so violent a dislike to poor Jack as I did for a moment. Let me tell you that I think you are bound to go to Mistletoe, though the hunting at Melton should be better than was ever known before. When the hunting is good in one place, of course it is good in another. Even I am sportsman enough to know that. I suppose you have been losing a lot of money, and are foolish enough to think you can win it back again. Please, please come. It was to be the little cream of the year for me. It wasn't, Jack. There, that ought to bring you. And yet, if you come, I will worship Jack. I have not said a word to mamma about altering my plans, nor shall I while there is a hope. But to Mistletoe I will not go unless you are to be there. Pray answer this by return of post. If we have gone, your letter will of course follow us. Pray come. Yours, if you do come, what shall I say? Fill it as you please. A.T. Lord Rufford, when he received the above very ardent epistle, was quite aware that he had better not go to Mistletoe. He understood the matter nearly as well as Arabella did herself. But there was a feeling with him that up to that stage of the affair he ought to do what he was asked by a young lady, even though there might be danger. Though there was danger, there would still be amusement. He therefore wrote again as follows. Letter number 5. Dear Miss Trefoil, you shan't be disappointed whether it be Jack or any less useful animal that you wish to see. At any rate Jack, and the other animal, will be at Mistletoe on the 15th. I have written to the Duke by this post. I can only hope that you will be grateful. After all your abuse about my getting back my money, I think you ought to be very grateful. I have got it back again, but I can assure you that that has nothing to do with it. Yours ever, R. P.S. We had 2 miserably abortive days last week. Arabella felt that a great deal of the compliment was taken away by the postscript, but still she was grateful and contented. End of Chapter 4 of Volume 2. Chapter 5 of Volume 2 of The American Senator. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Nicholas Clifford. The American Senator by Anthony Trollope, Chapter 5 of Volume 2. It is a long way. While the correspondence given in the last chapter was going on, Miss Trefoil had other troubles besides those there narrated, and other letters to answer. Soon after her departure from Rufford, she received a very serious but still an affectionate epistle from John Morton, in which he asked her if it was her intention to become his wife or not. The letter was very long as well as very serious, and need not be given here at length. But that was the gist of it, and he went on to say that in regard to money he had made the most liberal proposition in his power, and that he must decline to have any further communication with lawyers, and that he must ask her to let him know at once, quite at once, whether she did or did not regard herself as engaged to him. It was a manly letter, and ended by a declaration that as far as he himself was concerned, his feelings were not at all altered. This she received while staying at the Gores, but in accordance with her predetermined strategy, did not at once send any answer to it. Before she heard again from Morton, she had received that pleasant first letter from Lord Rufford, and was certainly then in no frame of mind to assure Mr. Morton that she was ready to declare herself his affianced wife before all the world. Then, after 10 days, he had written to her again, and had written much more severely. It wanted at that time but a few days to Christmas, and she was waiting for a second letter from Lord Rufford. Let what might come of it, she could not now give up the Rufford chance. As she sat thinking of it, giving the very best of her mind to it, she remembered the warmth of that embrace in the little room behind the drawing-room, and those halcyon minutes in which her head had been on his shoulder and his arm round her waist. Not that they were made halcyon to her by any of the joys of love. In giving the girl her due, it must be owned that she rarely allowed herself to indulge in simple pleasures. If Lord Rufford, with the same rank and property, had been personally disagreeable to her, it would have been the same. Business to her had for many years been business, and her business had been so very hard that she had never allowed lighter things to interfere with it. She had had justice on her side when she rebuked her mother for accusing her of flirtations. But could such a man as Lord Rufford, with his hands so free, venture to tell himself that such tokens of affection with such a girl would mean nothing? If she might contrive to meet him again, of course they would be repeated, and then he should be forced to say that they did mean something. When, therefore, the severe letter came from Morton, severe and pressing, telling her that she was bound to answer him at once, and that were she still silent he must in regard to his own honour take that as an indication of her intention to break off the match, she felt that she must answer it. The answer must, however, still be ambiguous. She would not, if possible, throw away that stool quite as yet, though her mind was intent on ascending to the throne which it might be within her power to reach. She wrote to him an ambiguous letter, but a letter which certainly was not intended to liberate him. He ought, she said, to understand that a girl situated as she was could not ultimately dispose of herself till her friends had told her that she was free to do so. She herself did not pretend to have any interest in the affairs as to which her father and his lawyers were making themselves busy. They had never even condescended to tell her what it was they wanted on her behalf. Nor, for the matter of that, had he, Morton, ever told her what it is that he refused to do. Of course she could not throw herself into his arms till these things were settled. By that expression she had meant a metaphorical throwing of herself, and not such a flesh and blood embracing as she had permitted to the lord in the little room at Rufford. Then she suggested that he should appeal again to her father. It need hardly be said that her father knew very little about it, and that the lawyers had long since written to Lady Augustus to say that better terms as to settlement could not be had from Mr. John Morton. Morton, when he wrote his second letter, had received the offer of the mission to Patagonia, and had asked for a few days to think of it. After much consideration he had determined that he would say nothing to Arabella of the offer. Her treatment of him gave her no right to be consulted. Should she at once write back declaring her readiness to become his wife, then he would consult her, and would not only consult her, but would be prepared to abandon the mission at the expression of her lightest wish. Indeed, in that case he thought that he would himself advise that it should be abandoned. Why should he expatriate himself to such a place with such a wife as Arabella Trefoil? He received her answer, and at once accepted the offer. He accepted it, though he by no means assured himself that the engagement was irrevocably annulled. But now, if she came to him, she must take her chance. She must be told that he, at any rate, was going to Patagonia, and that unless she could make up her mind to do so too, she must remain Arabella Trefoil for him. He would not even tell her of his appointment. He had done all that in him lay, and would prepare himself for his journey as a single man. A minister going out to Patagonia would of course have some little leave of absence allowed him, and he arranged with his friend Mounser Green that he should not start till April. But when Lord Rufford's second letter reached Miss Trefoil down at Greenacre Manor, where she had learned by common report that Mr. Morton was to be the new minister to Patagonia, when she believed as she then did that the Lord was escaping her, that seeing and feeling his danger he had determined not to jump into the lion's mouth by meeting her at Mistletoe, that her chance there was all over, then she remembered her age, her many seasons, the hard work of her toilet, those tedious hours and bitter quarrels with her mother, the ever-renewed trouble of her smiles, the hopelessness of her future should she smile in vain to the last, and the countless miseries of her endless visitings. And she remembered too the £1,200 a year that Morton had offered to settle on her, and the assurance of a home of her own, though that home should be at Bragton. For an hour or two she had almost given up the hope of Rufford, and had meditated some letter to her other lover which might at any rate secure him. But she had collected her courage sufficiently to make that last appeal to the Lord, which had been successful. 3 weeks now might settle all that, and for 3 weeks it might still be possible so to manage her affairs that she might fall back upon Patagonia as her last resource. About this time Morton returned to Bragton, waiting, however, till he was assured that the Senator had completed his visit to Dillsborough. He had been a little ashamed of the Senator in regard to the great Goarly conflict, and was not desirous of relieving his solitude by the presence of the American. On this occasion he went quite alone, and ordered no carriages from the Bush, and no increased establishment of servants. He certainly was not happy in his mind. The mission to Patagonia was well paid, being worth with house and etceteras nearly £3,000 a year, and it was a great and quick promotion for one so young as himself. For one neither a lord nor connected with the cabinet minister, Patagonia was a great place at which to begin his career as plenipotentiary on his own bottom. But it is a long way off, and has its drawbacks. He could not look to be there for less than 4 years, and there was hardly reason why a man in his position should expatriate himself to such a place for so long a time. He felt that he should not have gone but for his engagement to Arabella Trefoil, and that neither would he have gone had his engagement been solid and permanent. He was going in order that he might be rid of that trouble, and a man's feelings in such circumstances cannot be satisfactory to himself. However, he had said he would go, and he knew enough of himself to be certain that having said so he would not alter his mind. But he was very melancholy, and Mrs. Hopkins declared to old Mrs. Twentyman that the young squire was hipped along of his lady-love, as she thought. His hands had been so full of his visitors when at Bragton before, and he had been carried off so suddenly to Rufford, and then had hurried up to London in such misery, that he had hardly had time to attend to his own business. Mr. Masters had made a claim upon him since he had been in England for £1,271 8s. 4d, in reference to certain long-gone affairs in which the attorney declared he had been badly treated by those who had administered the Morton estate. John Morton had promised to look into the matter and to see Mr. Masters. He had partially looked into it, and now felt ashamed that he had not fully kept his promise. The old attorney had not had much hope of getting his money. It was doubtful to himself whether he could make good his claim against the squire at law, and it was his settled purpose to make no such attempt, although he was quite sure that the money was his due. Indeed, if Mr. Morton would not do anything further in the matter, neither would he. He was almost too mild a man to be a successful lawyer, and had a dislike to asking for money. Mr. Morton had promised to see him, but Mr. Morton had probably forgotten it. Some gentlemen seem apt to forget such promises. Mr. Masters was somewhat surprised, therefore, when he was told one morning in his office that Mr. Morton from Bragton wished to see him. He thought that it must be Reginald Morton, having not heard that the squire had returned to the country. But John Morton was shown into the office, and the old attorney immediately arose from his armchair. Sundown was there, and was at once sent out of the room. Sundown on such occasions was accustomed to retire to some settlement seldom visited by the public, which was called the back office. Nickem was away intent on unravelling the Goarly mystery, and the attorney could ask his visitor to take a confidential seat. Mr. Morton, however, had very little to say. He was full of apologies, and at once handed out a cheque for the sum demanded. The money was so much to the attorney that he was flurried by his own success. "Perhaps," said Morton, "I ought in fairness to add interest." "Not at all, by no means. Lawyers never expect that. Really, Mr. Morton, I am very much obliged. It was so long ago that I thought that perhaps you might think—" "I do not doubt that it's all right." "Yes, Mr. Morton, it is all right. It is quite right. But your coming in this way is quite a compliment. I am so proud to see the owner of Bragton once more in this house. I respect the family as I always did. And as for the money, I am only sorry that it has been delayed so long. Good morning, Mr. Masters." The attorney's affairs were in such a condition that an unexpected cheque for £1,271 8s. 4d. sufficed to exhilarate him. It was as though the money had come down to him from the very skies. As it happened, Mary returned from Cheltenham on that same evening, and the attorney felt that if she had brought back with her an intention to be Mrs. Twentyman, he could still be a happy and contented man. And there had been another trouble on John Morton's mind. He had received his cousin's card, but had not returned the visit while his grandmother had been at Bragton. Now he walked on to Hoppet Hall and knocked at the door. Yes, Mr. Morton was at home, and then he was shown into the presence of his cousin, whom he had not seen since he was a boy. "I ought to have come sooner," said the squire, who was hardly at his ease. "I heard you had a house full of people at Bragton." "Just that, and then I went off rather suddenly to the other side of the country, and then I had to go up to London. Now I'm going to Patagonia." "Patagonia? That's a long way off." We Foreign Office slaves have to be sent a long way off. But we have heard, John, said Reginald, who did not feel it to be his duty to stand on any ceremony with his younger cousin, we have heard that you are going to be married to Miss Trefoil. Are you going to take a wife out to Patagonia? This was a question which he certainly had not expected. I don't know how that may be, he said, frowning. We were told here in Dillsborough that it was all settled. I hope I haven't asked an improper question. Of course people will talk. If it's only talk, I beg pardon. Whatever concerns Bragton is interesting to me, and from the way in which I heard this, I thought it was a certainty. Patagonia! Well, you don't want an assistant private secretary, I suppose. I should like to see Patagonia. We are not allowed to appoint those gentlemen ourselves. And I suppose I should be too old to get in at the bottom. It seems a long way off for a man who is the owner of Bragton. It is a long way. And what will you do with the old place? There's no one to live there. If you were married, you might perhaps take it. This was of course said in joke, as old Mrs. Morton would have thought Bragton to be disgraced for ever, even by such a proposition. You might let it. Who would take such a place for 5 years? I suppose old Mrs. Hopkins will remain, and that it will become more and more desolate every year. I mustn't let the old house tumble down, that's all. Then the minister plenipotentiary to Patagonia took his departure, and walked back to Bragton, thinking of the publicity of his engagement. All Dillsborough had heard that he was to be married to Miss Trefoil, and this cousin of his had been so sure of the fact that he had not hesitated to ask a question about it in the first moment of their first interview. Under such circumstances it would be better for him to go to Patagonia than to remain in England. End of Chapter 5 of Volume 2.
Chapter 6 of Volume 2 of The American Senator. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Kirsten Wever. The American Senator by Anthony Trollope. Chapter 6, Volume 2. The Beginning of Persecution. When Mary Masters got up on the morning after her arrival, she knew that she would have to endure much on that day. Everybody had smiled on her the preceding evening, but the smiles were of a nature which declared themselves to be preparatory to some coming event. The people around her were gracious on the presumption that she was going to do as they wished, and would be quite prepared to withdraw their smiles should she prove to be contumacious. Mary, as she crept down in the morning, understood all this perfectly. She found her stepmother alone in the parlour, and was at once attacked with all the important question. "My dear, I hope you have made up your mind about Mr. Twentyman." "There were to be 2 months, mamma." "That's nonsense, Mary. Of course you must know what you mean to tell him." Mary thought that she did know, but was not at the present moment disposed to make known her knowledge, and therefore remained silent. "You should remember how much this is to your papa and me, and should speak out at once. Of course you need not tell Mr. Twentyman till the end of the time, unless you like it." "I thought I was to be left alone for 2 months." "Mary, that is wicked. When your papa has so many things to think of and so much to provide for, you should be more thoughtful of him. Of course he will want to be prepared to give you what things will be necessary." Mrs. Masters had not as yet heard of Mr. Morton's cheque, and perhaps would not hear of it till her husband's bank book fell into her hands. The attorney had lately found it necessary to keep such matters to himself when it was possible, as otherwise he was asked for explanations which it was not always easy for him to give. "You know," continued Mrs. Masters, "how hard your father finds it to get money as it is wanted." "I don't want anything, mamma." "You must want things if you are to be married in March or April." "But I shan't be married in March or April. Oh, mamma, pray don't." "In a week's time or so you must tell Larry. After all that has passed, of course he won't expect to have to wait long, and you can't ask him. Kate, my dear," Kate had just entered the room, "go into the office and tell your father to come in for breakfast in 5 minutes. You must know, Mary, and I insist on your telling me." "When I said 2 months, only it was he who said 2 months." "What difference does it make, my dear?" "It was only because he asked me to put it off. I knew it could make no difference." "Do you mean to tell me, Mary, that you are going to refuse him after all?" "I can't help it," said Mary, bursting out into tears. "Can't help it! Did anybody ever see such an idiot since girls were first created? Not help it, after having given him as good as a promise! You must help it. You must be made to help it." There was an injustice in this which nearly killed poor Mary. She had been persuaded among them to put off her final decision, not because she had any doubt in her own mind, but at their request, and now she was told that in granting this delay she had given as good as a promise. And her stepmother also had declared that she must be made to keep it, or in other words, must be made to marry Mr. Twentyman, in opposition to her own wishes. She was quite sure that no human being could have such right of compulsion over her. Her father would not attempt it, and it was, after all, to her father alone that she was bound by duty. At the moment she could make no reply, and then her father with the 2 girls came in from the office. The attorney was still a little radiant with his triumph about the cheque, and was also pleased with his own discernment in the matter of Goarly. He had learned that morning from Nickem that Goarly had consented to take the 7 shillings and 6 an acre from Lord Rufford, and was prepared to act quite the honourable part on behalf of his lordship. Nickem had seemed to think that the triumph would not end here, but had declined to make any very definite statements. Nickem clearly fancied that he had been doing great things himself, and that he might be allowed to have a little mystery. But the attorney took great credit to himself in that he had rejected Goarly's case, and had been employed by Lord Rufford in lieu of Goarly. When he entered the parlour he had for the moment forgotten Larry Twentyman, and was disposed to greet his girl lovingly. But he found her dissolved in bitter tears. "Mary, my darling, what is it ails you?" he said. "Never mind about your darling now, but come to breakfast. She is giving herself airs, as usual." But Mary never did give herself airs, and her father could not endure the accusation. "She would not be crying," he said, "unless she had something to cry for." "Pray don't make a fuss about things you don't understand," said his wife. "Mary, are you coming to the table? If not, you had better go upstairs. I hate such ways, and I won't have them. This comes of ushanting. I knew what it would be. The place for girls is to stay at home and mind their work till they have got houses of their own to look after. That's what I intend my girls to do. There's nothing on earth so bad for girls as that twiddle-your-thumbs visiting about when they think they've nothing to do but show what sort of ribbons and gloves they've got. Now, Dolly, if you've got any hands, will you cut the bread for your father? Mary's a deal too fine a lady to do anything but sit there and rub her eyes." After that the breakfast was eaten in silence. When the meal was over, Mary followed her father into the office and said that she wanted to speak to him. When Sundown had disappeared she told her tale. "Papa," she said, "I am so sorry. but I can't do what you want about Mr. Twentyman." "Is it so, Mary?" "Don't be angry with me, papa." "Angry! No, I won't be angry. I should be very sorry to be angry with my girl. But what you tell me will make us all very unhappy indeed. What will you say to Lawrence Twentyman?" "What I said before, papa." "But he is quite certain now that you mean to take him. Of course we were all certain when you only wanted a few more days to think of it." Mary felt this to be the cruellest thing of all. "When he asked me I said I wouldn't pledge you, but I certainly had no doubt. What is the matter, Mary?" She could understand that a girl might be asked why she wanted to marry a man, and that in such a condition she ought to be able to give a reason, but it was, she thought, very hard that she should be asked why she didn't want to marry a man. "I suppose, papa," she said after a pause, "I don't like him in that way." "Your mamma will be sure to say that it is because you went to Lady Ushant's." And so in part it was, as Mary herself very well knew, though Lady Ushant herself had had nothing to do with it. "Lady Ushant," she said, "would be very well pleased if she thought that I liked him well enough." "Did you tell Lady Ushant?" "Yes, I told her all about it, and how you would all be pleased, and I did try to bring myself to it. Papa, pray don't want to send me away from you." "You would be so near to us all at Chowton Farm." "I am nearer here, papa." Then she embraced him, and he, in a manner, yielded to her. He yielded to her so far as to part with her at the present moment with soft, loving words. Mrs. Masters had a long conversation with her husband on the subject that same day, and condescended even to say a few words to the two girls. She had her own theory and her own plan in the present emergency. According to her theory, girls shouldn't be indulged in any vagaries, and this rejecting of a highly valuable suitor was a most inexcusable vagary. And if her plan were followed, a considerable amount of wholesome coercion would at once be exercised toward this refractory young woman. There was in fact more than a fortnight wanting to the expiration of Larry's 2 months, and Mrs. Masters was strongly of the opinion that if Mary were put into a sort of domestic Coventry during this period, if she were debarred from friendly intercourse with the family, and made to feel that such wickedness as hers, if continued, would make her an outcast, then she would come round and accept Larry Twentyman before the end of the time. But this plan could not be carried out without her husband's co-operation. Were she to attempt it single-handed, Mary would take refuge in her father's softness of heart, and there would simply be two parties in the household. "If you would leave her to me and not speak to her, it would be all right," Mrs. Masters said to her husband. "Not speak to her?" "Not cosset her and spoil her for the next week or two. Just leave her to herself and let her feel what she's doing. Think what Chowton Farm would be, and you with your business all slipping through your fingers." "I don't know that it's slipping through my fingers at all," said the attorney, mindful of his recent successes. "If you mean to say you don't care about it—" "I do care about it very much. You know I do. You ought not talk to me in this way." "Then why won't you be said by me? Of course if you cocked her up she'll think she's to have her own way like a grand lady. She don't like him because he works for his bread. That's what it is. And because she's been taught by that old woman to read poetry. I never knew that stuff do any good to anybody. I hate them fandangled lines that are all cut up short to make pretence. If she wants to read, why can't she take the cookery book and learn something useful?" It just comes to this. If you want her to marry Larry Twentyman, you had better not notice her for the next fortnight. Let her go and come, and say nothing to her. She'll think about it if she's left to herself." The attorney did want his daughter to marry the man, and was half convinced by his wife. He could not bring himself to be cruel, and felt that his heart would bleed every hour of the day that he separated himself from his girl. But still he thought that he might perhaps best in this way bring about a result which would be so manifestly for her advantage. It might be that the books of poetry and the modes of thought which his wife described as enchanting were of a nature to pervert his girl's mind from the material necessities of life, that a little hardship would bring her round to a more rational condition. With a very heavy heart he consented to do his part, which was to consist mainly of silence. Any words which might be considered expedient were to come from his wife. 3 or 4 days went on in this way, which were days of absolute misery to Mary. She soon perceived and partly understood her father's silence. She knew at any rate that for the present she was debarred from his confidence. Her mother did not say much, but what she did say was all founded on the theory that enchanting and softness in general are very bad for young women. Even Dolly and Kate were hard to her, each having some dim idea that Mary was to be coerced toward Larry Twentyman and her own good. At the end of that time, when Mary had been home for nearly a week, Larry came as usual on the Saturday evening. She, well knowing his habit, took care to be out of the way. Larry, with a pleasant face, asked after her and expressed a hope that she had enjoyed herself at Cheltenham. "A nasty idle place where nobody does anything, as I believe," said Mrs. Masters. Larry received a shock from the tone of the lady's voice. He had allowed himself to think that all his troubles were now nearly over, but the words and the voice frightened him. He had told himself that he was not to speak of his love again till the 2 months were over, and like an honourable man he was prepared to wait the full time. He would not now have come to the attorney's house, but that he knew the attorney would wait for him before going over to the club. He had no right to draw deductions till the time should be up, but he could not help his own feelings, and was aware that his heart sank within him when he was told that Cheltenham was a nasty idle place. Abuse of Cheltenham at the present moment was in fact abuse of Mary, and the one sin which Mary could commit was persistence in her rejection of his suit. But he determined to be a man as he walked across the street with his old friend, and said not a word about his love. "They tell me that Goarly has taken his 6 shillings and 6pence, Mr. Masters." "Of course he has taken it, Larry. The worse luck for me. If he had gone on I might have had a bill against his lordship as long as my arm. Now it won't be worth looking after." "I'm sure you're very glad, Mr. Masters." "Well, yes, I am glad. I do hate to see a fellow like that, who hasn't got a farthing of his own, propped up from behind just to annoy his betters. They say that Bearside got a lot of money out of that American." "I suppose he got something." "What an idiot that man must be! Can you understand it, Mr. Masters?" They now entered the club, and Goarly and Nickem and Scrobby were of course being discussed. "Is it true, Mr. Masters, that Scrobby is to be arrested?" asked Fred Botsey at once. "Upon my word I can't say, Mr. Botsey; but if you tell me it is so, I shan't cry my eyes out." "I thought you would have known." "A gentleman may know a thing, Mr. Botsey," said the landlord, "and not exactly choose to tell it." "I didn't suppose there was any secret," said the brewer. As Mr. Masters made no further remark, it was of course conceived that he knew all about it, and he was therefore treated with some increased deference. But there was on that night great triumph in the club, as it was known as a fact that Goarly had withdrawn his claim, and that the American Senator had paid his money for nothing. It was moreover very generally believed that Goarly was going to turn evidence against Scrobby in reference to the poison. End of chapter. Chapter 7 of Volume 2 of The American Senator. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Kirsten Wever. The American Senator by Anthony Trollope. Chapter 7, Volume 2. Mary's Letter. The silent system, in regard to Mary, was carried on in the attorney's house for a week, during which her sufferings were very great. From the first she made up her mind to oppose her stepmother's cruelty by sheer obstinacy. She had been told that she must be made to marry Mr. Twentyman, and the injustice of that threat had at once made her rebel against her stepmother's authority. She would never allow her stepmother to make her marry any one. She put herself into a state of general defiance, and said as little as was said to her. But her father's silence to her nearly broke her heart. On one or two occasions, as opportunity offered itself to her, she said little soft words to him in privacy. Then he would partly relent, would kiss her and bid her be a good girl, and would quickly hurry away from her. She could understand that he suffered as well as herself, and she perhaps got some consolation from that conviction. At last, on the following Saturday, she watched her opportunity, and brought to him, when he was alone in his office, a letter which she had written to Larry Twentyman. "Papa," she said, "would you read that?" He took and read the letter, which was as follows: My dear Mr. Twentyman, something was said about 2 months, which are now very nearly over. I think I ought to save you from the trouble of coming to me again, by telling you in a letter that it cannot be as you would have it. I have thought of it a great deal, and have of course been anxious to do as my friends wish, and I am very grateful to you, and know how good and how kind you are. I would do anything for you except this, but it can never be. I should not write like this unless I were quite certain. I hope you won't be angry with me, and think that I should have spared you the trouble of doubting so long. I know now that I ought not to have doubted at all, but I was so anxious not to seem to be obstinate, that I became foolish about it when you asked me. What I say now is quite certain. Dear Mr. Twentyman, I shall always think of you with esteem and regard, because I know how good you are, and I hope you will come to like somebody a great deal better than me, who will always love you with her whole heart. Yours very truly, Mary Masters. P.S. I shall show this letter to papa. Mr. Masters read it as she stood by him, and then read it again very slowly, rubbing one hand over the other as he did so. He was thinking what he should do, or rather what he should say. The idea of stopping the letter never occurred to him. If she chose to refuse the man, of course she must do so, and perhaps if she did refuse him, there was no better way than this. "Must it be so, Mary?" he said at last. "Yes, papa." "But why?" "Because I do not love him as I should have to love any man that I wanted to marry. I have tried it because you wished it, but I cannot do it." "What will mamma say?" "I am thinking more, papa, of you," she said, putting her arm over his shoulder. "You have always been so good to me, and so kind." Here his heart misgave him, for he felt that during the last week he had not been kind to her. "But you would not wish me to give myself to a man and then not to care for him?" "No, my dear." "I couldn't do it. I should fall down dead first. I have thought so much about it for your sake, and have tried it with myself. I couldn't do it." "Is there anybody else, Mary?" As he asked the question he held her hand beneath his own on the desk, but he did not dare to look into her face. He had been told by his wife that there was somebody else, that the girl's mind was running upon Mr. Surtees because Mr. Surtees was a gentleman. He was thinking of Mr. Surtees, and certainly not of Reginald Morton. To her the moment was very solemn, and when the question was asked she felt that she could not tell her father a falsehood. She had gradually grown bold enough to assure herself that her heart was occupied with that man who had travelled with her to Cheltenham, and she felt that that feeling alone must keep her apart from any other love. And yet, as she had no hope, as she had assured herself that her love was a burden to be borne and could never become a source of enjoyment, why should her secret be wrested from her? What good would such a violation do? But she could not tell the falsehood, and therefore she held her tongue. Gradually he looked up into her face, still keeping her hand pressed on the desk under his. It was his left hand that so guarded her while she stood by his right shoulder. Then he gently wound his right arm round her waist and pressed her to him. "Mary," he said, "if it is so, had you not better tell me?" But she was sure that she had better not mention that name even to him. She would have outraged to herself her own maiden modesty by doing so. "Is it," he asked very softly, "is it Surtees?" "Oh no," she said quickly, almost escaping from the grasp of his arm in her start. Then he was absolutely at a loss. Beyond Mr. Surtees or Larry Twentyman he did not know what possible lover Dillsborough could have afforded. And yet the very rapidity of her answer when the curate's name had been mentioned had convinced him that there was some other person, had increased the strength of that conviction which her silence had produced. "Have you nothing that you can tell me, Mary?" "No, papa." Then he gave her back the letter, and she left the room without another word. Of course his sanction to the letter had now been given, and it was addressed to Chowton Farm, and posted before half an hour was over. She saw him again in the afternoon of the same day, and asked him to tell her stepmother what she had done. "Mamma ought to know," she said. "But you haven't sent it?" "Yes, papa, it is in the post." Then it occurred to him that his wife would tell him that he should have prevented the sending of the letter, that he should have destroyed it, and altogether taken the matter with a high hand. "You can't tell her yourself?" he asked. "I would rather you did. Mamma has been so hard to me since I came home." He did tell his wife, and she overwhelmed him by the violence of her reproaches. He could never have been in earnest, or he would not have allowed such a letter as that to pass through his hands. He must be afraid of his own child. He did not know his own duty. He had been deceiving her, his wife, from first to last. Then she threw herself into a torrent of tears, declaring that she had been betrayed. There had been a conspiracy between them, and now everything might go to the dogs, and she would not lift up her hands again to save them. But before the evening came round she was again on the alert, and again resolved that she would not even yet give way. What was there in a letter more than in a spoken word? She would tell Larry to disregard the letter. But first she made a futile attempt to clutch the letter from the guardianship of the post office, and she went to the postmaster, assuring him that there had been a mistake in the family, that a wrong letter had been put into a wrong envelope, and begging that the letter addressed to Mr. Twentyman might be given back to her. The postmaster, half vacillating in his desire to oblige a neighbour, produced the letter, and Mrs. Masters put out her hand to grasp it. But the servant of the public, who had been thoroughly grounded in his duties by one of those trusty guardians of our correspondence who inspect and survey our provincial post offices, remembered himself at the last moment, and, expressing the violence of his regret, replaced the letter in the box. Mrs. Masters, in her anger and grief, condescended to say very hard things to her neighbour, but the man remembered his duty and was firm. On that evening Larry Twentyman did not attend the Dillsborough Club, having in the course of the week notified the attorney that he should be a defaulter. Mr. Masters himself went over earlier than usual, his own house having become very uncomfortable to him. Mrs. Masters for an hour sat expecting that Larry would come, and when the evening passed away without his appearance, she was convinced that the unusual absence was part of the conspiracy against her. Larry did not get his letter till the Monday morning. On the last Thursday and Saturday he had consoled himself for his doubts with the U.R.U., and was minded to do so on the Monday also. He had not gone to the club on Saturday, and had moped about Chowton all the Sunday in a feverish state because of his doubts. It seemed to him that the 2 months would never be over. On the Monday he was out early on the farm, and then came down in his boots and breeches, and had his red coat ready at the fire while he sat at breakfast. The meet was 15 miles off, and he had sent on his hunter, intending to travel thither in his dog-cart. Just as he was cutting himself a slice of beef, the postman came, and of course he read the letter. He read it with the carving-knife in his hand, and then he stood gazing at his mother. "What is it, Larry?" she asked. "Is anything wrong?" "Wrong? Well, I don't know," he said. "I don't know what you call wrong. I shan't hunt, that's all." Then he threw aside the knife and pushed away his plate, and marched out of the room with the open letter in his hand. Mrs. Twentyman knew very well of his love, as indeed did nearly all Dillsborough. But she had heard nothing of the 2 months, and did not connect the letter with Mary Masters. Surely he must have lost a large sum of money. That was her idea, till she saw him again late in the afternoon. He never went near the hounds that day, or near his business. He was not then man enough for either. But he walked about the fields, keeping out of sight of everybody. It was all over now. It must be all over when she wrote to him a letter like that. Why had she tempted him to thoughts of happiness and success by that promise of 2 months' grace? He supposed that he was not good enough, or that she thought he was not good enough. Then he remembered his acres and his material comforts, and tried to console himself by reflecting that Mary Masters might very well do worse in the world. But there was no consolation in it. He had tried his best because he had really loved the girl. He had failed, and all the world, all his world, would know that he had failed. There was not a man in the club, hardly a man in the hunt, who was not aware that he had offered to Mary Masters. During the last 2 months he had not been so reticent as was prudent, and had almost boasted to Fred Botsey of success. And then how was he to live at Chowton Farm without Mary Masters as his wife? As he returned home he almost made up his mind that he would not continue to live at Chowton Farm. He came back through Dillsborough Wood, and there, prowling about, he met Goarly. "Well, Mr. Twentyman," said the man, "I am making it all straight now with his lordship." "I don't care what you're doing," said Larry in his misery. "You are an infernal blackguard, and that's the best of you." End of chapter. Chapter 8 of Volume 2 of The American Senator. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Kirsten Wever. The American Senator by Anthony Trollope. Chapter 8, Volume 2. Chowton Farm for Sale. John Morton had returned to town soon after his walk into Dillsborough, and there had learned from different sources that both Arabella Trefoil and Lord Rufford had gone or were going to Mistletoe. He had seen Lord Augustus, who, though he could tell him nothing else about his daughter, had not been slow to inform him that she was going to the house of her noble uncle. When Morton had spoken to him very seriously about the engagement, he declared that he knew nothing about it, except that he had given his consent if the settlements were all right. Lady Augustus managed all that. Morton had then said that under those circumstances he feared he must regard the honour which he had hoped to enjoy as being beyond his reach. Lord Augustus had shrugged his shoulders and had gone back to his whist, this interview having taken place in the strangers' room of his club. That Lord Rufford was also going to Mistletoe he heard from young Glossop at the Foreign Office. It was quite possible that Glossop had been instructed to make this known to Morton by his sister, Lady Penwether. Then Morton declared that the thing was over, and that he would trouble himself no more about it. But this resolution did not make him all contented, and in his misery he went again down to his solitude at Bragton. And now, when he might fairly consider himself to be free, and when he should surely have congratulated himself on a most lucky escape from the great danger into which he had fallen, his love and admiration for the girl returned to him in a most wonderful manner. He thought of her beauty and her grace, and the manner in which she would sit at the head of his table when the time should come for him to be promoted to some great capital. To him she had fascinations which the reader, who perhaps knows her better than he ever did, will not share. He could forgive her the coldness of her conduct to himself, he himself not being by nature demonstrative or impassioned, if only she were not more kind to any other rival. It was the fact that she should be visiting at the same house with Lord Rufford, after what he had seen at Rufford Hall, which had angered him. But now, in his solitude, he thought that he might have been wrong at Rufford Hall. If it were the case that the girl feared that her marriage might be prevented by the operations of lawyers and family friends, of course she would be right not to throw herself into his arms, even metaphorically. He was a cold, just man, who, when he had loved, could not easily get rid of his love. And now he would ask himself whether he was not hard upon the girl. It was natural that she should be at Mistletoe, but then why should Lord Rufford be there with her? His prospects at Patagonia did not console him much. No doubt it was a handsome mission for a man of his age, and there were sundry Patagonian questions of importance at the present moment which would give him a certain weight. Patagonia was a repudiating loan, and it was hoped that he might induce a better feeling in the Patagonian Parliament. There was the Patagonian Railway for joining the Straits to the Cape, the details of which he was now studying with great diligence. And then there was the vital question of boundary between Patagonia and the Argentine Republic, by settling which, should he be happy enough to succeed in doing so, he would prevent the horrors of warfare. He endeavoured to fix his mind with satisfaction on these great objects, as he pored over the reports and papers which had been heaped upon him since he had accepted the mission. But there was present to him always a feeling that the men at the Foreign Office had been glad to get any respectable diplomat to go to Patagonia, and that his brethren in the profession had marvelled at his acceptance of such a mission. One never likes to be thanked overmuch for doing anything. It creates a feeling that one has given more than was expedient. He knew that he must now go to Patagonia, but he repented the alacrity with which he had acceded to the proposition. Whether he did marry Arabella Trefoil or whether he did not, there was no adequate reason for such a banishment. And yet he could not now escape it. It was on a Monday morning that Larry Twentyman had found himself unable to go hunting. On the Tuesday he gave his workmen about the farm such a routing as they had not received for many a month. There had not been a dung heap or a cowshed which he had not visited, nor a fence about the place with which he had not found fault. He was at it all day, trying thus to console himself, but in vain. And when his mother in the evening said some word of her misery in regard to the turkeys, he had told her that as far as he was concerned Goarly might poison every fox in the county. Then the poor woman knew that matters were going badly with her son. On the Wednesday, when the hounds met within 2 miles of Chowton, he again stayed at home, but in the afternoon he rode into Dillsborough and contrived to see the attorney without being seen by any of the ladies of the family. The interview did not seem to do him any good. On the Thursday morning he walked across to Bragton and with a firm voice asked to see the squire. Morton, who was deep in the boundary question, put aside his papers and welcomed his neighbour. Now it must be explained that when in former years his son's debts had accumulated on old Mr. Reginald Morton, so that he had been obliged to part with some portion of his unentailed property, he had sold that which lay in the parish of St. John's, Dillsborough. The lands in Bragton and Mallingham he could not sell, but Chowton Farm, which was in St. John's, had been bought by Larry Twentyman's grandfather. For a time there had been some bitterness of feeling, but the Twentymans had been well-to-do, respectable people, most anxious to be good neighbours, and had gradually made themselves liked by the owner of Bragton. The present squire had of course known nothing of Chowton as a part of the Morton property, and had no more desire for it than for any of Lord Rufford's acres which were contiguous to his own. He shook hands cordially with his neighbour, as though this visit were the most natural thing in the world, and asked some question about Goarly and the hunt. "I believe that's all come out square, Mr. Morton. I'm not interesting myself much about it now." Larry was not dressed like himself. He had on a dark brown coat, and dark pantaloons, and a chimney-pot hat. He was conspicuous generally for light-coloured, close-fitting garments, and for a billycock hat. He was very unlike his usual self on the present occasion. "I thought you were just the man who did interest himself about those things." "Well, yes, once it was so, Mr. Morton. What I've got to say now, Mr. Morton, is this. Chowton Farm is in the market. But I wouldn't say a word to any one about it till you had had the offer." "You going to sell Chowton?" "Yes, Mr. Morton, I am." "From all I have heard of you, I wouldn't have believed it if anybody else had told me." "It's a fact, Mr. Morton. There are 320 acres. I put the rental at 30 shillings an acre. You know what you get, Mr. Morton, for the land that lies next to it, and I think 28 years' purchase isn't more than it's worth. Those are my ideas as to price, Mr. Morton. There isn't a halfpenny owing on it, not in the way of mortgage." "I dare say it's worth that." "Up at auction I might get a turn more, Mr. Morton, but those are my ideas at present." John Morton, who was a man of business, went to work at once with his pencil, and in 2 minutes had made out a total. "I don't know that I could put my hand on £14,000, even if I were minded to make the purchase." "That needn't stand in the way, sir. Any part you please could lie on mortgage at 4.5%. Larry, in the midst of his distress, had certain clear ideas about business. "This is a very serious proposition, Mr. Twentyman." "Yes, indeed, sir." "Have you any other views in life?" "I can't say as I have any fixed. I shan't be idle, Mr. Morton. I never was idle. I was thinking perhaps of New Zealand." "A very fine colony for a young man, no doubt. But seeing how well you're established here—" "I can't stay here, Mr. Morton. I've made up my mind about that. There are things which a man can't bear, not and live quiet. As for hunting, I don't care about it any more than nothing." "I am sorry that anything should have made you so unhappy." "Well, I am unhappy. That's about the truth of it. And I always shall be unhappy here. There's nothing else for it but going away." "If it's anything sudden, Mr. Twentyman, allow me to say that you ought not to sell your property without grave consideration." "I have considered it, very grave, Mr. Morton." "Ah, but I mean long consideration. Take a year to think of it. You can't buy such a place back in a year. I don't know you well enough to be justified in inquiring into the circumstances of your trouble, but unless it be something which makes it altogether inexpedient, or almost impossible, that you should remain in the neighbourhood, you should not sell Chowton." "I tell you, Mr. Morton," said Larry, almost weeping. Poor Larry, whether in his triumph or his sorrow, had no gift of reticence, and now told his neighbour the whole story of his love. He was certain it had become quite hopeless. He was sure that she would never have written him a letter if there had been any smallest chance left. According to his ideas, a girl might say no half a dozen times and yet not mean much, but when she had committed herself to a letter she could not go back from it. "Is there anybody else?" "Not as I know. I never saw anything like lightness with her with any man. They say something about the curate, but I don't believe a word of it." "And the family approve of it?" "Every one of them, father and stepmother and sisters and all. My own mother too. There ain't a ha'porth against it. I don't want any one to give me my sixpence in money. And she should live just like a lady. I can keep a servant for her to cook and do every mortal thing, but it ain't nothing of that, Mr. Morton." "What is it then?" The poor man paused before he made his answer, but when he did he made it plain enough. "I ain't good enough for her. No more I ain't, Mr. Morton. She was brought up in this house, Mr. Morton, by your own grand aunt." "So I have heard, Mr. Twentyman." "And there's more of Bragton than there is of Dillsborough about her. That's just where it is. I know what I am, and I know what she is, and I ain't good enough for her. It should be somebody that can talk books to her. I can tell her how to plant a field of wheat, or how to run a foal, but I can't sit and read poetry, nor yet be read to. There's plenty of 'em would sell themselves because the land's all there, and the house and the things in it. What makes me mad is that I should love her all the better because she won't. My belief is, Mr. Morton, they're as poor as Job. That makes no difference to me because I don't want it. But it makes no difference to her neither. She's right, Mr. Morton. I'm not good enough, and so I'll just cut it as far as Dillsborough is concerned. You'll think of what I said of taking the land?" Mr. Morton said much more to him, walking with him to the gate of Chowton Farm. He assured him that the young lady might yet be won. He had only, Morton said, to plead his case to her as well as he had pleaded up at Bragton, and he thought that she would be won. "I couldn't speak out free to her, not if it was to save the whole place," said the unfortunate lover. But Morton still continued his advice. As to leaving Chowton because a young lady refused him, that would be unmanly. "There isn't a bit of man left about me," said Larry, weeping. Morton nevertheless went on. Time would cure these wounds. But no time would give him back Chowton should he once part with it. If he must leave the place for a time, let him put a caretaker on the farm, even though by doing so the loss might be great. He should do anything rather than surrender his house. As to buying the land himself, Morton would not talk about it in the present circumstances. Then they parted at Chowton Gate with many expressions of friendship on each side. John Morton, as he returned home, could not help thinking that the young farmer's condition was, after all, better than his own. There was an honesty about both the persons concerned of which, at any rate, they might be proud. There was real love, and though that love was not at present happy, it was of a nature to inspire perfect respect. But in his own case he was sure of nothing. End of chapter.
Chapter 9 of Volume 2 of The American Senator. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The American Senator by Anthony Trollope. Chapter 9 of Volume 2. Mistletoe. When Arabella Trefoil started from London for Mistletoe, with no companion but her own maid, she had given more serious consideration to her visit than she had probably ever paid to any matter up to that time. She had often been much in earnest, but never so much in earnest as now. Those other men had perhaps been worthy as far as her ideas went of worth, but none of them were so worthy as this man. Everything was there if she could only get it: money, rank, fashion, and an appetite for pleasure. And he was handsome too, and good-humoured, though these qualities told less with her than the others. And now she was to meet him in the house of her great relations, in a position in which her rank and her fashion would seem to be equal to his own, and she would meet him with a remembrance fresh in his mind as in her own of those passages of love at Rufford. It would be impossible that he should even seem to forget them. The most that she could expect would be 4 or 5 days of his company, and she knew that she must be upon her mettle. She must do more now than she had ever attempted before. She must scruple at nothing that might bind him. She would be in the house of her uncle, and that uncle a duke, and she thought that those facts might help to quell him. She would be there without her mother, who was so often a heavy incubus on her shoulders. She thought of it all, and made her plans carefully and even painfully. She would be at any rate 2 days in the house before his arrival. During that time she would curry favour with her uncle by all her arts, and would, if possible, reconcile herself to her aunt. She thought once of taking her aunt into her full confidence, and balanced the matter much in her mind. The Duchess, she knew, was afraid of her, or rather afraid of the relationship, and would of course be pleased to have all fears set at rest by such an alliance. But her aunt was a woman who had never suffered hardships, whose own marriage had been easily arranged, and whose 2 daughters had been pleasantly married before they were 20 years old. She had had no experience of feminine difficulties, and would have no mercy for such labours as those to which her less fortunate niece was driven. It would have been a great thing to have the cordial co-operation of her aunt, but she could not venture to ask for it. She had stretched her means and her credit to the utmost in regard to her wardrobe, and was aware that she had never been so well equipped since those early days of her career in which her father and mother had thought that her beauty, assisted by a generous expenditure, would serve to dispose of her without delay. A generous expenditure may be incurred once even by poor people, but cannot possibly be maintained over a dozen years. Now she had taken the matter into her own hands, and had done that which would be ruinous if not successful. She was venturing her all upon the die, with the prospects of drowning herself on the way out to Patagonia, should the chances of the game go against her. She forgot nothing. She could hardly hope for more than one day's hunting, and yet that had been provided for as though she were going to ride with the hounds through all the remainder of the season. When she reached Mistletoe, there were people going and coming every day, so that an arrival was no event. She was kissed by her uncle and welcomed with characteristic coldness by her aunt, then allowed to settle in among the other guests, as though she had been there all winter. Everybody knew that she was a Trefoil, and her presence therefore raised no question. The Duchess of Omnium was among the guests. The Duchess knew all about her, and vouchsafed to her the smallest possible recognition. Lady Chiltern had met her before, and as Lady Chiltern was always generous, she was gracious to Arabella. She was sorry to see Lady Drummond, because she connected Lady Drummond with the Foreign Office, and feared that the conversation might be led to Patagonia and its new minister. She contrived to squeeze her uncle's hand and utter a word of warm thanks, which his Grace did not perfectly understand. The girl was his niece, and the Duke had an idea that he should be kind to the family of which he was the head. His brother's wife had become objectionable to him, but as to the girl, if she wanted a home for a week or two, he thought it to be his duty to give it to her. Mistletoe was an enormous house, with a frontage nearly 1/4 of a mile long, combining as it does all the offices, coach-houses, and stables. There is nothing in England more ugly, or perhaps more comfortable. It stands in a large park which, as it is quite flat, never shows its size, and is altogether unattractive. The Duke himself was a hospitable, easy man, who was very fond of his dinner and performed his duties well, but could never be touched by any sentiment. He always spent 6 months in the country, in which he acted as landlord to a great crowd of shooting, hunting, and flirting visitors, and 6 in London, in which he gave dinners and dined out and regularly took his place in the House of Lords without ever opening his mouth. He was a grey-haired, comely man of 60, with a large body and a wonderful appetite. By many who understood the subject, he was supposed to be the best amateur judge of wine in England. His son, Lord Mistletoe, was a member for the county. As the Duke had no younger sons, he was supposed to be happy at all points. Lord Mistletoe, who had a large family of his own, lived 20 miles off, so that the father and son could meet pleasantly without fear of quarrelling. During the first evening Arabella did contrive to make herself very agreeable. She was much quieter than had been her wont when at Mistletoe before, and though there were present 2 or 3 very well circumstanced young men, she took but little notice of them. She went out to dinner with Sir Geoffrey Bunker, and made herself agreeable to that old gentleman in a remarkable manner. After dinner, something having been said of the respectable old game called cat's cradle, she played it to perfection with Sir Geoffrey, till her aunt thought that she must have been unaware that Sir Geoffrey had a wife and family. She was all smiles and all pleasantness, and seemed to want no other happiness than what the present moment gave her, nor did she once mention Lord Rufford's name. On the next morning, after breakfast, her aunt sent for her to come upstairs. Such a thing had never happened to her before. She could not recollect that on any of those annual visits which she had made to Mistletoe for more years than she now liked to think of, she had ever had 5 minutes' conversation alone with her aunt. It had always seemed that she was to be allowed to come and go by reason of her relationship, but that she was to receive no special mark of confidence or affection. The message was whispered into her ear by her aunt's own woman, as she was listening with great attention to Lady Drummond's troubles in regard to her nursery arrangements. She nodded her head, heard a few more words from Lady Drummond, and then, with a pretty apology and a statement made so that all should hear her, that her aunt wanted her, followed the maid upstairs. "My dear," said her aunt, when the door was closed, "I want to ask you whether you would like me to ask Mr. Morton to come here while you are with us." A thunderbolt at her feet could hardly have surprised or annoyed her more. If there was one thing that she wanted less than any other, it was the presence of the paragon at Mistletoe. It would utterly subvert everything and rob her of every chance. With a great effort she restrained all emotion, and simply shook her head. She did it very well, and betrayed nothing. "I ask," said the Duchess, "because I have been very glad to hear that you are engaged to marry him. Lord Drummond tells me that he is a most respectable young man." "Mr. Morton will be so much obliged to Lord Drummond." "And I thought that if it were so, you would be glad that he should meet you here. I can manage it very well, as the Drummonds are here, and Lord Drummond would be glad to meet him." They had not been above a minute or two, and Arabella had been called upon to expend her energy in suppressing any expression of her horror. But still, by the time that she was called on to speak, she had fabricated her story. "Thanks, aunt. It is so good of you. And if everything was going straight, there would be nothing, of course, that I should like so much." "You are engaged to him?" "Well, I was going to tell you. I dare say it's not his fault, but papa and mamma and the lawyers think that he is not behaving well about money, settlements and all that. I suppose that it will come right, but in the meantime perhaps I had better not meet him." "But you were engaged to him?" This had to be answered without pause. "Yes," said Arabella, "I was engaged to him." "And he is going out almost immediately?" "He is going, I know." "I suppose you will go with him?" This was very hard. She could not say that she certainly was not going with him, and yet she had to remember that her coming campaign with Lord Rufford must be carried on in part beneath her aunt's eyes. When she had come to Mistletoe, she had fondly hoped that none of the family there would know anything about Mr. Morton, and now she was called upon to answer these horrid questions without a moment's notice. "I don't think I shall go with him, aunt, though I am unable to say anything certain just at present. If he behaves badly, of course the engagement is off." "I hope not. You should think of it very seriously. As for money, you know, you have none of your own, and I am told that he has a very nice property in Rufford. There is a neighbour of his coming here to-morrow, and perhaps he knows him." "Who is the neighbour, aunt?" asked Arabella innocently. "Lord Rufford. He is coming to shoot. I will ask him about the property." "Pray don't mention my name, aunt. It would be so unpleasant if nothing were to come of it. I know Lord Rufford very well." "Know Lord Rufford very well?" "As one does know men that one meets about." "I thought it might settle everything if we had Mr. Morton here." "I couldn't meet him, aunt. I couldn't indeed. Mamma doesn't think he is behaving well." To the Duchess condemnation from Lady Augustus almost amounted to praise. She felt sure that Mr. Morton was a worthy man who would not probably behave badly, and though she could not unravel the mystery, and certainly had no suspicion in regard to Lord Rufford, she was sure that there was something wrong. But there was nothing more to be said at present. After what Arabella had told her, Mr. Morton could not be asked there to meet her niece. But all the slight feeling of kindness to the girl which had been created by the tidings of so respectable an engagement were at once obliterated from the Duchess's bosom. Arabella, with many expressions of thanks and a good-humoured countenance, left the room, cursing the untowardness of her fate, which would let nothing run smooth. Lord Rufford was to come. That, at any rate, was now almost certain. Up to the present she had doubted, knowing the way in which such men will change their engagements at the least caprice. But the Duchess expected him on the morrow. She had prepared the way for meeting him as an old friend without causing surprise, and had gained that step. But should she succeed, as she hoped, in exacting continued homage from the man, homage for the 4 or 5 days of his sojourn at Mistletoe, this must be carried on with the knowledge on the part of many in the house that she was engaged to that horrid Patagonian minister. Was ever a girl called upon to risk her entire fate under so many disadvantages? When she went up to dress for dinner on the day of his expected arrival, Lord Rufford had not come. Since the interview in her aunt's room she had not heard his name mentioned. When she came into the drawing-room a little late, he was not there. "We won't wait, Duchess," said the Duke to his wife at 8:03. The Duke's punctuality at dinner-time was well known, and everybody else was then assembled. Within 2 minutes after the Duke's word, dinner was announced, and a party numbering about 30 walked away into the dinner-room. Arabella, when they were all settled, found that there was a vacant seat next to herself. If the man were to come, fortune would have favoured her in that. The fish and soup had already disappeared, and the Duke was wakening himself to eloquence on the first entree, when Lord Rufford entered the room. "There never were trains so late as yours, Duchess," he said, "nor any part of the world in which hired horses travel so slowly. I beg the Duke's pardon, but I suffer the less because I know his Grace never waits for anybody." "Certainly not," said the Duke, "having some regard for my friends' dinners." "And I find myself next to you," said Lord Rufford as he took his seat. "Well, that is more than I deserve." End of Chapter 9. Chapter 10 of Volume 2 of The American Senator. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The American Senator by Anthony Trollope. How Things Were Arranged. "Jack is here," said Lord Rufford, as soon as the fuss of his late arrival had worn itself away. "I shall be proud to renew my acquaintance." "Can you come tomorrow?" "Oh, yes," said Arabella rapturously. "There are difficulties, and I ought to have written to you about them. I am going with the Fitzwilliam." Now Mistletoe was in Lincolnshire, not very far from Peterborough, not very far from Stanford, not very far from Oakham. A regular hunting man, like Lord Rufford, knew how to compass the difficulties of distance in all the hunting countries. Horses could go by one train, or overnight, and he could follow by another, and a post-chaise could meet him here or there. But when a lady is added, the difficulty is often increased fivefold. "Is it very far?" asked Arabella. "It is a little far. I wonder who are going from here." "Heaven only knows. I have passed my time in playing cat's cradle with Sir Geoffrey Bunker for the amusement of the company, and in confidential communications with my aunt and Lady Drummond. I haven't heard hunting mentioned." "Have you anything on wheels going across to Holcombe Cross tomorrow, Duke?" asked Lord Rufford. The Duke said that he did not know of anything on wheels going to Holcombe Cross. Then a hunting man, who had heard the question, said that he and another intended to travel by train to Oundle. Upon this Lord Rufford turned round and looked at Arabella mournfully. "Cannot I go by train to Oundle?" she asked. "Nothing on earth so jolly if your pastors and masters and all that will let you." "I haven't got any pastors and masters." "The Duchess," suggested Lord Rufford. "I thought all that kind of nonsense was over," said Arabella. "I believe a great deal is over. You can do many things that your mother and grandmother couldn't do. But absolute freedom, what you may call universal suffrage, hasn't come yet, I fear. It's 20 miles by road, and the Duchess would say something awful if I were to propose to take you in a post-chaise." "But the railway?" "I'm afraid that would be worse. We couldn't ride back, you know, as we did at Rufford. At the best it would rather be a rough-and-tumble kind of arrangement. I'm afraid we must put it off. To tell you the truth, I'm the least bit in the world afraid of the Duchess." "I am not at all," said Arabella angrily. Then Lord Rufford ate his dinner and seemed to think that that matter was settled. Arabella knew that he might have hunted elsewhere, that the Cottesmore would be out in their own county, within 12 miles of them, and that the difficulty of that ride would be very much less. The Duke might have been persuaded to send a carriage that distance. But Lord Rufford cared more about the chance of a good run than her company. For a while she was sulky, for a little while, till she remembered how ill she could afford to indulge in such a feeling. Then she said a demure word or two to the gentleman on the other side of her, who happened to be a clergyman, and did not return to hunting till Lord Rufford had eaten his cheese. "And is that to be the end of Jack, as far as I'm concerned?" "I have been thinking about it ever since. This is Thursday." "Not a doubt about it." "Tomorrow will be Friday, and the Duke has his great shooting on Saturday. There's nothing within 100 miles of us on Saturday. I shall go with the Pytchley if I don't shoot. But I shall have to get up just when other people are going to bed. That wouldn't suit you." "I wouldn't mind if I didn't go to bed at all." "At any rate, it wouldn't suit the Duchess. I had meant to go away on Sunday. I hate being anywhere on Sunday except in a railway carriage. But if I thought the Duke would keep me till Tuesday morning, we might manage Peltry on Monday. I meant to have got back to Surbiton on Sunday and have gone from there." "Where is Peltry?" "It's a Cottesmore meet, about 5 miles this side of Melton." "We could ride from here." "It's rather far for that. But we could talk over the Duke to send a carriage. Ladies always like to see a meet, and perhaps we could make a party. If not, we must put a good face on it and go in anything we can get. I shouldn't fear the Duchess so much for 12 miles as I should for 20. "I don't mean to let the Duchess interfere with me," said Arabella in a whisper. That evening Lord Rufford was very good-natured and managed to arrange everything. Lady Chiltern and another lady said that they would be glad to go to the meet, and a carriage or carriages was organized. But nothing was said as to Arabella's hunting, because the question would immediately be raised as to her return to Mistletoe in the evening. It was, however, understood that she was to have a place in the carriage. Arabella had gained 2 things. She would have her 1 day's hunting, and she had secured the presence of Lord Rufford at Mistletoe for Sunday. With such a man as his lordship, it was almost impossible to find a moment for confidential conversation. He worked so hard at his amusements that he was as bad a lover as a barrister who has to be in court all day, almost as bad as a sailor who is always going round the world. On this evening it was 10 o'clock before the gentlemen came into the drawing-room, and then Lord Rufford's time was spent in arranging the party for the meet on Monday. When the ladies went up to bed, Arabella had had no other opportunity than what fortune had given her at dinner, and even then she had been watched. The juxtaposition at the dinner-table had come of a chance, and had been caused by Lord Rufford's late arrival. Old Sir Geoffrey would have been her neighbour, with the clergyman on the other side, an arrangement which her Grace had thought safe with reference to the rights of the minister to Patagonia. The Duchess, though she was at some distance down the table, had seen that her niece and Lord Rufford were intimate, and remembered immediately what had been said upstairs. They could not have talked as they were then talking, sometimes whispering, as the Duchess could perceive very well, unless there had been considerable former intimacy. She began gradually to understand various things. Why Arabella Trefoil had been so anxious to come to Mistletoe just at this time. Why she had behaved so unlike her usual self before Lord Rufford's arrival. And why she had been so unwilling to have Mr. Morton invited. The Duchess was in her way a clever woman, and could see many things. She could see that though her niece might be very anxious to marry Lord Rufford might indulge himself in a close intimacy with the girl without any such intention on his part. And as far as the family was concerned, she would have been quite contented with the Morton alliance. She would have asked Morton now, only that it would be impossible that he should come in time to be of service. Had she been consulted in the first instance, she would have put her veto on that drive to the meet, but she heard nothing about it until Lady Chiltern had said that she would go. The Duchess of Omnium had since declared that she also would go, and there were to be 2 carriages. But still it never occurred to the Duchess that Arabella intended to hunt, nor did Arabella intend that she should know it till the morning came. The Friday was very dull. The hunting men, of course, had gone before Arabella came down to breakfast. She would willingly have got up at 7 to pour out Lord Rufford's tea, had that been possible, but as it was, she strolled into the breakfast-room at 10:30. She could see by her aunt's eye and hear in her voice that she was in part detected, and that she would do herself no further service by acting the good girl, and she therefore resolutely determined to listen to no more twaddle. She read a French novel which she had brought with her, and spent as much of the day as she could in her room. She did not see Lord Rufford before dinner, and at dinner sat between Sir Geoffrey and an old gentleman out of Stamford who dined at Mistletoe that evening. "We've had no such luck to-night," Lord Rufford said to her in the drawing-room. "The old dragon took care of that," replied Arabella. "Why should the old dragon think I'm dangerous?" "Because I can't very well tell you why, but I dare say you know." "And do you think I'm dangerous?" "You're a sort of 5-barred gate," said Arabella, laughing. "Of course there is a little danger, but who is going to be stopped by that?" He could make no reply to this because the Duchess called him away to give some account to Lady Chiltern about Goarly and the U.R.U., Lady Chiltern's husband being a master of hounds and a great authority on all matters relating to hunting. "Nasty old dragon," Arabella said to herself when she was thus left alone. The Saturday was the day of the great shooting, and at 2 o'clock the ladies went out to lunch with the gentlemen by the side of the wood. Lord Rufford had at last consented to be one of the party. With logs of trees, a few hurdles, and other field appliances, a rustic banqueting hall was prepared, and everything was very nice. Tons of game had been killed, and tons more were to be killed after luncheon. The Duchess was not there, and Arabella contrived so to place herself that she could be waited upon by Lord Rufford, or could wait upon him. Of course a great many eyes were upon her, but she knew how to sustain that. Nobody was present who could dare to interfere with her. When the eating and drinking were over, she walked with him to his corner by the next covert, not heeding the other ladies, and she stood with him for some minutes after the slaughter had begun. She had come to feel that the time was slipping between her fingers, and that she must say something effective. The fatal word upon which everything would depend must be spoken at the very latest a return home on Monday, and she was aware that much must probably be said before that. "Do we hunt or shoot to-morrow?" she said. "To-morrow is Sunday." "I am quite aware of that. But I didn't know whether you could live a day without sport. The country is so full of prejudice that I am driven to sabbatical quiescence." "Take a walk with me to-morrow," said Arabella. "But the Duchess!" exclaimed Lord Rufford in a stage whisper. One of the beaters was so near that he could not but have heard, but what does a beater signify? "Humph! The Duchess! You be at the path behind the great conservatory at 3:30, and we won't mind the Duchess." Lord Rufford was forced to ask for many other particulars as to the locality, and then promised that he would be there at the time named. End of Chapter 10, Volume 2.
Chapter 11 of Volume 2 of The American Senator. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The American Senator by Anthony Trollope. Chapter 11 of Volume 2. You are so severe. On the next morning Arabella went to church, as did of course a great many of the party. By remaining at home she could only have excited suspicion. The church was close to the house, and the family pew consisted of a large room screened off from the rest of the church, with a fireplace of its own, so that the labour of attending divine service was reduced to a minimum. At 2 o'clock they lunched, and that amusement lasted nearly an hour. There was an afternoon service at 3, in attending which the Duchess was very particular. The Duke never went at that time, nor was it expected that any of the gentlemen would do so, but women are supposed to require more church than men, and the Duchess rather made it a point that at any rate the young lady staying in the house should accompany her. Over the other young ladies there her authority could only be that of influence, but such authority generally sufficed. From her niece it might be supposed that she would exact obedience, and in this instance she tried it. "We start in 5 minutes," she said to Arabella as that young lady was loitering at the table. "Don't wait for me, aunt. I'm not going," said Arabella boldly. "I hope you will come to church with us," said the Duchess sternly. "Not this afternoon." "Why not, Arabella?" "I never go to church twice on Sundays. Some people do and some people don't. I suppose that's about it." "I think that all young women ought to go to church on Sunday afternoon, unless there is something particular to prevent them." Arabella shrugged her shoulders, and the Duchess stalked angrily away. "That makes me feel so awfully wicked," said the Duchess of Omnium, who was the only other lady then left in the room. Then she got up and went out, and Arabella of course followed her. Lord Rufford had heard it all, but had stood at the window and said nothing. He had not been to church at all, and was quite accustomed to the idea that as a young nobleman who only lived for pleasure he was privileged to be wicked. Had the Duchess of Mayfair been blessed with a third daughter fit for marriage, she would not have thought of repudiating such a suitor as Lord Rufford because he did not go to church. When the house was cleared, Arabella went upstairs and put on her hat. It was a beautiful bright winter's day, not painfully cold because the air was dry, but still a day that warranted furs and a muff. Having prepared herself, she made her way alone to a side door which led from a branch of the hall on to the garden terrace, and up and down that she walked 2 or 3 times, so that any of the household that saw her might perceive that she had come out simply for exercise. At the end of the 3rd turn, instead of coming back, she went on quickly to the conservatory and took the path which led round to the further side. There was a small lawn here fitted for garden games, and on the other end of it an iron gate leading to a path into the woods. At the further side of the iron gate and leaning against it stood Lord Rufford, smoking a cigar. She did not pause a moment, but hurried across the lawn to join him. He opened the gate and she passed through. "I'm not going to be done in by a dragon," she said as she took her place alongside of him. "Upon my word, Miss Trefoil, I don't think I ever knew a human being with so much pluck as you have got." "Girls have to have pluck if they don't mean to be sat upon, a great deal more than men. The idea of telling me that I was to go to church as though I were 12 years old." "What would she say if she knew that you were walking here with me?" "I don't care what she'd say. I dare say she walked with somebody once, only I should think that somebody must have found it very dull." "Does she know that you're to hunt to morrow?" "I haven't told her, and don't mean. I shall just come down in my habit and hat and say nothing about it. At what time must we start?" "The carriages are ordered for 9:30, but I'm afraid you haven't clearly before your eyes all the difficulties which are incidental to hunting." "What do you mean?" It looks as like a black frost as anything I ever saw in my life." "But we should go." "The horses won't be there if there is a really hard frost. Nobody would stir. It will be the first question I shall ask the man when he comes to me, and if there have been 7 or 8 degrees of frost I shan't get up." "How am I to know?" "My man shall tell your maid. But everybody will soon know all about it. It will alter everything." "I think I shall go mad." "In white satin?" "No, in my habit and hat. It will be the hardest thing after all. I ought to have insisted on going to Holcombe Cross on Friday. The sun is shining now. Surely it cannot freeze." "It will be uncommonly ill-bred if it does." But, after all, the hunting was not the main point. The hunting had been intended only as an opportunity, and if that were to be lost, in which case Lord Rufford would no doubt at once leave Mistletoe, there was the more need for using the present hour, the more for using even the present minute. Though she had said that the sun was shining, it was the setting sun, and in another half hour the gloom of the evening would be there. Even Lord Rufford would not consent to walk about with her in the dark. "Oh, Lord Rufford," she said, "I did so look forward to your giving me another lead." Then she put her hand upon his arm and left it there. "It would have been nice," said he, drawing her hand a little on, and remembering as he did so his own picture of himself on the cliff with his sister holding his coat tails. "If you could possibly know," she said, "the condition I am in." "What condition?" "I know that I can trust you." "Oh dear, yes. If you mean about telling, I never tell anything." "That's what I do mean. You remember that man at your place?" "What man? Poor Caneback?" "Oh dear, no. I wish they could change places, because then he could give me no more trouble." "That's wishing him to be dead, whoever he is." "Yes. Why should he persecute me? I mean that man we were staying with at Bragton." "Mr. Morton?" "Of course I do. Don't you remember your asking me about him, and my telling you that I was not engaged to him?" "I remember that." "Mamma and this horrid old Duchess here want me to marry him. They've got an idea that he is going to be ambassador at Pekin or something very grand, and they're at me day and night." "You needn't take him unless you like him." "They do make me so miserable." And then she leaned heavily upon his arm. He was a man who could not stand such pressure as this without returning it. Though he were on the precipice, and though he must go over, still he could not stand it. "You remember that night after the ball?" "Indeed I do." "And you too had asked me whether I cared for that horrid man." "I didn't see anything horrid. You had been staying at his house, and people had told me. What was I to think?" "You ought to have known what to think. There, let me go." For now he had got his arm round her waist. "You don't care for me a bit. I know you don't. It would be all the same to you whom I married, or whether I died." "You don't think that, Bella." He fancied that he had heard her mother call her Bella, and that the name was softer and easier than the full 4 syllables. It was at any rate something for her to have gained. "I do think it. When I came here on purpose to have a scurry over the country with you, you went away to Holcombe Cross, though you could have hunted here close in the neighbourhood. And now you tell me there will be a frost to morrow." "Can I help that, darling?" "Darling! I ain't your darling. You don't care a bit for me. I believe you hope there'll be a frost." He pressed her tighter, but laughed as he did so. It was evidently a joke to him, a pleasant joke no doubt. "Leave me alone, Lord Rufford. I won't let you, for I know you don't love me." Very suddenly he did leave his hold of her and stood erect with his hands in his pockets, for the rustle of a dress was heard. It was still daylight, but the light was dim, and the last morsel of the grandeur of the sun had ceased to be visible through the trees. The church-going people had been released, and the Duchess, having probably heard certain tidings, had herself come to take a walk in the shrubbery behind the conservatory. Arabella had probably been unaware that she and her companion by a turn in the walks were being brought back towards the iron gate. As it was, they met the Duchess face to face. Lord Rufford had spoken the truth when he had said that he was a little afraid of the Duchess. Such was his fear that at the moment he hardly knew what he was to say. Arabella had boasted when she had declared that she was not at all afraid of her aunt. But she was steadfastly minded that she would not be cowed by her fears. She had known beforehand that she would have occasion for such presence of mind, and was prepared to exercise it at a moment's notice. She was the first to speak. "Is that you, aunt? You are out of church very soon." "Lord Rufford," said the Duchess, "I don't think this is a proper time for walking out." "Don't you, Duchess? The air is very nice." "It is becoming dark, and my niece had better return to the house with me. Arabella, you can come this way. It is just as short as the other. If you go on straight, Lord Rufford, it will take you to the house." Of course Lord Rufford went on straight, and of course Arabella had to turn with her aunt. "Such conduct as this is shocking," began the Duchess. "Aunt, let me tell you." "What can you tell me?" "I can tell you a great deal if you will let me. Of course I am quite prepared to own that I did not intend to tell you anything." "I can well believe that." "Because I could hardly hope for your sympathy. You have never liked me." "You have no right to say that." "I don't do it in the way of finding fault. I don't know why you should. But I have been too much afraid of you to tell you my secrets. I must do so now because you have found me walking with Lord Rufford. I could not otherwise excuse myself." "Is he engaged to marry you?" "He has asked me." "No." "But he has, aunt. You must be a little patient and let me tell it you all. Mamma did make up an engagement between me and Mr. Morton at Washington." "Did you know Lord Rufford then?" "I knew him, but did not think he was behaving quite well. It is very hard sometimes to know what a man means. I was angry when I went to Washington. He has told me since that he loves me, and has offered." "But you were engaged to marry the other man." "Nothing on earth shall make me marry Mr. Morton. Mamma did it, and mamma now has very nearly broken it off because she says he is very shabby about money. Indeed it is broken off. I bad told him so even before Lord Rufford had proposed to me." "When did he propose, and where?" "At Rufford. We were staying there in November." "And you asked to come here that you might meet him?" "Just so. Was that strange? Where could I be better pleased to meet him than in my uncle's house?" "Yes, if you had told us all this before." "Perhaps I ought. But you are so severe. I did not dare. Do not turn against me now. My uncle could not but like that his niece should marry Lord Rufford." "How can I turn against you if it is settled? Lord Rufford can do as he pleases. Has he told your father or your mother?" "Mamma knows it." "But not from him?" asked the Duchess. Arabella paused a moment, but hardly a moment, before she answered. It was hard upon her that she should have to make up her mind on matters of such importance with so little time for consideration. "Yes," she said, "mamma knows it from him. Papa is so very indifferent about everything that Lord Rufford has not spoken to him." "If so, it will be best that the Duke should speak to him." There was another pause, but hardly long enough to attract notice. "Perhaps so," she said, "but not quite yet. He is so peculiar, so touchy. The Duke is not quite like my father, and he would think himself suspected." "I cannot imagine that if he is in earnest." "That is because you do not know him as I do. Only think where I should be if I were to lose him." "Lose him!" "Oh, aunt, now that you know it, I do hope that you will be my friend. It would kill me if he were to throw me over." "But why should he throw you over if he proposed to you only last month?" "He might do it if he thought that he were interfered with. Of course I should like my uncle to speak to him, but not quite immediately. If he were to say that he had changed his mind, what could I do, or what could my uncle do?" "That would be very singular conduct." "Men are so different now, aunt. They give themselves so much more latitude. A man has only to say that he has changed his mind, and nothing ever comes of it." "I have never been used to such men, my dear." "At any rate do not ask the Duke to speak to him to day. I will think about it, and perhaps you will let me see you to morrow after we all come in." To this the Duchess gravely assented. "And I hope you won't be angry because you found me walking with him, or because I did not go to church. It is everything to me. I am sure, dear aunt, you will understand that." To this the Duchess made no reply, and they both entered the house together. What became of Lord Rufford neither of them saw. Arabella, when she regained her room, thought that upon the whole fortune had favoured her by throwing her aunt in her way. She had no doubt been driven to tell a series of barefaced impudent lies, lies of such a nature that they almost made her own hair stand on end as she thought of them. But they would matter nothing if she succeeded, and if she failed in this matter she did not care much what her aunt thought of her. Her aunt might now do her a good turn, and some lies she must have told, such had been the emergencies of her position. As she thought of it all she was glad that her aunt had met her, and when Lord Rufford was summoned to take her out to dinner on that very Sunday, a matter as to which her aunt managed everything herself, she was immediately aware that her lies had done her good service. "This was more than I expected," Lord Rufford said when they were seated. "She knew that she had overdone it when she sent you away in that cavalier way," replied Arabella, "and now she wants to show that she didn't mean anything." End of chapter 11 of volume 2. Chapter 12 of volume 2 of The American Senator. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Barry O'Neill. The American Senator by Anthony Trollope. Chapter 12 of volume 2. The Day at Peltry. The Duchess did tell the Duke the whole story about Lord Rufford and Arabella that night, as to which it may be said that she also was false. But according to her conscience there were two ways of telling such a secret. As a matter of course she told her husband everything. That idle, placid, dinner-loving man was in truth consulted about every detail of the house and family. But the secret was told to him with injunctions that he was to say nothing about it to anyone for 24 hours. After that the Duchess was of the opinion that he should speak to Lord Rufford. "What could I say to him?" asked the Duke. "I'm not her father." "But your brother is so indifferent." "No doubt, but that gives me no authority. If he does mean to marry the girl he must go to her father, or it is possible that he might come to me. But if he does not mean it, what can I do?" He promised, however, that he would think of it. It was still dark night, or the morning was dark as night, when Arabella got out of bed and opened her window. The coming of a frost now might ruin her. The absence of it might give her everything in life that she wanted. Lord Rufford had promised her a tedious communication through servants as to the state of the weather. She was far too energetic, far too much in earnest, to wait for that. She opened the window, and putting out her hand she felt a drizzle of rain. And the air, though the damp from it seemed to chill her all through, was not a frosty air. She stood there a minute so as to be sure, and then retreated to her bed. Fortune was again favouring her. But then how would it be if it should turn to hard rain? In that case Lady Chiltern and the other ladies certainly would not go, and how in such case should she get herself conveyed to the meet? She would at any rate go down in her hat and habit, and trust that somebody would provide for her. There might be much that would be disagreeable and difficult, but hardly anything could be worse than the necessity of telling such lies as those which she had fabricated on the previous afternoon. She had been much in doubt whether her aunt had or had not believed her. That the belief was not a thorough belief she was almost certain. But then there was the great fact that after the story had been told she had been sent out to dinner leaning on Lord Rufford's arm. Unless her aunt had believed something, that would not have taken place. And then so much of it was true. Surely it would be impossible that he should not propose after what had occurred. Her aunt was evidently alive to the advantage of the marriage, to the advantage which would accrue not to her, Arabella, individually, but to the Trefoils generally. She almost thought that her aunt would not put spokes in her wheel for this day. She wished now that she had told her aunt that she intended to hunt, so that there should not be any surprise. She slept again, and again looked out of the window. It rained a little, but still there were hours in which the rain might cease. Again she slept, and at 8 her maid brought her word that there would be hunting. It did rain a little, but very little. Of course she would dress herself in riding attire. At 9 o'clock she walked into the breakfast parlour properly equipped for the day's sport. There were 4 or 5 men there in red coats and top boots, among whom Lord Rufford was conspicuous. They were just seating themselves at the breakfast table, and her aunt was already in her place. Lady Chiltern had come into the room with herself, and at the door had spoken some good-natured words of surprise. "I did not know that you were a sportswoman, Miss Trefoil." "I do ride a little when I am well mounted," Arabella had said as she entered the room. Then she collected herself and arranged her countenance, and endeavoured to look as though she were doing the most ordinary thing in the world. She went round the room and kissed her aunt's brow. This she had not done on any other morning, but then on other mornings she had been late. "Are you going to ride?" said the Duchess. "I believe so, aunt." "Who is giving you a horse?" "Lord Rufford is lending me one. I don't think even his good nature will extend to giving away so perfect an animal. I know him well, for I rode him when I was at Rufford." This she said so that all the room should hear her. "You need not be afraid, Duchess," said Lord Rufford. "He is quite safe." "And his name is Jack," said Arabella, laughing as she took her place with a little air of triumph. "Lord Rufford offered to let me have him all the time I was here, but I didn't know whether you would take me in so attended." There was not one who heard her who did not feel that she spoke as though Lord Rufford were all her own. Lord Rufford felt it himself, and almost thought he might as well turn himself round and bid his sister and Miss Penge let him go. He must marry some day, and why should not this girl do as well as any one else? The Duchess did not approve of young ladies hunting. She certainly would not have had her niece at Mistletoe had she expected such a performance. But she could not find fault now. There was a feeling in her bosom that if there were an engagement it would be cruel to cause obstructions. She certainly could not allow a lover in her house for her husband's niece without having official authenticated knowledge of the respectability of the lover. But the whole thing had come upon her so suddenly that she was at a loss what to do or what to say. It certainly did not seem to her that Arabella was in the least afraid of being found out in any untruth. If the girl were about to become Lady Rufford, then it would be for Lord Rufford to decide whether or no she should hunt. Soon after this the Duke came in, and he also alluded to his niece's costume, and was informed that she was to ride one of Lord Rufford's horses. "I didn't hear it mentioned before," said the Duke. "He'll carry Miss Trefoil quite safely," said Lord Rufford, who was at the moment standing over a game pie on the sideboard. Then the subject was allowed to drop. At 9:30 there was no rain, and the ladies were so nearly punctual that the carriages absolutely started at 10. Some of the men rode on. One got a seat on the carriage, and Lord Rufford drove himself and a friend in a dog cart tandem. The tandem was off before the carriages, but Lord Rufford assured them that he would get the master to allow them a quarter of an hour. Arabella contrived to say one word to him. "If you start without me I'll never speak to you again." He nodded and smiled, but perhaps thought that if so it might be as well that he should start without waiting for her. At the last moment the Duchess had taken it into her head that she too would go to the meet. No doubt she was actuated by some feeling in regard to her niece, but it was not till Arabella was absolutely getting on to Jack at the side of the carriage, under the auspices of Jack's owner, that the idea occurred to her Grace that there would be a great difficulty as to the return home. "Arabella, how do you mean to get back?" she asked. "That will be all right, aunt," said Arabella. "I will see to that," said Lord Rufford. The gracious but impatient master of the hounds had absolutely waited full 20 minutes for the Duchess's party, and was not minded to wait a minute longer for conversation. The moment that the carriages were there the huntsman had started, so that there was an excuse for hurry. Lord Rufford as he was speaking got on to his own horse, and before the Duchess could expostulate they were away. There was a feeling of triumph in Arabella's bosom as she told herself that she had at any rate secured her day's hunting in spite of such heart-breaking difficulties. The sport was fairly good. They had 20 minutes in the morning and a kill. Then they drew a big wood during which they ate their lunch and drank their sherry. In the big wood they found a fox, but could not do anything with him. After that they came on a third in a stubble field, and ran him well for half an hour, when he went to ground. It was then 3 o'clock, and as the days were now at the shortest, the master declined to draw again. They were about 16 miles from Mistletoe, and about 10 from Stamford, where Lord Rufford's horses were standing. The distance from Stamford to Mistletoe was 8. Lord Rufford proposed that they should ride to Stamford and then go home in a hired carriage. There seemed indeed to be no other way of getting home without taking 3 tired horses 14 miles out of their way. Arabella made no objection whatever to the arrangement. Lord Rufford did in truth make a slight effort, the slightest possible, to induce a third person to join their party. There was still something pulling at his coat tail, so that there might yet be a chance of saving him from the precipice. But he failed. The tired horseman before whom the suggestion was casually thrown out would have been delighted to accept it instead of riding all the way to Mistletoe, but he did not look upon it as made in earnest. 2 he knew were company, and 3 none. The hunting field is by no means a place suited for real love making. Very much of preliminary conversation may be done there in a pleasant way, and intimacies may be formed. But when lovers have already walked with arms round each other in a wood, riding together may be very pleasant, but can hardly be ecstatic. Lord Rufford might indeed have asked her to be Lady R while they were breaking up the first fox, or as they loitered about in the big wood, but she did not expect that. There was no moment during the day's sport in which she had a right to tell herself that he was misbehaving because he did not so ask her, but in a post-chaise it would be different. At the inn at Stamford the horses were given up, and Arabella condescended to take a glass of sherry brandy. They had gone through a long day. It was then 4:30, and she was not used to be many hours on horseback. The fatigue seemed to her to be very much greater than it had been when she got back to Rufford immediately after the fatal accident. The 10 miles along the road, which had been done in little more than an hour, had almost overcome her. She had determined not to cry for mercy as the hard trot went on. She had passed herself off as an accustomed horsewoman, and having done so well across the country would not break down coming home. But as she got into the carriage she was very tired. She could almost have cried with fatigue, and yet she told herself that now must the work be done. She would perhaps tell him that she was tired. She might even assist her cause by her languor, but though she should die for it, she would not waste her precious moments by absolute rest. "May I light a cigar?" he said as he got in. "You know you may. Wherever I may be with you, you think that I would interfere with your gratifications?" "You are the best girl in all the world," he said as he took out his case and threw himself back in the corner. "Do you call that a long day?" she asked when he had lit his cigar. "Not very long, because I am so tired. We came home pretty sharp. I thought it best not to shock her Grace by too great a stretch into the night. As it is, you will have time to go to bed for an hour or two before you dress. That's what I do when I am in time. You'll be right as a trivet then." "Oh, I'm right now, only tired. It was very nice." "Pretty well. We ought to have killed that last fox. And why on earth we made nothing of that fellow in Gooseberry Grove I couldn't understand. Old Tony would never have left that fox alive above ground. Would you like to go to sleep?" "Oh dear, no." "Afraid of gloves?" said he, drawing nearer to her. They might pull him as they liked by his coat tails, but as he was in a post-chaise with her he must make himself agreeable. She shook her head and laughed as she looked at him through the gloom. Then, of course, he kissed her. "Lord Rufford, what does this mean?" "Don't you know what it means?" "Hardly." "It means that I think you the jolliest girl out. I never liked anybody so well as I do you." "Perhaps you never liked anybody," said she. "Well, yes, I have. But I'm not going to boast of what fortune has done for me in that way. I wonder whether you care for me." "Do you want to know?" "I should like to know that you did." "Because you have never asked me." "Am I not asking you now, Bella?" "There are different ways of asking, but there is only one way that will get an answer from me. No, no, I will not have it. I have allowed too much to you already. Oh, I am so tired." Then she sank back almost into his arms, but recovered herself very quickly. "Lord Rufford," she said, "if you are a man of honour, let there be an end of this. I am sure you do not wish to make me wretched." "I would do anything to make you happy." "Then tell me that you love me, honestly, sincerely, with all your heart, and I shall be happy." "You know I do." "Do you? Do you?" she said, and then she flung herself on to his shoulder, and for a while she seemed to faint. For a few minutes she lay there, and as she was lying she calculated whether it would be better to try at this moment to drive him to some clearer declaration, or to make use of what he had already said without giving him an opportunity of protesting that he had not meant to make her an offer of marriage. He had declared that he loved her honestly and with his whole heart. Would not that justify her in setting her uncle at him? And might it not be that the Duke would carry great weight with him, that the Duke might induce him to utter the fatal word, though she, were she to demand it now, might fail? As she thought of it all she affected to swoon, and almost herself believed that she was swooning. She was conscious, but hardly more than conscious, that he was kissing her, and yet her brain was at work. She felt that he would be startled, repelled, perhaps disgusted, were she absolutely to demand more from him now. "Oh, Rufford! Oh, my dearest!" she said as she woke up, and with her face close to his, so that he could look into her eyes and see their brightness even through the gloom. Then she extricated herself from his embrace with a shudder and a laugh. "You would hardly believe how tired I am," she said, putting out her ungloved hand. He took it and drew her to him, and there she sat in his arms for the short remainder of the journey. They were now in the park, and as the lights of the house came in sight he gave her some counsel. "Go up to your room at once, dearest, and lay down." "I will. I don't think I could go in among them. I should fall." "I will see the Duchess and tell her that you are all right, but very tired. If she goes up to you, you had better see her." "Oh yes, but I had rather not." "She'll be sure to come. And Bella, Jack must be yours now." "You are joking." "Never more serious in my life. Of course he must remain with me just at present, but he is your horse." Then, as the carriage was stopping, she took his hand and kissed it. She got to her room as quickly as possible, and then, before she had even taken off her hat, she sat down to think of it all, sending her maid away meanwhile to fetch her a cup of tea. He must have meant it for an offer. There had at any rate been enough to justify her in so taking it. The present he had made to her of the horse could mean nothing else. Under no other circumstances would it be possible that she should either take the horse or use him. Certainly it was an offer, and as such she would instruct her uncle to use it. Then she allowed her imagination to revel in thoughts of Rufford Hall, of the Rufford house in town, and a final end to those weary labours which she would thus have brought to so glorious a termination. End of Chapter 12 of Volume 2.
Chapter 13 of Volume 2 of The American Senator. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Nicholas Clifford. The American Senator by Anthony Trollope. Chapter 13 of Volume 2. Lord Rufford Wants to See a Horse. Lord Rufford had been quite right about the Duchess. Arabella had only taken off her hat and was drinking her tea when the Duchess came up to her. "Lord Rufford says that you were too tired to come in," said the Duchess. "I am tired, aunt, very tired, but there is nothing the matter with me. We had to ride ever so far coming home, and it was that knocked up." "It was very bad, your coming home with him in a post chaise, Arabella." "Why was it bad, aunt? I thought it very nice." "My dear, it shouldn't have been done. You ought to have known that. I certainly wouldn't have had you here had I thought that there would be anything of the kind." "It is going to be all right," said Arabella, laughing. According to her Grace's view of things, it was not and could not be made all right. It would not have been all right were the girl to become Lady Rufford to morrow. The scandal or loud reproach due to evil doings may be silenced by subsequent conduct, the merited punishment may not come visibly, but nothing happening after could make it right that a young lady should come home from hunting in a post-chaise alone with a young unmarried man. When the Duchess first heard of it, she thought what would have been her feelings if such a thing had been suggested in reference to one of her own daughters. Lord Rufford had come to her in the drawing-room and had told her the story in a quiet, pleasant manner, merely saying that Miss Trefoil was too much fatigued to show herself at the present moment. She had thought from his manner that her niece's story had been true. There was a cordiality and apparent earnestness as to the girl's comfort which seemed to be compatible with the story. But still she could hardly understand that Lord Rufford should wish to have it known that he travelled about the country in such a fashion with the girl he intended to marry. But if it were true, then she must look after her niece. And even if it were not true, in which case she would never have the girl at Mistletoe again, yet she could not ignore her presence in the house. It was now the 18th of January. Lord Rufford was to go on the following day, and Arabella on the 20th. The invitation had not been given so as to stretch beyond that. If it could be at once decided, declared by Lord Rufford to the Duke, that the match was to be a match, then the invitation should be renewed, Arabella should be advised to put off her other friends, and Lord Rufford should be invited to come back early in the next month and spend a week or two in the proper fashion with his future bride. All that had been settled between the Duke and the Duchess. So much should be done for the sake of the family, but the Duke had not seen his way to asking Lord Rufford any question. The Duchess must now find out the truth if she could, so that if the story were false she might get rid of the girl and altogether shake her off from the mistletoe roof-tree. Arabella's manner was certainly free from any appearance of hesitation or fear. "I don't know about it being all right," said the Duchess. "It cannot be right that you should have come home with him alone in a hired carriage." "Is a hired carriage wickeder than a private one?" "If a carriage had been sent from here for you, it would have been different. But even then he should not have come with you." "But he would, I'm sure, and I should have asked him. What, the man I'm engaged to marry? Mayn't he sit in a carriage with me?" The Duchess could not explain herself, and thought that she had better drop that topic. "What does he mean to do now, Arabella?" "What does who mean, aunt?" "Lord Rufford." "He means to marry me, and he means to go from here to Mr. Surbiton's to morrow. I don't quite understand the question." "And what do you mean to do?" "I mean to marry him, and I mean to join mamma in London on Wednesday. I believe we are going to the Connop Greens the next day. Mr. Connop Green is a sort of cousin of mamma, but they are odious people." "Who is to see Lord Rufford? However, my dear, if you are very tired, I will leave you now." "No, aunt. Stay a moment if you will be so very kind. I am tired, but if I were twice as tired I would find the strength to talk about this. If my uncle would speak to Lord Rufford at once, I should take it as the very kindest thing he could do. I could not send him to my uncle, for after all one's uncle and one's father are not the same. I could only refer him to papa. But if the Duke would speak to him—" "Did he renew his offer to day?" "He has done nothing else but renew it ever since he has been in the carriage with me. That's the plain truth. He made his offer at Rufford. He renewed it in the wood yesterday, and he repeated it over and over again as we came home to day. It may have been very wrong, but so it was." Miss Trefoil must have thought that kissing and proposing were the same thing. Other young ladies have perhaps before now made such a mistake. But this young lady had had much experience and should have known better. "Lord Rufford had better perhaps speak to your uncle." "Will you tell him so, aunt?" The Duchess thought about it for a moment. She certainly could not tell Lord Rufford to speak to the Duke without getting the Duke's leave to tell him so. And then, if all this were done, and Lord Rufford were to assure the Duke that the young lady had made a mistake, how derogatory would all that be to the exalted quiescence of the house of Mayfair! She thoroughly wished that her niece were out of the house, for though she did believe the story, her belief was not thorough. "I will speak to your uncle," she said, "and now you had better go to sleep." And, dear aunt, pray excuse me at dinner. I have been so excited, so flurried, and so fatigued, that I fear I should make a fool of myself if I attempted to come down. I should get into a swoon, which would be dreadful. My maid shall bring me a bit of something in a glass of sherry, and you shall find me in the drawing-room when you come out." Then the Duchess went, and Arabella was left alone to take another view of the circumstances of the campaign. Though there were still infinite dangers, yet she could hardly wish that anything should be altered. Should Lord Rufford disown her, which she knew to be quite possible, there would be a general collapse and the world would crash over her head. But she had known, when she took this business in hand, that as success would open Elysium to her, so would failure involve her in absolute ruin. She was determined that she would mar nothing now by cowardice, and having so resolved, and having fortified herself with perhaps 2 glasses of sherry, she went down to the drawing-room a little before 9, and laid herself out upon a sofa till the ladies should come in. Lord Rufford had gone to bed, as was his wont on such occasions, with orders that he should be called to dress for dinner at 7:30. But as he laid himself down he made up his mind that instead of sleeping he would give himself up to thinking about Arabella Trefoil. The matter was going beyond a joke, and would require some thinking. He liked her well enough, but was certainly not in love with her. I doubt whether men ever are in love with girls who throw themselves into their arms. A man's love, till it has been chastened and fastened by the feeling of duty which marriage brings with it, is instigated mainly by the difficulty of pursuit. It is hardly possible that anything so sweet as that should ever be mine, and yet because I am a man, and because it is so heavenly sweet, I will try. That is what men say to themselves, but Lord Rufford had had no opportunity of saying that to himself in regard to Miss Trefoil. The thing had been sweet, but not heavenly sweet, and he had never for a moment doubted the possibility. Now, at any rate, he would make up his mind. But instead of doing so, he went to sleep, and when he got up he was 10 minutes late, and was forced, as he dressed himself, to think of the Duke's dinner instead of Arabella Trefoil. The Duchess before dinner submitted herself and all her troubles at great length to the Duke, but the Duke could give her no substantial comfort. Of course it had all been wrong. He supposed that they ought not to have been found walking together in the dark on Sunday afternoon. The hunting should not have been arranged without sanction, and the return home in the hired carriage had no doubt been highly improper. But what could he do? If the marriage came off, it would be all well. If not, this niece must not be invited to Mistletoe again. As to speaking to Lord Rufford, he did not quite see how he was to set about it. His own girls had been married in so very different a fashion. He could imagine nothing so disagreeable as to have to ask a gentleman his intentions. Parental duty might make it necessary when a daughter had not known how to keep her own position intact. But here there was no parental duty. If Lord Rufford would speak to him, then indeed there would be no difficulty. At last he told his wife that, if she could find an opportunity of suggesting to the young lord that he might perhaps say a word to the young lady's uncle without impropriety, if she could do this in a light, easy way, so as to run no peril of a scene, she might do so. When the 2 duchesses and all the other ladies came into the drawing-room, Arabella was found upon the sofa. Of course she became the centre of a little interest for a few minutes, and was the more so as her aunt went up to her and made some inquiries. Had she had any dinner? Was she less fatigued? The fact of the improper return home in the post-chaise had become generally known, and there were some there who would have turned a very cold shoulder to Arabella had not her aunt noticed her. Perhaps there were some who envied her Jack, and Lord Rufford's admiration, and even the post-chaise. But as long as her aunt countenanced her, it was not likely that any one at Mistletoe would be unkind to her. The Duchess of Omnium did indeed remark to Lady Chiltern that she remembered something of the same kind happening to the same girl soon after her own marriage. As the Duchess had now been married a great many years, this was unkind. But it was known that when the Duchess of Omnium did dislike any one, she never scrupled to show it. "Lord Rufford is about the silliest man of his day," she said afterwards to the same lady. "But there is one thing which I do not think even he is silly enough to do." It was nearly 10 o'clock when the gentleman came into the room, and then it was that the Duchess, Arabella's aunt, must find the opportunity of giving Lord Rufford the hint of which the Duke had spoken. He was to leave Mistletoe on the morrow, and might not improbably do so early. Of all women she was the steadiest, the most tranquil, the least abrupt in her movements. She could not pounce upon a man and nail him down and say what she had to say, let him be as unwilling as he might to hear it. At last, however, seeing Lord Rufford standing alone, he had then just left the sofa on which Arabella was still lying. Without any apparent effort she made her way up to his side. "You had rather a long day," she said. "Not particularly, Duchess." "You had to come home so far." "About the average distance. Did you think it a hard day, Maurice?" Then he called to his aid a certain Lord Maurice St. John, a hard-riding and hard-talking old friend of the Trefoil family, who gave the Duchess a very clear account of all the performance, during which Lord Rufford fell into an interesting conversation with Mrs. Mulready, the wife of the neighbouring bishop. After that the Duchess made another attempt. "Lord Rufford," she said, "we should be so glad if you would come back to us the first week in February. The Prices will be here, and the Mackenzies, and—" "I am pledged to stay with my sister till the 5th, and on the 6th Surbiton and all his lot come to me. Battersby, is it not the 6th that you and Surbiton come to Rufford?" "I rather think it is," said Battersby. "I wish it were possible. I like Mistletoe so much. It's so central." "Very well for hunting, is it not, Lord Rufford?" But that horrid Captain Battersby did not go out of the way. "I wonder whether Lady Chiltern would do me a favour," said Lord Rufford, stepping across the room in search of that lady. He might be foolish, but when the Duchess of Omnium declared him to be the silliest man of his day, I think she used a wrong epithet. The Duchess was very patient, and intended to try again, but on that evening she got no opportunity. Captain Battersby was Lord Rufford's particular friend on this occasion, and had come over with him from Mr. Surbiton's house. "Bat," he said, as they were sitting close to each other in the smoking room that night, "I mean to make an early start to morrow." "What, to get to Surbiton's?" "I've got something to do on the way. I want to look at a horse at Stamford." "I'll be off with you." "No, don't do that. I'll go in my own cart. I'll make my man get hold of my groom and manage it somehow. I can leave my things and you can bring them. Only say to-morrow that I was obliged to go." "I understand." "Heard something, you know, and all that kind of thing. Make my apologies to the Duchess. In point of fact, I must be in Stamford at 10. "I'll manage it all," said Captain Battersby, who made a very shrewd guess at the cause which drew his friend to such an uncomfortable proceeding. After that Lord Rufford went to his room and gave a good deal of trouble that night to some of the servants in reference to the steps which would be necessary to take him out of harm's way before the Duchess would be up on the morrow. Arabella, when she heard of the man's departure on the following morning, which she luckily did from her own maid, was for some time overwhelmed by it. Of course the man was running away from her. There could be no doubt of it. She had watched him narrowly on the previous evening, and had seen that her aunt had tried in vain to speak to him. But she did not on that account give up the game. At any rate they had not found her out at Mistletoe. That was something. Of course it would have been infinitely better for her could he have been absolutely caught and nailed down before he left the house. But that was perhaps more than she had a right to expect. She could still pursue him, still write to him, and at last, if necessary, force her father to do so. But she must trust now chiefly to her own correspondence. "He told me, aunt, the last thing last night that he was going," she said. "Why did you not mention it?" "I thought he would have told you. I saw him speaking to you. He had received some telegram about a horse. He's the most flighty man in the world about such things. I am to write to him before I leave this to-morrow." Then the Duchess did not believe a word of the engagement. She felt at any rate certain that if there was an engagement, Lord Rufford did not mean to keep it. End of Chapter 13 of Volume 2.
Chapter 14 of Volume 2 of The American Senator. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Alison Veldis. The American Senator by Anthony Trollope. Chapter 14 of Volume 2. The Senator is badly treated. When these great efforts were being made by Arabella Trefoil at Mistletoe, John Morton was vacillating in an unhappy mood between London and Bragton. It may be remembered that an offer was made to him as to the purchase of Chowton Farm. At that time the Mistletoe party was broken up, and Miss Trefoil was staying with her mother at the Connop Greens. By the morning post on the next day he received a note from the Senator, in which Mr. Gotobed stated that business required his presence at Dillsborough, and suggested that he should again become a guest at Bragton for a few days. Morton was so sick of his own company and so tired of thinking of his own affairs that he was almost glad to welcome the Senator. At any rate he had no means of escaping, and the Senator came. The two men were alone at the house, and the Senator was full of his own wrongs as well as those of Englishmen in general. Mr. Bearside had written to him very cautiously, but pressing for an immediate remittance of £25, and explaining that the great case could not be carried on without that sum of money. This might have been very well, as being open to the idea that the Senator had the option of either paying the money or of allowing the great case to be abandoned, but that the attorney in the last paragraph of his letter intimated that the Senator would be of course aware that he was liable for the whole cost of the action, be it what it might. He had asked a legal friend in London his opinion, and the legal friend had seemed to think that perhaps he was liable. What orders he had given to Bearside he had given without any witness, and at any rate had already paid a certain sum. The legal friend, when he heard all that Mr. Gotobed was able to tell him about Goarly, had advised the Senator to settle with Bearside, taking a due receipt and having some person with him when he did so. The legal friend had thought that a small sum of money would suffice. "He went so far as to suggest," said the Senator with indignant energy, "that if I contested my liability to the man's charges, the matter would go against me because I had interfered in such a case on the unpopular side. I should think that in this great country I should find justice administered on other terms than that." Morton attempted to explain to him that his legal friend had not been administering justice, but only giving advice. He had, so Morton told him, undoubtedly taken up the case of one blackguard, and in urging it had paid his money to another. He had done so as a foreigner, loudly proclaiming as his reason for such action that the man he supported would be unfairly treated unless he gave his assistance. Of course he could not expect sympathy. "I want no sympathy," said the Senator. "I only want justice." Then the two gentlemen had become a little angry with each other. Morton was the last man in the world to have been aggressive on such a matter, but with the Senator it was necessary either to be prostrate or to fight. But with Mr. Gotobed such fighting never produced ill blood. It was the condition of his life, and it must be supposed that he liked it. On the next morning he did not scruple to ask his host's advice as to what he had better do, and they agreed to walk across to Goarly's house and to ascertain from the man himself what he thought or might have to say about his own case. On their way they passed up the road leading to Chowton Farm, and at the gate leading into the garden they found Larry Twentyman standing. Morton shook hands with the young farmer and introduced the Senator. Larry was still woe-begone, though he endeavoured to shake off his sorrows and to appear to be gay. "I never see much of the man," he said, when they told him that they were going across to call upon his neighbour, "and I don't know that I want to." "He doesn't seem to have much friendship among you all," said the Senator. "Quite as much as he deserves, Mr. Gotobed," replied Larry. The Senator's name had lately become familiar as a household word in Dillsborough, and was, to tell the truth, odious to such men as Larry Twentyman. "He's a thundering rascal, and the only place fit for him in the county is Rufford Gaol. He's like to be there soon, I think." "That's what provokes me," said the Senator. "You think he's a rascal, mister?" "I do." "And because you take upon yourself to think so, you'd send him to Rufford Gaol. There was one gentleman somewhere about here told me he ought to be hung, and because I would not agree with him, he got up and walked away from me at table, carrying his provisions with him. Another man in the next field to this insulted me because I said I was going to see Goarly. Clergymen in Dillsborough and the hotel keepers were just as hard upon me. But you see, mister, that what we want to find out is whether Goarly or the Lord has the right of it in this particular case." "I know which has the right without any more finding out," said Larry. "The shortest way to his house is by the ride through the wood, Mr. Morton. It takes you out on his land on the other side. But I don't think you'll find him there. One of my men told me that he had made himself scarce." Then he added, as the two were going on, "I should like to have just a word with you, Mr. Morton. I've been thinking of what you said, and I know it was kind. I'll take a month over it. I won't talk of selling Chowton till the end of February, but if I feel about it then as I do now, I can't say." "That's right, Mr. Twentyman, and work hard like a man through the month. Go out hunting, and don't allow yourself a moment for moping." "I will," said Larry, as he retreated to the house, and then he gave directions that his horse might be ready for the morrow. They went in through the wood, and the Senator pointed out the spot at which Bean the gamekeeper had been so insolent to him. He could not understand, he said, why he should be treated so roughly, as these men must be aware that he had nothing to gain himself. "If I were to go into Mickewa," said Morton, "and interfere there with the peculiarities of the people as you have done here, it's my belief that they'd had the eyes out of my head long before this." "That only shows that you don't know Mickewa," said the Senator. "Its people are the most law-abiding population on the face of the earth." They passed through the wood, and a couple of fields brought them to Goarly's house. As they approached it by the back, the only live thing they saw was the old goose which had been so cruelly deprived of her companions and progeny. The goose was waddling round the dirty pool, and there were to be seen sundry ugly signs of a poor man's habitation, but it was not till they had knocked at the window as well as the door that Mrs. Goarly showed herself. She remembered the Senator at once and curtsied to him, and when Morton introduced himself she curtsied again to the Squire of Bragton. When Goarly was asked for, she shook her head and declared that she knew nothing about him. He had been gone, she said, for the last week, and had left no word as to whither he was going, nor had he told her why. "Has he given up his action against Lord Rufford?" asked the Senator. "Indeed then, sir, I can't tell you a word about it." "I've been told that he has taken Lord Rufford's money." "He ain't a taken no money as I've seed, sir. I wish he had, for money's sore wanted here, and if the gentleman has a mind to be kind-hearted." Then she intimated her own readiness to take any contribution to the good cause which the Senator might be willing to make at that moment. But the Senator buttoned up his breeches pockets with stern resolution. Though he still believed Lord Rufford to be altogether wrong, he was beginning to think that the Goarlys were not worthy of his benevolence. As she came to the door with them and accompanied them a few yards across the field, she again told the tragic tale of her goose, but the Senator had not another word to say to her. On that same day Morton drove Mr. Gotobed into Dillsborough and consented to go with him to Mr. Bearside's office. They found the attorney at home, and before anything was said as to payment they heard his account of the action. If Goarly had consented to take any money from Lord Rufford, he knew nothing about it. As far as he was aware, the action was going on. Ever so many witnesses must be brought from a distance who had seen the crop standing and who would have no bias against the owner, as would be the case with neighbours such as Lawrence Twentyman. Of course it was not easy to oppose such a man as Lord Rufford, and a little money must be spent. Indeed, such, he said, was his interest in the case that he had already gone further than he ought to have done out of his own pocket. Of course they would be successful, that is if the matter were carried on with spirit, and then the money would all come back again. But just at present a little money must be spent. "I don't mean to spend it," said the Senator. "I hope you won't stick to that, Mr. Gotobed." "But I shall, sir. I understand from your letter that you look to me for funds." "Certainly I do, Mr. Gotobed, because you told me to do so." "I told you nothing of the kind, Mr. Bearside." "You paid me £15 on account, Mr. Gotobed." "I paid you £15, certainly." "And told me that more should be coming as it was wanted. Do you think I should have gone on for such a man as Goarly, a fellow without a shilling, unless he had some one like you to back him? It isn't likely. Now, Mr. Morton, I appeal to you." "I don't suppose that my friend has made himself liable for your bill because he paid you £15 with the view of assisting Goarly," said Morton. "But he said that he meant to go on, Mr. Morton. He said that plain, and I can swear it. Now, Mr. Gotobed, you just say out like an honest man whether you didn't give me to understand that you meant to go on." "I never employed you or made myself responsible for your bill." You authorized me distinctly, most distinctly, and I shall stick to it. When a gentleman comes to a lawyer's office and pays his money and tells that lawyer as how he means to see the case out, explaining his reasons as you did when you said all that against the landlords and squires and nobility of this here country, why then that lawyer has a right to think that that gentleman is his mark." "I thought you were employed by Mr. Scrobby," said Morton, who had heard much of the story by this time. "Then, Mr. Morton, I must make bold to say that you have heard wrong. I know nothing of Mr. Scrobby, and don't want. There ain't nothing about the poisoning of that fox in this case of ours. Scrobby and Goarly may have done that, or Scrobby and Goarly may be as innocent as two babes unborn for aught I know or care. Excuse me, Mr. Morton, but I have to be on my P's and Q's, I see. This is a case for trespass and damage against Lord Rufford, in which we ask for 40 shillings an acre. Of course there's expenses. There's my own time. I ain't to be kept here talking to you two gentlemen for nothing, I suppose. Well, this gentleman comes to me and pays me £15 to go on. I couldn't have gone on without something. The gentleman saw that plain enough, and he told me he'd see me through the rest of it." "I said nothing of the kind, sir." "Very well, then we must put it to a jury. May I make bold to ask whether you are going out of the country all at once?" "I shall be here for the next 2 months at least." "Happy to hear it, sir, and I've no doubt it will all be settled before that time, amiable or otherwise. But as I am money out of pocket, I did hope you would have paid me something on account to-day." Then Mr. Gotobed made his offer, informing Mr. Bearside that he had brought his friend Mr. Morton with him in order that there might be a witness. "I could see that, sir, with half an eye," said the attorney, unabashed. He was willing to pay Mr. Bearside a further sum of £10 immediately to be quit of the affair, not because he thought that any such sum was due, but because he wished to free himself from further trouble in the matter. Mr. Bearside hinted in a very cavalier way that £20 might be thought of. A further payment of £20 would cover the money he was out of pocket. But this proposition Mr. Gotobed indignantly refused, and then left the office with his friend. "Wherever there are lawyers there will be rogues," said the Senator, as soon as he found himself in the street. "It is a noble profession, that of the law, the finest perhaps that the work of the world affords, but it gives scope and temptation for roguery. I do not think, however, that you would find anything in America so bad as that." "Why did you go to him without asking any questions?" "Of whom was I to ask questions? When I took up Goarly's case he had already put it into this man's hands." "I'm sorry you should be troubled, Mr. Gotobed, but upon my word I cannot say but what it serves you right." "That is because you are offended with me. I endeavour to protect a poor man against a rich man, and that in this country is cause of offence." After leaving the attorney's office they called on Mr. Mainwaring the rector, and found that he knew, or professed to know, a great deal more about Goarly than they had learnt from Bearside. According to his story, Nickem, who was clerk to Mr. Masters, had Goarly in safe keeping somewhere. The rector indeed was acquainted with all the details. Scrobby had purchased the red herrings and strychnine, and had employed Goarly to walk over by night to Rufford and fetch them. The poison at that time had been duly packed in the herrings. Goarly had done this, and had, at Scrobby's instigation, laid the bait down in Dillsborough Wood. Nickem was now at work trying to learn where Scrobby had purchased the poison, as it was feared that Goarly's evidence alone would not suffice to convict the man. But if the strychnine could be traced and the herrings, then there would be almost a certainty of punishing Scrobby. "And what about Goarly?" asked the Senator. "He would escape, of course," said the rector. "He would get a little money, and after such an experience would probably become a good friend to fox hunting." "And quite a respectable man." The rector did not guarantee this, but seemed to think that there would at any rate be promise of improved conduct. "The place ought to be too hot to hold him," exclaimed the Senator indignantly. The rector seemed to think it possible that he might find it uncomfortable at first, in which case he would sell the land at a good price to Lord Rufford, and every one concerned would have been benefited by the transaction, except Scrobby, for whom no one would feel any pity. The two gentlemen then promised to come and dine with the rector on the following day. He feared, he said, that he could not make up a party as there was, he declared, nobody in Dillsborough. "I never knew such a place," said the rector, "except old Nupper, who is there. Masters is a very decent fellow himself, but he has got out of that kind of thing, and you can't ask a man without asking his wife. As for clergymen, I'm sick of dining with my own cloth and discussing the troubles of sermons. There never was such a place as Dillsborough." Then he whispered a word to the squire. Was the squire unwilling to meet his cousin Reginald Morton? Things were said, and people never knew what was true and what was false. Then John Morton declared that he would be very happy to meet his cousin. End of chapter 14. Chapter 15 of Volume 2 of The American Senator. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Alison Valdis. The American Senator by Anthony Trollope. Chapter 15 of Volume 2. Mr. Mainwaring's Little Dinner. The company at the rector's house consisted of the senator, the two Mortons, Mr. Surtees, the curate, and old Dr. Nupper. Mrs. Mainwaring was not well enough to appear, and the rector therefore was able to indulge himself in what he called a bachelor party. As a rule he disliked clergymen, but at the last had been driven to invite his curate because he thought 6 a better number than 5 for joviality. He began by asking questions as to the Trefoils, which were not very fortunate. Of course he had heard that Morton was to marry Arabella Trefoil, and though he made no direct allusion to the fact, as Reginald had done, he spoke in a bland eulogistic tone which clearly showed his purpose. "They went with you to Lord Rufford's, I was told." "Yes, they did." "And now they have left the neighbourhood. A very clever young lady, Miss Trefoil, and so is her mother, a very clever woman." The senator, to whom a sort of appeal was made, nodded his assent. "Lord Augustus, I believe, is a brother of the Duke of Mayfair." "Yes, he is," said Morton. "I am afraid we are going to have frost again." Then Reginald Morton was sure that the marriage would never take place. "The Trefoils are a very distinguished family," continued the rector. "I remember the present Duke's father when he was in the Cabinet, and knew this man almost intimately when we were at Christ Church together. I don't think this Duke ever took a prominent part in politics." "I don't know that he ever did," said Morton. "Dear, dear, how tipsy he was once driving back to Oxford with me in a gig. But he has the reputation of being one of the best landlords in the country now." "I wonder what it is that gives a man the reputation of being a good landlord. Is it foxes?" asked the senator. The rector acknowledged with a smile that foxes helped. "Or does it mean that he lets his land below the value? If so, he certainly does more harm than good, though he may like the popularity which he is rich enough to buy." "It means that he does not exact more than his due," said the rector indiscreetly. "When I hear a man so highly praised for common honesty, I am of course led to suppose that dishonesty in his particular trade is the common rule. The body of English landlords must be exorbitant tyrants when one among them is so highly eulogized for taking no more than his own." Luckily at that moment dinner was announced, and the exceptional character of the Duke of Mayfair was allowed to drop. Mr. Mainwaring's dinner was very good and his wines were excellent, a fact of which Mr. Mainwaring himself was much better aware than any of his guests. There is a difficulty in the giving of dinners of which Mr. Mainwaring and some other hosts have become painfully aware. What service do you do to any one in pouring your best claret down his throat, when he knows no difference between that and a much more humble vintage, your best claret, which you feel so sure you cannot replace? Why import canvas-back ducks for appetites which would be quite as well satisfied with those of the next farmyard? Your soup, which has been a care since yesterday, your fish got down with so great trouble from Bond Street on that very day, your saddle of mutton, in selecting which you have affronted every butcher in the neighbourhood, are all plainly thrown away. And yet the hospitable hero, who would fain treat his friends as he would be treated himself, can hardly arrange his dinners according to the palates of his different guests. Nor will he like, when strangers sit at his board, to put nothing better on his table than that cheaper wine with which needful economy induces him to solace himself when alone. I who write this, have myself seen an honoured guest deluge with the pump my so hardly earned, most scarce, and most peculiar vintage. There is a pang in such usage which some will not understand, but which cut Mr. Mainwaring to the very soul. There was not one among them there who appreciated the fact that the claret on his dinner table was almost the best that its year had produced. It was impossible not to say a word on such a subject at such a moment, though our rector was not a man who usually lauded his own viands. "I think you will find the claret what you like, Mr. Gotobed," he said. "It's a 57 Monton, and judges say that it is good." "Very good indeed," said the Senator. "In the States we haven't got into the way yet of using dinner clarets." It was as good as a play to see the rector wince under the ignominious word. "Your great statesman added much to your national comfort when he took the duty off the lighter kinds of French wines." The rector could not stand it. He hated light wines. He hated cheap things in general, and he hated Gladstone in particular. "Nothing," said he, "that the statesman you speak of ever did could make such wine as that any cheaper. I am sorry, sir, that you don't perceive the difference." "In the matter of wine," said the Senator, "I don't think that I've happened to come across anything so good in this country as our old Madeiras. But then, sir, we've been fortunate in our climate. The English atmosphere is not one in which wine seems to reach its full perfection." The rector heaved a deep sigh as he looked up to the ceiling with his hands in his trousers pockets. He knew, or thought that he knew, that no one could ever get a glass of good wine in the United States. He knew, or thought that he knew, that the best wine in the world was brought to England. He knew, or thought he knew, that in no other country was wine so well understood, so diligently sought for, and so truly enjoyed as in England. And he imagined that it was less understood and less sought for and less enjoyed in the States than in any other country. He did not as yet know the Senator well enough to fight with him at his own table, and could only groan and moan and look up at the ceiling. Dr. Nupper endeavoured to take away the sting by smacking his lips, and Reginald Morton, who did not in truth care a straw what he drank, was moved to pity and declared the claret to be very fine. "I have nothing to say against it," said the Senator, who was not in the least abashed. But when the cloth was drawn, for the rector clung so lovingly to old habits that he delighted to see his mahogany beneath the wine glasses, a more serious subject of dispute arose suddenly, though perhaps hardly more disagreeable. "The thing in England," said the Senator, "which I find most difficult to understand, is the matter of what you call church patronage." "If you'll pass half an hour with Mr. Surtees to-morrow morning, he'll explain it all to you," said the rector, who did not like that any subject connected with his profession should be mooted after dinner. "I should be delighted," said Mr. Surtees. "Nothing would give me more pleasure," said the Senator. "But what I mean is this. The question is, of course, one of paramount importance." "No doubt it is," said the deluded rector. "It is very necessary to get good doctors." "Well, yes, rather, considering that all men wish to live." That observation, of course, came from Dr. Nupper. "And care is taken in employing a lawyer, though, after my experience of yesterday, not always, I should say, so much care as is needful. The man who wants such aid looks about him and gets the best doctor he can for his money, or the best lawyer. But here in England he must take the clergyman provided for him." "It would be very much better for him if he did," said the rector. "A clergyman at any rate is supposed to be appointed, and that clergyman he must pay." "Not at all," said the rector. "The clergy are paid by the wise provision of former ages." "We will let that pass for the present," said the Senator. "There he is, however he may be paid. How does he get there?" Now it was the fact that Mr. Mainwaring's living had been bought for him with his wife's money, a fact of which Mr. Gotobed was not aware, but which he would hardly have regarded had he known it. "How does he get there?" "In the the majority of cases the bishop puts him there," said Mr. Surtees. "And how is the bishop governed in his choice?" "As far as I can learn, the stipends are absurdly various, one man getting £100 a year for working like a horse in a big town, and another £1,000 for living an idle life in a luxurious country house. But the bishop, of course, gives the bigger plums to the best men. How is it then that the big plums find their way so often to the sons and sons-in-law and nephews of the bishops?" "Because the bishop has looked after their education and principles," said the rector. "And taught them how to choose their wives," said the senator with imperturbable gravity. "I am not the son of a bishop, sir," exclaimed the rector. "I wish you had been, sir, if it would have done you any good. A general can't make his son a colonel at the age of 25, or an admiral his son a first lieutenant, or a judge his a queen's counsellor. Nor can the head of an office promote his to be a chief secretary. It is only a bishop can do this. I suppose because a cure of souls is so much less important than the charge of a ship, or the discipline of 20 or 30 clerks." "The bishops don't do it," said the rector fiercely. "Then the statistics which have been put into my hands belie them. But how is it with those the bishops don't appoint? There seems to me to be such a complication of absurdities as to defy explanation." "I think I could explain them all," said Mr. Surtees mildly. "If you can do so satisfactorily, I shall be glad to hear it," continued the senator, who seemed in truth to be glad to hear no one but himself. "A lad of 21 learns his lessons so well that he has to be rewarded at his college, and a part of his reward consists in his having a parish entrusted to him when he is 40 years old, to which he can maintain his right whether he be in any way trained for such work or no. Is that true?" "His collegiate education is the best training he can have," said the rector. "I came across a young fellow the other day," continued the senator, "in a very nice house with £700 a year, and learned that he had inherited the living because he was his father's second son. Some poor clergyman had been keeping it ready for him for the last 15 years, and had to turn out as soon as this young spank could be made a clergyman." "It was his father's property," said the rector, "and the poor man had had great kindness shown him for those 15 years. "Exactly, his father's property. And this is what you call a cure of souls. And another man had absolutely had his living bought for him by his uncle, just as he might have bought him a farm. He couldn't have bought him the command of a regiment or a small judgeship. In those matters you require capacity. It is only when you deal with the church that you throw to the winds all ideas of fitness. Sir, or madam, or perhaps my little dear, you are bound to come to your places in church and hear me expound the word of God, because I have paid a heavy sum of money for the privilege of teaching you, at the moderate salary of £600 a year." Mr. Surtees sat aghast, with his mouth open, and knew not how to say a word. Dr. Nupper rubbed his red nose. Reginald Morton attempted some suggestion about the wine, which fell wretchedly flat. John Morton ventured to tell his friend that he did not understand the subject. "I shall be most happy to be instructed," said the senator. "Understand it!" said the rector, almost rising in his chair to rebuke the insolence of his guest. "He understands nothing about it, and yet he ventures to fall foul with unmeasured terms on an establishment which has been brought to its present condition by the fostering care of perhaps the most pious set of divines that ever lived, and which has produced results with which those of no other church can compare." "Have I represented anything untruly?" asked the senator. "A great deal, sir." "Only put me right, and no man will recall his words more readily. Is it not the case that livings in the Church of England can be bought and sold?" "The matter is one, sir," said the rector, "which cannot be discussed in this manner. There are 2 clergymen present to whom such language is distasteful, as it is also, I hope, to the others, who are all members of the Church of England. Perhaps you will allow me to request that the subject may be changed." After that, conversation flagged, and the evening was by no means joyous. The rector certainly regretted that his 57 claret should have been expended on such a man. "I don't think," said he, when John Morton had taken the senator away, "that in my whole life before I ever met such a brute as that American senator." End of chapter 15.
Chapter 16 of Volume 2 of The American Senator. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Piper Hayes. The American Senator by Anthony Trollope. Chapter 16 of Volume 2. Persecution. There was great consternation in the attorney's house after the writing of the letter to Lawrence Twentyman. For 24 hours Mrs. Masters did not speak to Mary, not at all intending to let her sin pass with such moderate punishment as that, but thinking during that period that as she might perhaps induce Larry to ignore the letter and look upon it as though it were not written, it would be best to say nothing till the time should come in which the lover might again urge his suit. But when she found on the evening of the second day that Larry did not come near the place, she could control herself no longer, and accused her stepdaughter of ruining herself, her father, and the whole family. "That is very unfair, mamma," Mary said. "I have done nothing. I have only not done that which nobody had a right to ask me to do." "Right indeed! And who are you with your rights? A decent, well-behaved young man with 500 or 600 a year has no right to ask you to be his wife. All this comes of you staying with an old woman with a handle to her name." It was in vain that Mary endeavoured to explain that she had not alluded to Larry when she declared that no one had a right to ask her to do it. She had, she said, always thanked him for his good opinion of her, and had spoken well of him whenever his name was mentioned. But it was a matter on which a young woman was entitled to judge for herself, and no one had a right to scold her because she could not love him. Mrs. Masters hated such arguments, despised this rhodomontade about love, and would have crushed the girl into obedience, could it have been possible. "You are an idiot," she said, "an ungrateful idiot. And unless you think better of it, you'll repent your folly to your dying day. Who do you think is to come running after a moping slut like you?" Then Mary gathered herself up and left the room, feeling that she could not live in the house if she were to be called a slut. Soon after this Larry came to the attorney and got him to come out into the street and to walk with him round the churchyard. It was the spot in Dillsborough in which they would most certainly be left undisturbed. This took place on the day before his proposition for the sale of Chowton Farm. When he got the attorney into the churchyard, he took out Mary's letter and, in speechless agony, handed it to the attorney. "I saw it before it went," said Masters, putting it back with his hand. "I suppose she means it?" asked Larry. "I can't say to you but what she does, Twentyman. As far as I know her, she isn't a girl that would ever say anything that she didn't mean." "I was sure of that. When I got it and read it, it was just as though some one had come behind me and hit me over the head with a wheel spoke. I couldn't have ate a morsel of breakfast if I knew I wasn't to see another bit of food for 24 hours. I knew you would feel it, Larry." "Feel it? Till it came to this, I didn't think of myself but what I had more strength. It has knocked me about till I feel all over like drinking." "Don't do that, Larry." "I won't answer for myself what I'll do. A man sets his heart on a thing, just on one thing, and has grit enough in him to be sure of himself that if he can get that, nothing shall knock him over. When that thoroughbred mare of mine slipped her foal, who can say I ever whimpered? When I got Pluro among the cattle, I killed a most of a lot of them out of hand, and never laid awake a night about it. But I've got it so heavy this time I can't stand it. You don't think I have any chance, Mr. Masters?" "You can try, of course. You're welcome to the house." "But what do you think? You must know her." "Girls do change their minds." "But she isn't like other girls, is she now? I come to you because I sometimes think Mrs. Masters is a little hard on her." Mrs. Masters is about the best friend I have. There isn't anybody more on my side than she is, but I feel sure of this, Mary will never be drove." "I don't think she will, Larry." "She's got a will of her own as well as another. No man alive ever had a better daughter." "I'm sure of that, Mr. Masters, and no man alive will ever have a better wife. But she won't be drove. I might ask her again, you think?" "You certainly have my leave." "But would it be any good? I'd rather cut my throat and have done with it, than go about teasing her because her parents let me come to her." Then there was a pause, during which they walked on, the attorney feeling that he had nothing more to say. "What I want to know," said Larry, "is this: is there anybody else?" That was just the point on which the attorney himself was perplexed. He had asked Mary that question, and her silence had assured him that it was so. Then he had suggested to her the name of the only probable suitor that occurred to him, and she had repelled the idea in a manner that had convinced him at once. There was some one, but Mr. Surtees was not the man. There was some one, he was sure, but he had not been able to cross-examine her on the subject. He had, since that, cudgelled his brain to think who that some one might be, but had not succeeded in suggesting a name even to himself. That of Reginald Morton, who hardly ever came to the house, and whom he regarded as a silent, severe, unapproachable man, did not come into his mind. Among the young ladies of Dillsborough, Reginald Morton was never regarded as even a possible lover, and yet there was assuredly some one. "If there is any one else, I think you ought to tell me," continued Larry. "It is quite possible." "Young Surtees, I suppose?" "I do not say there is anybody, but if there be anybody, I do not think it is Surtees." "Who else then?" "I cannot say, Larry. I know nothing about it. But there is some one. I do not say so. You ask me, and I tell you all I know." Again they walked round the churchyard in silence, and the attorney began to be anxious that the interview might be over. He hardly liked to be interrogated about the state of his daughter's heart, and yet he had felt himself bound to tell what he knew to the man who had in all respects behaved well to him. When they had returned for the third or fourth time to the gate by which they had entered, Larry spoke again. "I suppose I may as well give it up." "What can I say?" "You have been fair enough, Mr. Masters, and so has she, and so has everybody. I shall just get away as quick as I can and go and hang myself. I feel above bothering her any more. When she sat down to write a letter like that she must have been in earnest." "She certainly was in earnest, Larry." "What's the use of going on after that? Only it is so hard for a fellow to feel that everything is gone. It is just as though the house was burnt down, or I was to wake in the morning and find that the land didn't belong to me." "Not so bad as that, Larry." "Not so bad, Mr. Masters? Then you don't know what it is I'm feeling. I'd let his lordship or Squire Morton have it all, and go in upon it as a tenant at 30 shillings an acre, so that I could take her along with me. I would, and sell the horses and set to and work in my shirt sleeves. A man could stand that. Nobody wouldn't laugh at me then. But there's an emptiness now here that makes me sick all through, as though I hadn't got stomach left for anything." Then poor Larry put his hand upon his heart and hid his face upon the churchyard wall. The attorney made some attempt to say a kind word to him, and then, leaving him there, slowly made his way back to his office. We already know what first step Larry took with the intention of running away from his cares. In the house at Dillsborough things were almost as bad as they were with him. Over and over again Mrs. Masters told her husband that it was all his fault, and that if he had torn the letter when it was showed to him, everything would have been right by the end of the 2 months. This he bore with what equanimity he could, shutting himself up very much in his office, occasionally escaping for a quarter of an hour of ease to his friends at the Bush, and eating his meals in silence. But when he became aware that his girl was being treated with cruelty, that she was never spoken to by her stepmother without harsh words, and that her sisters were encouraged to be disdainful to her, then his heart rose within him and he rebelled. He declared aloud that Mary should not be persecuted, and if this kind of thing were continued he would defend his girl, let the consequences be what they might. "What are you going to defend her against?" asked his wife. "I won't have her ill used because she refuses to marry at your bidding." "Bah! You know as much how to manage a girl as though you were an old maid yourself. Cocker her up and make her think that nothing is good enough for her. Break her spirit and make her come round, and teach her to know what it is to have an honest man's house offered to her. If she don't take Larry Twentyman's, she's like to have none of her own before long." But Mr. Masters would not assent to this plan of breaking his girl's spirit, and so there was continual war in the place, and every one there was miserable. Mary herself was so unhappy that she convinced herself that it was necessary that some change should be made. Then she remembered Lady Ushant's offer of a home, and not only the offer, but the old lady's assurance that to herself such an arrangement, if possible, would be very comfortable. She did not suggest to herself that she would leave her father's home for ever and always, but it might be that an absence of some months might relieve the absolute misery of their present mode of living. The effect on her father was so sad that she was almost driven to regret that he should have taken her own part. Her stepmother was not a bad woman, nor did Mary even now think her to be bad. She was a hard-working, painstaking wife, with a good general idea of justice. In the division of puddings and pies and other material comforts of the household, she would deal evenly between her own children and her stepdaughter. She had not desired to send Mary away to an inadequate home, or with a worthless husband, but when the proper home and the proper man were there, she was prepared to use any amount of hardship to secure these good things to the family generally. This hardship Mary could not endure, nor could Mary's father on her behalf, and therefore Mary prepared a letter to Lady Ushant, in which, at great length, she told her old friend the whole story. She spoke as tenderly as was possible of all concerned, but declared that her stepmother's feelings on the subject were so strong that every one in the house was made wretched. Under these circumstances, for her father's sake, if only for that, she thought herself bound to leave the house. "It is quite impossible," she said, "that I should do as they wish me. That is a matter on which a young woman must judge for herself. If you could have me for a few months, it would perhaps all pass by. I should not dare to ask this but for what you said yourself. And, dear Lady Ushant, pray remember that I do not want to be idle. There are a great many things I can do, and though I know that nothing can pay for kindness, I might perhaps be able not to be a burden." Then she added in a postscript, "Papa is everything that is kind, but then all this makes him so miserable." When she had kept the letter by her for a day, she showed it to her father, and by his consent it was sent. After much consultation it was agreed between them that nothing should be said about it to Mrs. Masters till the answer should come, and that, should the answer be favourable, the plan should be carved out in spite of any domestic opposition. In this letter Mary told as accurately as she could the whole story of Larry's courtship, and was very clear in declaring that under no possible circumstances could she encourage any hope. But of course she said not a word as to any other man, or as to any love on her side. "Have you told her everything?" said her father as he closed the letter. "Yes, papa, everything that there is to be told." Then there arose within his own bosom an immense desire to know that secret, so that if possible he might do something to relieve her pain, but he could not bring himself to ask further questions. Lady Ushant, on receiving the letter, much doubted what she ought to do. She acknowledged at once Mary's right to appeal to her, and assured herself that the girl's presence would be a comfort and a happiness to herself. If Mary were quite alone in the world, Lady Ushant would have been at once prepared to give her a home, but she doubted as to the propriety of taking the girl from her own family. She doubted even whether it would not be better that Mary should be left within the influence of Larry Twentyman's charms. A settlement, an income, and assured comforts for life are very serious things to all people who have reached Lady Ushant's age. And then she had a doubt within her own mind whether Mary might not be debarred from accepting this young man by some unfortunate preference for Reginald Morton. She had seen them together, and had suspected something of the truth before it had glimmered before the eyes of any one in Dillsborough. Had Reginald been so inclined, Lady Ushant would have been very glad to see him marry Mary Masters. For both their sakes she would have preferred such a match to one with the owner of Chowton Farm. But she did not think that Reginald himself was that way minded, and she fancied that poor Mary might be throwing away her prosperity in life were she to wait for Reginald's love. Larry Twentyman was at any rate sure, and perhaps it might be unwise to separate the girl from her lover. In her doubt she determined to refer the case to Reginald himself, and instead of writing to Mary, she wrote to him. She did not send him Mary's letter, which would, she felt, have been a breach of faith, nor did she mention the name of Larry Twentyman, but she told him that Mary had proposed to come to Cheltenham for a long visit, because there were disturbances at home, which disturbances had arisen from her rejection of a certain suitor. Lady Ushant said a great deal as to the inexpediency of fostering family quarrels, and suggested that Mary might perhaps have been a little impetuous. The presence of this lover could hardly do her much injury. These were not days in which young women were forced to marry men. What did he, Reginald Morton, think about it? He was to remember that as far as she herself was concerned, she dearly loved Mary Masters, and would be delighted to have her at Cheltenham, and so remembering, he was to see the attorney, and Mary herself, and if necessary Mrs. Masters, and then to report his opinion to Cheltenham. Then, fearing that her nephew might be away for a day or two, or that he might not be able to perform his commission instantly, and thinking that Mary might be unhappy if she received no immediate reply to such a request as hers had been, Lady Ushant by the same post wrote to her young friend as follows: Dear Mary, Reginald will go over and see your father about your proposition. As far as I myself am concerned, nothing would give me so much pleasure. This is quite sincere. But the matter is in other respects very important. Of course I have kept your letter all to myself, and in writing to Reginald I have mentioned no names. Your affectionate friend, Margaret Ushant. End of chapter 16 of volume 2.
Chapter 17 of Volume 2 of The American Senator. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Nicholas Clifford. The American Senator by Anthony Trollope. Chapter 17 of Volume 2. Particularly Proud of You. Arabella Trefoil left her uncle's mansion on the day after her lover's departure, certainly not in triumph, but with somewhat recovered spirits. When she first heard that Lord Rufford was gone, that he had fled away, as it were, in the middle of the night, without saying a word to her, without a syllable to make good the slight assurances of his love that had been given to her in the post-carriage, she felt that she was deserted and betrayed. and when she found herself altogether neglected on the following day, and that the slightly valuable impression which she had made on her aunt was apparently gone, she did for half an hour think in earnest of the Paragon and Patagonia. But after a while she called to mind all that she knew of great efforts successfully made in opposition to almost overwhelming difficulties. She had heard of forlorn hopes, and perhaps in her young days had read something of Caesar still clinging to his commentaries as he struggled in the waves. This was her forlorn hope, and she would be as brave as any soldier of them all. Lord Rufford's embraces were her commentaries, and let the winds blow and the waves roll as they might, she would still cling to them. After lunch she spoke to her aunt with great courage, as the Duchess thought with great effrontery. My uncle wouldn't speak to Lord Rufford before he went? How could he speak to a man who ran away from his house in that way? The running away, as you call it, aunt, it did not take place till 2 days after I had told you all about it. I thought he would have done as much as that for his brother's daughter. I don't believe in it at all, said the Duchess sternly. Don't believe in what, aunt? You don't mean to say that you don't believe that Lord Rufford has asked me to be his wife? Then she paused, but the Duchess absolutely lacked the courage to express her conviction again. I don't suppose it signifies much, continued Arabella, but of course it would have been something to me that Lord Rufford should have known that the Duke was anxious for my welfare. He was quite prepared to have assured my uncle of his intentions. Then why didn't he speak himself? Because the Duke is not my father. Really, aunt, when I hear you talk of his running away, I do feel it to be unkind. As if we didn't all know that a man like that goes and comes as he pleases. It was just before dinner that he got the message, and was he to run around and wish everybody good-bye like a schoolgirl going to bed? The Duchess was almost certain that no message had come, and from various little things which she had observed, and from tidings which had reached her, very much doubted whether Arabella had known anything of his intended going. She, too, had a maid of her own who on occasions could bring information, but she had nothing further to say on the subject. If Arabella should ever become Lady Rufford, she would, of course, among other visitors be occasionally received at Mistletoe. She could never be a favourite, but things would to a certain degree have rectified themselves. But if, as the Duchess expected, no such marriage took place, then this ill-conducted niece should never be admitted within the house again. Later on in the afternoon, some hours after it had become dusk, Arabella contrived to meet her aunt in the hall with a letter in her hand, and asked where the letter-box was. She knew where to deposit her letters as well as did the Duchess herself, but she desired an opportunity of proclaiming what she had done. I am writing to Lord Rufford. Perhaps as I am in your house I ought to tell you what I have done. The letter-box is in the billiard-room close to the door, said the Duchess, passing on. Then she added as she went, the post for to-day is gone already. His lordship will have to wait a day for his letter. I dare say it won't break his heart, said Arabella, as she turned away to the billiard-room. All this had been planned, and moreover she had so written her letter that if her magnificent aunt should condescend to tamper with it, all that was in it should seem to corroborate her own story. The Duchess would have considered herself disgraced if she had ever done such a thing, but the niece of the Duchess did not understand that this would be so. The letter was as follows: Mistletoe, 19th January 1875. Dearest R. Your going off like that was, after all, very horrid. My aunt thinks that you were running away from me. I think that you were running away from her. Which was true? In real earnest, I don't for a moment think that either I or the Duchess had anything to do with it, and that you did go because some horrid man wrote and asked you. I know you don't like being bound by any of the conventionalities. I hope there is such a word, and that if not, you'll understand it just the same. Oh, Peltry, and oh, Jack, and oh, that road back to Stamford. I am so stiff that I can't sit upright, and everybody is cross to me, and everything is uncomfortable. What horrible things women are! There isn't one here, not even old Lady Rumpus, who hasn't an unmarried daughter left in the world, who isn't jealous of me because I must leave you to guess why they all hate me so. And I'm sure if you had given Jack to any other woman I should hate her, though you may give every horse you have to any man that you please. I wonder whether I shall have another day's hunting before it is all over. I suppose not. It was almost by a miracle that we managed yesterday. Only fancy, yesterday. It seems to be an age ago. Pray, pray, pray write to me at once, to the Connop Greens, so that I may get a nice, soft, pleasant word directly I get among those nasty, hard, unpleasant people. They have lots of money and plenty of furniture, and I dare say the best things to eat and drink in the world, but nothing else. There will be no Jack, and if there were, alas, alas, no one to show me the way to ride him. I start to-morrow, and as far as I understand, shall have to make my way into Hampshire all by myself, with only such security as my maid can give me. I shall make her go in the same carriage, and shall have the gratification of looking at her all the way. I suppose I ought not to say that I will shut my eyes and try to think that somebody else is there. Good-bye, dear, dear, dear R. I shall be dying for a letter from you. Yours ever, with all my heart, A. P.S. I shall write you a serious epistle when I get to the Greens. This was not such a letter as she thought that her aunt would approve, but it was, she fancied, such as the Duchess would believe that she would write to her lover. And if it were allowed to go on its way, it would make Lord Rufford feel that she was neither alarmed nor displeased by the suddenness of his departure. But it was not expected to do much good. It might produce some short, joking, half-affectionate reply, but it would not draw from him that serious word which was so necessary for the success of her scheme. Therefore she had told him that she intended to prepare a serious missile. Should this pleasant little message of love miscarry, the serious missile would still be sent, and the miscarriage would occasion no harm. But then further plans were necessary. It might be that Lord Rufford would take no notice of the serious missile, which she thought very probable. Or it might be that he would send back a serious reply, in which he would calmly explain to her that she had unfortunately mistaken his sentiments, which she believed would be a stretch of manhood beyond his reach. But in either case she would be prepared with the course which she would follow. In the first she would begin by forcing her father to write him a letter which she herself would dictate. In the second she would set the whole family at him, as far as the family were within her reach. With her cousin Lord Mistletoe, who was only 2 years older than herself, she had always held pleasant relations. They had been children together, and as they had grown up the young lord had liked his pretty cousin. Latterly they had seen each other but rarely, and therefore the feeling still remained. She would tell Lord Mistletoe her whole story, that is, the story as she would please to tell it, and implore his aid. Her father should be driven to demand from Lord Rufford an execution of his alleged promises. She herself would write such a letter to the Duke as an uncle should be unable not to notice. She would move heaven and earth as to her wrongs. She thought that if her friends would stick to her, Lord Rufford would be weak as water in their hands. But it must be all done immediately, so that if everything failed she might be ready to start to Patagonia sometime in April. When she looked back and remembered that it was hardly more than 2 months since she had been taken to Rufford Hall by Mr. Morton, she could not accuse herself of having lost any time. In London she met her mother, as to which meeting there had been some doubt, and underwent the tortures of a close examination. She had thought it prudent on this occasion to tell her mother something, but not to tell anything quite truly. "He has proposed to me," she said. "He has!" said Lady Augustus, holding up her hands almost in awe. "Is there anything so wonderful in that?" Then it is all arranged. Does the Duke know it?" "It is not at all arranged by any means, and the Duke does not know it. Now, mamma, after that I must decline to answer any more questions. I have done this all myself, and I mean to continue it in the same way." "Did he speak to the Duke? You will tell me that." "I will tell you nothing." "You will drive me mad, Arabella." "That will be better than your driving me mad just at present. You ought to feel that I have a great deal to think of." "And have not I?" "You can't help me, not at present." "But he did propose, in absolute words?" "Mamma, what a goose you are! Do you suppose that men do it all now just as it is done in books? Miss Arabella Trefoil, will you do me the honour to become my wife? Do you think that Lord Rufford would ask the question in that way?" "It is a very good way." "Any way is a good way that answers the purpose. He has proposed, and I mean to make him stick to it." "You doubt, then?" "Mamma, you are so silly. Do you not know what such a man is well enough to be sure that he'll change his mind half a dozen times if he can? I don't mean to let him, and now, after that, I won't say another word." "I have got a letter here from Mr. Short saying that something must be fixed about Mr. Morton." Mr. Short was the lawyer who had been instructed to prepare the settlements. "Mr. Short may do whatever he likes," said Arabella. There were very hot words between them that night in London, but the mother could obtain no further information from her daughter. That serious epistle had been commenced even before Arabella had left Mistletoe, but the composition was one which required great care, and it was not completed and copied and recopied till she had been 2 days in Hampshire. Not even when it was finished did she say a word to her mother about it. She had doubted much as to the phrases which in such an emergency she ought to use, but she thought it safer to trust to herself than to her mother. In writing such a letter as that posted at Mistletoe, she believed herself to be happy. She could write it quickly, and understood that she could convey to her correspondent some sense of her assumed mood. But her serious letter would, she feared, be stiff and repulsive. Whether her fears were right, the reader shall judge, for the letter, when written, was as follows: Marigold Place, Basingstoke, Saturday. My dear Lord Rufford, you will, I suppose, have got the letter that I wrote before I left Mistletoe, and which I directed to Mr. Surbiton's. There was not much in it, except a word or two as to your going and as to my desolation, and just a reminiscence of the hunting. There was no reproach that you should have left me without any farewell, or that you should have gone so suddenly after saying so much without saying more. I wanted you to feel that you had made me very happy, and not to feel that your departure in such a way had robbed me of part of the happiness. It was a little bad of you, because it did of course leave me to the hardness of my aunt, and because all the other women there would of course follow her. She had inquired about our journey home, that dear journey home, and I had of course told her. Well, I had better say it out at once. I told her that we were engaged. You, I am sure, will think that the truth was best. She wanted to know why you did not go to the Duke. I told her that the Duke was not my father, but that as far as I was concerned, the Duke might speak to you or not as he pleased. I had nothing to conceal. I am very glad he did not, because he is pompous, and you would have been bored. If there is one thing I desire more than another, it is that nothing belonging to me shall ever be a bore to you. I hope I may never stand in the way of anything that will gratify you, as I said when you lit that cigar. You will have forgotten, I dare say. But, dear Rufford, dearest, I may say that, mayn't I? Say something, or do something, to make me satisfied. You know what I mean, don't you? It isn't that I am a bit afraid myself. I don't think so little of myself or so badly of you. But I don't like other women to look at me as though I ought not to be proud of anything. I am proud of everything, particularly proud of you and of Jack. Now, there is my serious epistle, and I am sure that you will answer it like a dear, good, kind-hearted, loving lover. I won't be afraid of writing the word, nor of saying that I love you with all my heart, and that I am always your own Arabella. She kept the letter till the Sunday, thinking that she might have an answer to that written from Mistletoe, and that his reply might alter its tone, or induce her to put it aside altogether. But when on Sunday morning none came, her own was sent. The word in it which frightened herself was the word engaged. She tried various other phrases, but declared to herself at last that it was useless to beat about the bush. He must know the light in which she was pleased to regard those passages of love which she had permitted, so that there might be no mistake. Whether the letter would be to his liking or not, it must be of such a nature that it would certainly draw from him an answer on which she could act. She herself did not like the letter, but considering her difficulties, we may own that it was not much amiss. End of Chapter 17 of Volume 2.
Chapter 18 of Volume 2 of The American Senator. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Mullane. The American Senator by Anthony Trollope. Chapter 18 of Volume 2. Lord Rufford makes up his mind. As it happened, Lord Rufford got the two letters together, the cause of which was as follows. When he ran away from Mistletoe, as he certainly did, he had thought much about that journey home in the carriage, and was quite aware that he had made an ass of himself. As he sat at dinner on that day at Mistletoe, his neighbour had said some word to him, in joke, as to his attachment to Miss Trefoil, and after the ladies had left the room, another neighbour of the other sex had hoped that he had had a pleasant time on the road. Again, in the drawing-room it had seemed to him that he was observed. He could not refrain from saying a few words to Arabella as she lay on the sofa. Not to do so after what had occurred would have been in itself peculiar, but when he did so, some other man who was near her made way for him, as though she were acknowledged to be altogether his property. And then the Duchess had striven to catch him and lead him into special conversation. When this attempt was made, he decided that he must at once retreat, or else make up his mind to marry the young lady, and therefore he retreated. He breakfasted that morning at the inn at Stamford, and as he smoked his cigar afterwards, he positively resolved that he would under no circumstances marry Arabella Trefoil. He was being hunted and run down, and with the instinct of all animals that are hunted, he prepared himself for escape. It might be said, no doubt would be said, that he behaved badly. That would be said because it would not be open to him to tell the truth. The lady in such a case can always tell her story, with what exaggeration she may please to give, and can complain. The man never can do so. When inquired into, he cannot say that he has been pursued. He cannot tell her friends that she began it, and in point of fact did it all. She would fall into my arms, she would embrace me, she persisted in asking me whether I loved her. Though a man have to be shot for it, or kicked for it, or even though he have to endure perpetual scorn for it, he cannot say that, let it be ever so true. And yet is a man to be forced into a marriage which he despises? He would not be forced into the marriage, and the sooner he retreated, the less would be the metaphorical shooting and kicking and the real scorn. He must get out of it as best he could, but that he would get out of it he was quite determined. That afternoon he reached Mr. Surbiton's house, as did also Captain Battersby and his horses, grooms, and other belongings. When there he received a lot of letters, and among others one from Mr. Runciman of the Bush, inquiring as to a certain hiring of rooms and preparation for a dinner, or dinners which have been spoken of in reference to a final shooting decreed to take place in the neighbourhood of Dillsborough in the last week of January. Such things were often planned by Lord Rufford and afterwards forgotten or neglected. When he declared his purpose to Runciman, he had not intended to go to Mistletoe, nor to stay so long with his friend Surbiton. But now he almost thought that it would be better for him to be back at Rufford Hall, where at present his sister was staying with her husband, Sir George Penwether. In the evening of the second or third day, his old friend Tom Surbiton said a few words to him which had the effect of sending him back to Rufford. They had sat out the rest of the men who formed the party, and were alone in the smoking-room. "So you're going to marry Miss Trefoil?" said Tom Surbiton, who perhaps of all his friends was the most intimate. "Who says so?" "I am saying so at present. You are not saying it on your own authority. You have never seen me and Miss Trefoil in a room together." "Everybody says so. Of course such a thing cannot be arranged without being talked about." "It has not been arranged. If you don't mean to have it arranged, you had better look to it. I am speaking in earnest, Rufford. I am not going to give up authorities. Indeed, if I did, I might give up everybody. The very servants suppose that they know it, and there isn't a groom or horseboy about who isn't in his heart congratulating the young lady on her promotion. I'll tell you what it is, Tom." "Well, what is it?" "If this had come from any other man than yourself, I should quarrel with him. I am not engaged to the young lady, nor have I done anything to warrant anybody in saying so." "Then I may contradict it?" "I don't want you either to contradict it or affirm it. It would be an impertinence to the young lady if I were to instruct any one to contradict such a report. But as a fact I am not engaged to marry Miss Trefoil, nor is there the slightest chance that I ever shall be so engaged." So saying, he took up his candlestick and walked off. Early on the next morning he saw his friend and made some sort of laughing apology for his heat on the previous evening. "It is so d hard when these kind of things are said because a man has lent a young lady a horse. However, Tom, between you and me the thing is a lie." "I am very glad to hear it," said Tom. "And now I want you to come over to Rufford on the 28th. Then he explained the details of his proposed party, and got his friend to promise that he would come. He also made it understood that he was going home at once. There were 100 things, he said, which made it necessary. So the horses and grooms and servant and portmanteaus were once again made to move, and Lord Rufford left his friend on that day and went up to London on his road to Rufford. He was certainly disturbed in his mind, foreseeing that there might be much difficulty in his way. He remembered with fair accuracy all that had occurred during the journey from Stamford to Mistletoe. He felt assured that up to that time he had said nothing which could be taken to mean a real declaration of love, or that at Rufford had been nothing. He had never said a word which could justify the girl in a hope. In the carriage she had asked him whether he loved her, and he had said that he did. He had also declared that he would do anything in his power to make her happy. Was a man to be bound to marry a girl because of such a scene as that? There was, however, nothing for him to do except to keep out of the girl's way. If she took any steps, then he must act. But as he thought of it, he swore to himself that nothing should induce him to marry her. He remained a couple of days in town, and reached Rufford Hall on the Monday, just a week from the day of that fatal meet at Peltry. There he found Sir George and his sister and Miss Penge, and spent his first evening in quiet. On the Tuesday he hunted with the U.R.U. and made his arrangements with Runciman. He invited Hampton to shoot with him. Surbiton and Battersby were coming, and his brother-in-law. Not wishing to have less than 6 guns, he asked Hampton how he could make up his party. "Morton doesn't shoot," he said, "and is as stiff as a post." Then he was told that John Morton was supposed to be very ill at Bragton. "I'm sick of both the Botseys," continued the lord, thinking more of his party than of Mr. Morton's health. "Purefoy is still sulky with me because he killed poor old Caneback." Then Hampton suggested that if he would ask Lawrence Twentyman, it might be the means of saving that unfortunate young man's life. The story of his unrequited love was known to everyone at Dillsborough, and it was now told to Lord Rufford. "He is not half a bad fellow," said Hampton, "and quite as much like a gentleman as either of the Botseys. I shall be delighted to save the life of so good a man on such easy terms," said the lord. Then and there, with a pencil on the back of an old letter, he wrote a line to Larry asking him to shoot on next Saturday and to dine with him afterwards at the Bush. That evening on his return home he found both the letters from Arabella. As it happened, he read them in the order in which they had been written. First the laughing letter, and then the one that was declared to be serious. The earlier of the two did not annoy him much. It contained hardly more than those former letters which had induced him to go to Mistletoe. But the second letter opened up her entire strategy. She had told the Duchess that she was engaged to him, and the Duchess of course would have told the Duke. And now she wrote to him asking him to acknowledge the engagement in black and white. The first letter he might have ignored. He might have left it unanswered without gross misconduct. But the second letter, which she herself had declared to be a serious epistle, was one which he could not neglect. Now had come his difficulty. What must he do? How should he answer it? Was it imperative on him to write the words with his own hand? Would it be possible that he should get his sister to undertake the commission? He said nothing about it to anyone for 24 hours, but he passed those hours in much discomfort. It did seem so hard to him that because he had been forced to carry a lady home from hunting in a post-chaise, that he should be driven to such straits as this. The girl was evidently prepared to make a fight of it. There would be the Duke, and the Duchess, and that prig Mistletoe, and that idle ass Lord Augustus, and that venomous old woman her mother, all at him. He almost doubted whether a shooting excursion in Central Africa or a visit to the Pampas would not be the best thing for him. But still, though he should resolve to pass 5 years among the Andes, he must answer the lady's letter before he went. Then he made up his mind that he would tell everything to his brother-in-law, as far as everything can be told in such a matter. Sir George was near 50, full 15 years older than his wife, who was again older than her brother. He was a man of moderate wealth, very much respected, and supposed to be possessed of almost infinite wisdom. He was one of those few human beings who seem never to make a mistake. Whatever he put his hand to came out well, and yet everybody liked him. His brother-in-law was a little afraid of him, but yet was always glad to see him. He kept an excellent house in London, but having no country house of his own, passed much of his time at Rufford Hall when the owner was not there. In spite of the young peer's numerous faults, Sir George was much attached to him, and always ready to help him in his difficulties. "Penwether," said the lord, "I have got myself into an awful scrape."
"I am sorry to hear it. A woman, I suppose?"
"Oh, yes. I never gamble, and therefore no other scrape can be awful. A young lady wants to marry me."
"That is not unnatural."
"But I am quite determined, let the result be what it may, that I won't marry the young lady."
"That will be unfortunate for her, the more so if she has a right to expect it. Is the young lady Miss Trefoil?"
"I did not mean to mention any name till I was sure it might be necessary, but it is Miss Trefoil."
"Eleanor had told me something of it."
"Eleanor knows nothing about this, and I do not ask you to tell her. The young lady was here with her mother, and for the matter of that, with a gentleman to whom she was certainly engaged, but nothing particular occurred here. That unfortunate ball was going on when poor Caneback was dying, but I met her since that at Mistletoe."
"I can hardly advise, you know, unless you tell me everything."
Then Lord Rufford began. "These kind of things are sometimes deuced hard upon a man. Of course, if a man were a saint, or a philosopher, or a Joseph, he wouldn't get into such scrapes. And perhaps every man ought to be something of that sort. But I don't know how a man is to do it, unless it's born with him."
"A little prudence, I should say."
"You might as well tell a fellow that it is his duty to be 6 feet high."
"But what have you said to the young lady, or what has she said to you?"
"There has been a great deal more of the latter than the former. I say so to you, but of course it is not to be said that I have said so. I cannot go forth to the world complaining of a young lady's conduct to me. It is a matter in which a man must not tell the truth.
But what is the truth?
She writes me word to say that she has told all her friends that I am engaged to her, and kindly presses me to make good her assurances by becoming so.
And what has passed between you?
A fainting fit in a carriage and half a dozen kisses.
Nothing more?
Nothing more that is material. Of course one cannot tell it all down to each mawkish word of humbugging sentiment. There are her letters, and what I want you to remember is that I never asked her to be my wife, and that no consideration on earth shall induce me to become her husband. Though all the duchesses in England were to persecute me to the death, I mean to stick to that. Then Sir George read the letters and handed them back.
She seems to me, said he, to have more wit about her than any of the family that I have had the honour of meeting.
She has wit enough, and pluck too.
You have never said a word to her to encourage these hopes?
My dear Penwether, don't you know that if a man with a large income says to a girl like that the sun shines, he encourages hope? I understand that well enough. I am a rich man with a title, and a big house, and a great command of luxuries. There are so many young ladies who would also like to be rich, and to have a title, and a big house, and a command of luxuries. One sometimes feels oneself like a carcass in the midst of vultures.
Marry after a proper fashion, and you will get rid of all that.
I'll think about it. But in the meantime, what can I say to this young woman? When I acknowledge that I kissed her, of course I encouraged hopes.
No doubt.
But St. Anthony would have had to kiss this young woman if she had made her attack upon him as she did on me. And after all, a kiss doesn't go for everything. These are things, Penwether, that must not be inquired into too curiously. But I won't marry her, though it were a score of kisses. And now what must I do? Sir George said that he would take till the next morning to think about it, meaning to make a draft of the reply which he thought his brother-in-law might best send to the lady. End of chapter 18. Recording by Mullane.
Chapter 19 of Volume 2 of The American Senator. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Piper Hayes. The American Senator by Anthony Trollope. Chapter 19 of Volume 2. It Cannot Be Arranged. When Reginald Morton received his aunt's letter, he understood from it more than she had intended. Of course the man to whom allusion was made was Mr. Twentyman, and of course the discomfort at home had come from Mrs. Masters' approval of that suitor's claim. Reginald, though he had seen but little of the inside of the attorney's household, thought it very probable that the stepmother would make the girl's home very uncomfortable for her. Though he knew well all the young farmer's qualifications as a husband, namely, that he was well-to-do in the world, and bore a good character for honesty and general conduct, still he thoroughly, nay heartily, approved of Mary's rejection of the man's hand. It seemed to him to be sacrilege that such a one should have given to him such a woman. There was, to his thinking, something about Mary Masters that made it altogether unfit that she should pass her life as the mistress of Chowton Farm, and he honoured her for the persistence of her refusal. He took his pipe and went out into the garden in order that he might think of it all as he strolled round his little domain. But why should he think so much about it? Why should he take so deep an interest in the matter? What was it to him whether Mary Masters married after her kind, or descended into what he felt to be an inferior manner of life? Then he tried to tell himself what were the gifts in the girl's possession which made her what she was, and he pictured her to himself, running over all her attributes. It was not that she specially excelled in beauty. He had seen Miss Trefoil as she was being driven about the neighbourhood, and having heard much of the young lady as the future wife of his own cousin, had acknowledged to himself that she was very handsome. But he had thought at the same time that under no possible circumstances could he have fallen in love with Miss Trefoil. He believed that he did not care much for female beauty, and yet he felt that he could sit and look at Mary Masters by the hour together. There was a quiet, even composure about her, always lightened by the brightness of her modest eyes, which seemed to tell him of some mysterious world within, which was like the unseen loveliness that one fancies to be hidden within the bosom of distant mountains. There was a poem to be read there of surpassing beauty, rhythmical and eloquent as the music of the spheres, if it might only be given to a man to read it. There was an absence, too, of all attempt at feminine self-glorification, which he did not analyze, but thoroughly appreciated. There was no fussy amplification of hair, no made-up smiles, no affectation either in her good humour or her anger, no attempt at effect in her gait, in her speech, or her looks. She seemed to him to be one who had something within her on which she could feed independently of the grosser details of the world to which it was her duty to lend her hand. And then her colour charmed his eyes. Miss Trefoil was white and red, white as pearl powder and red as paint. Mary Masters, to tell the truth, was brown. No doubt that was the prevailing colour, if one colour must be named, but there was so rich a tint of young life beneath the surface, so soft but yet so visible an assurance of blood and health and spirit, that no one could describe her complexion by so ugly a word without falsifying her gifts. In all her movements she was tranquil, as a noble woman should be. Even when she had turned from him with some anger at the bridge, she had walked like a princess. There was a certainty of modesty about her which was like a granite wall or a strong fortress. As he thought of it all, he did not understand how such a one as Lawrence Twentyman should have dared to ask her to be his wife, or should even have wished it. We know what were her feelings in regard to himself, how she had come to look almost with worship on the walls within which he lived. But he had guessed nothing of this. Even now, when he knew that she had applied to his aunt in order that she might escape from her lover, it did not occur to him that she could care for himself. He was older than she, nearly 20 years older, and even in his younger years, in the hard struggles of his early life, had never regarded himself as a man likely to find favour with women. There was in his character much of that modesty for which he gave her such infinite credit. Though he thought but little of most of those around him, he thought also but little of himself. It would break his heart to ask and be refused, but he could, he fancied, live very well without Mary Masters. Such, at any rate, had been his own idea of himself hitherto, and now, though he was driven to think much of her, though on the present occasion he was forced to act on her behalf, he would not tell himself that he wanted to take her for his wife. He constantly assured himself that he wanted no wife, that for him a solitary life would be the best. But yet it made him wretched when he reflected that some man would assuredly marry Mary Masters. He had heard of that excellent but empty-headed young man, Mr. Surtees. When the idea occurred to him, he found himself reviling Mr. Surtees as being of all men the most puny, the most unmanly, and the least worthy of marrying Mary Masters. Now that Mr. Twentyman was certainly disposed of, he almost became jealous of Mr. Surtees. It was not till 3 or 4 o'clock in the afternoon that he went out on his commission to the attorney's house, having made up his mind that he would do everything in his power to facilitate Mary's proposed return to Cheltenham. He asked first for Mr. Masters, and then for Miss Masters, and learned that they were both out together. but he had been desired also to see Mrs. Masters, and on inquiring for her was again shown into the grand drawing-room. Here he remained a quarter of an hour while the lady of the house was changing her cap and apron, which he spent in convincing himself that this house was altogether an unfit residence for Mary. In the chamber in which he was standing it was clear enough that no human being ever lived. Mary's drawing-room ought to be a bower in which she at least might pass her time with books and music and pretty things around her. The squalor of the real living-room might be conjectured from the untouched cleanliness of this useless sanctum. At last the lady came to him and welcomed him with very grim courtesy. As a client of her husband he was very well, but as a nephew of Lady Ushant he was injurious. It was he who had carried Mary away to Cheltenham, where she had been instigated to throw her bread and butter into the fire, as Mrs. Masters expressed it, by that pernicious old woman, Lady Ushant. "Mr. Masters is out walking," she said. Reginald clearly understood by the contempt which she threw almost unconsciously into her words that she did not approve of her husband going out walking at such an hour. "I had a message for him, and also for you. My aunt, Lady Ushant, is very anxious that your daughter Mary should return to her at Cheltenham for a while." The proposition, to Mrs. Masters' thinking, was so monstrous, and was at the same time so unexpected, that it almost took away her breath. At any rate she stood for a moment speechless. "My aunt is very fond of your daughter," he continued, "and if she can be spared would be delighted to have her. Perhaps she has written to Miss Masters, but she has asked me to come over and see if it can be arranged." "It cannot be arranged," said Mrs. Masters. "Nothing of the kind can be arranged." "I am sorry for that." "It is only disturbing the girl and upsetting her and filling her head full of nonsense. What is she to do at Cheltenham? This is her home, and here she had better be." Though things had hitherto gone very badly, though Larry Twentyman had not shown himself since the receipt of the letter, still Mrs. Masters had not abandoned all hope. She was fixed in opinion that if her husband were joined with her they could still, between them, so break the girl's spirit as to force her into a marriage. "As for letters," she continued, "I don't know anything about them. There may have been letters, but if so they have been kept from me." She was so angry that she could not even attempt to conceal her wrath. "Lady Ushant thinks," began the messenger. "Oh yes, Lady Ushant is very well, of course. Lady Ushant is your aunt, Mr. Morton, and I haven't anything to say against her. But Lady Ushant can't do any good to that girl. She has got her bread to earn, and if she won't do it one way then she must do it another. She's obstinate and pig-headed, that's the truth of it. And her father's just as bad. He has taken her out now merely because she likes to be idle, and to go about thinking herself a fine lady. Lady Ushant doesn't do her any good at all by cockering her up." "My aunt, you know, saw very much of her when she was young." "I know she did, Mr. Morton, and all that has to be undone. And I have got the undoing of it. Lady Ushant is one thing and her papa's business is quite another. At any rate, if I have my say, she'll not go to Cheltenham any more. I don't mean to be uncivil to you, Mr. Morton, or to say anything as oughtn't to be said of your aunt. But when you can't make people anything but what they are, it's my opinion that it's best to leave them alone. Good day to you, sir, and I hope you understand what it is that I mean." Then Mr. Morton retreated and went down the stairs, leaving the lady in possession of her own grandeur. He had not quite understood what she had meant, and was still wondering at the energy of her opposition, when he met Mary herself at the front door. Her father was not with her, but his retreating form was to be seen entering the portal of the Bush. "Oh, Mr. Morton!" exclaimed Mary, surprised to have the house door opened for her by him. "I have come with a message from my aunt." "She told me that you would do so." "Lady Ushant would of course be delighted to have you if it could be arranged." "Then Lady Ushant will be disappointed," said Mrs. Masters, who had descended the stairs. "There has been something going on behind my back." "I wrote to Lady Ushant," said Mary. "I call that sly and deceitful, very sly and very deceitful. If I know it, you won't stir out of this house to go to Cheltenham. I wonder Lady Ushant would go to put you up in that way against those you are bound to obey." "I thought Mrs. Masters had been told," said Reginald. "Papa did know that I wrote," said Mary. "Yes, and in this way a conspiracy is to be made up in the house. If she goes to Cheltenham I won't stay here. You may tell Lady Ushant that I say that. I'm not going to be one thing one day and another, and to be made a tool of all round." By this time Dolly and Kate had come down from the upper regions, and were standing behind their mother. "What do you two do there, standing gaping like fools?" said the angry mother. "I suppose your father has gone over to the public house again. That, miss, is what comes from your pig-headiness. Didn't I tell you that you were ruining everybody belonging to you?" Before all this was over, Reginald Morton had escaped, feeling that he could do no good to either side by remaining a witness to such a scene. He must take some other opportunity of finding the attorney, and of learning from him whether he intended that his daughter should be allowed to accept Lady Ushant's invitation. Poor Mary, as she shrunk into the house, was nearly heartbroken. That such things should be at all was very dreadful, but that the scene should have taken place in the presence of Reginald Morton was an aggravation of the misery which nearly overwhelmed her. How could she make him understand whence had arisen her stepmother's anger, and that she herself had been neither sly, nor deceitful, nor pig-headed? End of Chapter 19 of Volume 2.
Chapter 20 of Volume 2 of The American Senator. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Caroline Driggs. The American Senator by Anthony Trollope. Chapter 20 of Volume 2. But there is someone. When Mr. Masters had gone across to the bush his purpose had certainly been ignoble, but it had had no reference to brandy and water, and the allusion made by Mrs. Masters to the probable ruin which was to come from his tendencies in that direction had been calumnious, for she knew that the man was not given to excess in liquor. But as he approached his own house he bethought himself that it would not lead to domestic comfort if he were seen returning from his walk with Mary, and he had therefore made some excuse as to the expediency of saying a word to Runciman, whom he espied at his own door. He said his word to Runciman, and so loitered away perhaps a quarter of an hour, and then went back to his office. But his wife had kept her anger at burning heat, and pounced upon him before he had taken his seat. Sundown was there copying, sitting with his eyes intent on the board before him, as though he were quite unaware of the sudden entrance of his master's wife. She in her fury did not regard Sundown in the least, but at once commenced her attack. "What is all this, Mr. Masters?" she said, "about Lady Ushant and going to Cheltenham? I won't have any going to Cheltenham, and that's flat." Now the attorney had altogether made up his mind that his daughter should go to Cheltenham if her friend would receive her. Whatever might be the consequences, they must be borne. But he thought it best to say nothing at the first moment of the attack, and simply turned his sorrowful round face in silence up to the partner of all his cares and the source of so many of them. "There have been letters," continued the lady, "letters which nobody has told me nothing about. That proud peacock from Hoppet Hall has been here, as though he had nothing to do but carry Mary away about the country, just as he pleased. Mary won't go to Cheltenham with him, nor yet without him. Not if I am to remain here." "Where else should you remain, my dear?" asked the attorney. "I'd sooner go into the workhouse than have all this turmoil. That's where we are all likely to go if you pass your time between walking about with that minx and the public house opposite." Then the attorney was aware that he had been watched, and his spirit began to rise within him. He looked down at Sundown, but the man went on copying quicker than ever. "My dear," said Mr. Masters, "you shouldn't talk in that way before the clerk. I wanted to speak to Mr. Runciman, and as to the workhouse, I don't know that there is any more danger now than there has been for the last 20 years. It's always off and on, as far as I can see. Do you mean to send that girl to Cheltenham?" "I rather think she had better go, for a time." "Then I shall leave this house and go with my girls to Norrington." Now this threat, which had been made before, was quite without meaning. Mrs. Masters' parents were both dead, and her brother, who had a large family, certainly would not receive her. "I won't remain here, Mr. Masters, if I ain't to be mistress of my own house. What is she to go to Cheltenham for, I should like to know?" Then Sundown was desired by his wretched employer to go into the back settlement, and the poor man prepared himself for the battle as well as he could. "She is not happy here," he said. "Whose fault is that? Why shouldn't she be happy? Of course you know what it means. She has got round you because she wants to be a fine lady. What means have you to make her a fine lady? If you was to die to-morrow, what would there be for any of them? My little bit of money is all gone. Let her stay here and be made to marry Lawrence Twentyman. That's what I say." "She will never marry Mr. Twentyman." "Not if you go on like this, she won't. If you'd done your duty by her like a real father, instead of being afraid of her when she puts on her tantrums, she'd have been at Chowton Farm by this time." It was clear to him that now was the time not to be afraid of his wife when she put on her tantrums, or at any rate to appear not to be afraid. "She has been very unhappy of late." "Oh, unhappy! She's been made more of than anybody else in this house." "And a change will do her good. She has my permission to go, and go she shall." Then the word had been spoken. "She shall." "It is very much for the best. While she is here the house is made wretched for us all. It'll be wretcheder yet, unless it would make you happy to see me dead on the threshold, which I believe it would. As for her, she's an ungrateful, sly, wicked slut." "She has done nothing wicked that I know of." "Not writing to that old woman behind my back?" "She told me what she was doing, and showed me the letter." "Yes, of course. The two of you were in it. Does that make it any better? I say it was sly and wicked, and you were sly and wicked as well as she. She has got the better of you, and now you are going to send her away from the only chance she'll ever get of having a decent home of her own over her head." "There is nothing more to be said about it, my dear. She'll go to Lady Ushant." Having thus pronounced his dictum with all the marital authority he was able to assume, he took his hat and sallied forth. Mrs. Masters, when she was left alone, stamped her foot and hit the desk with a ruler that was lying there. Then she went upstairs and threw herself on her bed in a paroxysm of weeping and wailing. Mr. Masters, when he closed his door, looked up the street and down the street, and then again went across to the Bush. Mr. Runciman was still there, and was standing with a letter in his hand, while one of the grooms from Rufford Hall was holding a horse beside him. "Any answer, Mr. Runciman?" said the groom. "Only to tell his lordship that everything will be ready for him. You'd better go through and give the horse a feed of corn, and get a bit of something to eat and a glass of beer for yourself." The man wasn't slow to do as he was bid. And in this way the Bush had become very popular with the servants of the gentry around the place. "His lordship is to be here from Friday to Sunday with a party, Mr. Masters." "Oh, indeed. For the end of the shooting. And who do you think he has asked to be one of the party?" "Not Mr. Reginald?" "I don't think they ever spoke in their lives. Who but Larry Twentyman?" "No!" "It'll be the making of Larry. I only hope he won't cock his beaver too high." "Is he coming?" "I suppose so. He'll be sure to come. His lordship only tells me that there are to be 6 of 'em on Saturday and 5 on Friday night. But the lad there knew who they all were. There's Mr. Surbiton and Captain Battersby and Sir George are to come over with his lordship from Rufford, and young Mr. Hampton is to join them here, and Larry Twentyman is to shoot with them on Saturday and dine afterwards. Won't those 2 Botseys be jealous, that's all." "It only shows what they think of Larry," said the attorney. "Larry Twentyman is a very good fellow," said the landlord. "I don't know a better fellow round Dillsborough, or one who is more always on the square. But he's weak. You know him as well as I, Mr. Masters. He's not so weak but what he can keep what he's got. This'll be the way to try him. He'd melt away like water into sand if he were to live for a few weeks with such men as his lordship's friends. I suppose there's no chance of his taking a wife home to Chowton with him?" The attorney shook his head. "That'd be the making of him, Mr. Masters. A good girl like that who'd keep him at home. If he takes it to heart he'll burst out somewhere and spend a lot of money." The attorney declined Mr. Runciman's offer of a glass of beer, and slowly made his way round the corner of the inn by Hobbs Gate to the front door of Hoppet Hall. Then he passed on to the churchyard, still thinking of the misery of his position. When he reached the church he turned back, still going very slowly, and knocked at the door of Hoppet Hall. He was shown at once by Reginald's old housekeeper up to the library, and there in a few minutes he was joined by the master of the house. "I was over looking for you an hour or two ago," said Reginald. "I heard you were there, Mr. Morton, and so I thought I would come to you. You didn't see Mary?" "I just saw her, but could hardly say much. She had written to my aunt about going to Cheltenham." "I saw the letter before she sent it, Mr. Morton." "So she told me. My aunt would be delighted to have her, but it seems that Mrs. Masters does not wish her to go." "There is some trouble about it, Mr. Morton, but I may as well tell you at once that I wish her to go. She would be better for a while at Cheltenham with such a lady as your aunt than she can be at home. Her stepmother and she cannot agree on a certain point. I dare say you know what it is, Mr. Morton." "In regard, I suppose, to Mr. Twentyman?" "Just that. Mrs. Masters thinks that Mr. Twentyman would make an excellent husband, and so do I. There's nothing in the world against him, and as compared with me he's a rich man. I couldn't give the poor girl any fortune, and he wouldn't want any, but money isn't everything." "No, indeed." "He's an industrious, steady young man too, and he has had my word with him all through. But I can't compel my girl to marry him if she don't like him. I can't even try to compel her. She's as good a girl as ever stirred about a house." "I can well believe that." "And nothing would take such a load off me as to know that she was going to be well married. But as she don't like the young man well enough, I won't have her hardly used." "Mrs. Masters perhaps is hard to her?" "God forbid I should say anything against my wife. I never did, and I won't now. But Mary will be better away, and if Lady Ushant will be good enough to take her, she shall go." "When will she be ready, Mr. Masters?" "I must ask her about that. In a week, perhaps, or 10 days." "She is quite decided against the young man?" "Quite. At the bidding of all of us she said she'd take 2 months to think of it. But before the time was up she wrote to him to say it could never be. It quite upset my wife, because it would have been such an excellent arrangement." Reginald wished to learn more, but hardly knew how to ask the father questions. Yet as he had been trusted so far, he thought that he might be trusted altogether. "I must own," he said, "that I think Mr. Twentyman would hardly be a fit husband for your daughter." "He's a very good young man." "Very likely. But she is something more than a very good young woman. A young lady with her gifts will be sure to settle well in life some day." The attorney shook his head. He had lived long enough to see many young ladies with good gifts find it difficult to settle in life, and perhaps that mysterious poem which Reginald found in Mary's eyes was neither visible nor audible to Mary's father. "I did hear," said Reginald, "that Mr. Surtees—" "There's nothing in that." "Oh, indeed. I thought that perhaps as she is so determined not to do as her friends would wish, that there might be something else." He said this almost as a question, looking close into the attorney's eyes as he spoke. "It is always possible," said Mr. Masters. "But you don't think there is anybody?" "It is very hard to say, Mr. Morton." "You don't expect anything of that sort?" Then the attorney broke forth into sudden confidence. "To tell the truth then, Mr. Morton, I think there is somebody, though who it is I know as little as the baby unborn. She sees nobody here at Dillsborough to be intimate with. She isn't one of those who would write letters or do anything on the sly. But there is some one? She told me as much herself. That is, when I asked her she would not deny it. Then I thought that perhaps it might be somebody at Cheltenham." "I think not. She was there so short a time, Mr. Morton, and Lady Ushant would be the last person in the world to let such a thing as that go on without telling her parents. I don't think there was anyone at Cheltenham. She was only there a month. I did fancy that perhaps that was one reason why she should want to go back." "I don't believe it. I don't in the least believe it," said Reginald enthusiastically. "My aunt would have been sure to have seen it. It would have been impossible without her knowledge." "But there is somebody?" "I think so, Mr. Masters. And if she does go to Cheltenham, perhaps Lady Ushant had better know." To this Reginald agreed, or half agreed. It did not seem to him to be of much consequence what might be done at Cheltenham. He felt certain that the lover was not there. And yet who was there at Dillsborough? He had seen those young Botseys about. Could it possibly be one of them? And during the Christmas vacation the rector's scamp of a son had been home from Oxford, to whom Mary Masters had hardly spoken. Was it young Mannering? Or could it be possible that she had turned an eye of favour on Dr. Nupper's elegantly dressed assistant? There was nothing too monstrous for him to suggest to himself as soon as the attorney had left him. But there was a young man in Dillsborough, one man at any rate young enough to be a lover, of whom Reginald did not think. As to whom, had his name been suggested as that of the young man to whom Mary's heart had been given, he would have repudiated such a suggestion with astonishment and anger. But now, having heard this from the girl's father, he was again vexed, and almost as much disgusted as when he had first become aware that Larry Twentyman was a suitor for her hand. Why should he trouble himself about a girl who was ready to fall in love with the first man that she saw about the place? He tried to pacify himself by some such question as this, but tried in vain. End of chapter 20. Chapter 21 of Volume 2 of The American Senator. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Caroline Driggs. The American Senator by Anthony Trollope. Chapter 21 of Volume 2. The Dinner at the Bush. Here is the letter which, at his brother-in-law's advice, Lord Rufford wrote to Arabella. Rufford, 3rd of February, 1875. My dear Miss Trefoil, it is a great grief to me that I should have to answer your letter in a manner that will, I fear, not be satisfactory to you. I can only say that you have altogether mistaken me if you think that I have said anything which was intended as an offer of marriage. I cannot but be much flattered by your good opinion. I have had much pleasure from our acquaintance, and I should have been glad if it could have been continued. But I have had no thoughts of marriage. If I have said a word which has unintentionally on my part given rise to such an idea, I can only beg your pardon heartily. If I were to add more after what I have now said, perhaps you would take it as impertinence. Yours most sincerely, Rufford. He had desired to make various additions and suggestions, which, however, had all been disallowed by Sir George Penwether. He had proposed, among other things, to ask her whether he should keep Jack for her for the remainder of the season, or whether he should send the horse elsewhere. But Sir George would not allow a word in the letter about Jack. "You did give her the horse, then?" he asked. "I had hardly any alternative as the things went. She would have been quite welcome to the horse if she would have let me alone afterwards." "No doubt. But when young gentlemen give young ladies horses—" "I know all about it, my dear fellow. Pray don't preach more than you can help. Of course I have been an infernal ass. I know all that. But as the horse is hers—" "Say nothing about the horse. Were she to ask for it, of course she could have it. But that is not likely." "And you think I had better say nothing else?" "Not a word. Of course it will be shown to all her friends, and may possibly find its way into print. I don't know what steps such a young lady may be advised to take. Her uncle is a man of honour. Her father is an ass, and careless about everything. Mistletoe will not improbably feel himself bound to act as though he were her brother. They will, of course, all think you to be a rascal, and will say so. If Mistletoe says so, I'll horsewhip him. No, you won't, Rufford. You will remember that this woman is a woman, and that a woman's friends are bound to stand up for her. After all, your hands are not quite clean in the matter. I'm heavy enough on myself, Penwether. I have been a fool, and I own it. But I have done nothing unbecoming a gentleman." He was almost tempted to quarrel with his brother-in-law, but at last he allowed the letter to be sent just as Sir George had written it, and then tried to banish the affair from his mind for the present, so that he might enjoy his life till the next hostile step should be taken by the Trefoil clan. When Larry Twentyman received the lord's note, which was left at Chowton Farm by Hampton's groom, he was in the lowest depth of desolation. He had intended to hunt that day in compliance with John Morton's advice, but had felt himself quite unable to make the effort. It was not only that he had been thrown over by Mary Masters, but that everybody knew that he had been thrown over. If he had kept the matter secret, perhaps he might have borne it, but it is so hard to bear a sorrow of which all one's neighbours are conscious. When a man is reduced by poverty to the drinking of beer instead of wine, it is not the loss of the wine that is so heavy on him as the consciousness that those around him are aware of the reason. And he is apt to extend his idea of this consciousness to a circle that is altogether indifferent of the fact. That a man should fail in his love seems to him to be of all failures the most contemptible, and Larry thought that there would not be one in the field unaware of his miserable rejection. In spite of his mother's prayers he had refused to go and had hung about the farm all day. Then there came to him Lord Rufford's note. It had been quite unexpected, and a month or two before, when his hopes had still been high in regard to Mary Masters, would have filled him with delight. It was the foible of his life to be esteemed a gentleman, and his poor ambition to be allowed to live among men of higher social standing than himself. Those dinners of Lord Rufford's at the Bush had been a special grief to him. The young lord had been always courteous to him in the field, and he had been able, as he thought, to requite such courtesy by little attentions in the way of game preserving. If pheasants from Dillsborough Wood ate Goarly's wheat, so did they eat Larry Twentyman's barley. He had a sportsman's heart, above complaint as to such matters, and had always been neighbourly to the lord. No doubt pheasants and hares were left at his house whenever there was shooting in the neighbourhood, which to his mother afforded great consolation. But Larry did not care for the pheasants and hares. Had he so pleased he could have shot them on his own land. But he did not preserve, and as a good neighbour he regarded the pheasants and hares as Lord Rufford's property. He felt that he was behaving as a gentleman as well as a neighbour, and that he should be treated as such. Fred Botsey had dined at the Bush with Lord Rufford, and Larry looked on Fred as in no way better than himself. Now at last the invitation had come. He was asked to a day's shooting, and to dine with the lord and his party at the inn. How pleasant would it be to give a friendly nod to Runciman as he went into the room, and to assert afterwards in Botsey's hearing something of the joviality of the evening. Of course Hampton would be there, as Hampton's servant had brought the note, and he was very anxious to be on friendly terms with Mr. Hampton. Next to the lord himself there was no one in the hunt who carried his head so high as young Hampton. But there arose to him the question whether all this had not arrived too late. Of what good is it to open up the true delights of life to a man when you have so scotched and wounded him that he has no capability left of enjoying anything? As he sat lonely with his pipe in his mouth, he thought for a while that he would decline the invitation. The idea of selling Chowton Farm, and of establishing himself at some antipodes in which the name of Mary Masters should never have been heard, was growing upon him. Of what use would the friendship of Lord Rufford be to him at the other side of the globe? At last, however, the hope of giving that friendly nod to Runciman overcame him, and he determined to go. He wrote a note which caused him no little thought, presenting his compliments to Lord Rufford, and promising to meet his lordship's party at Dillsborough Wood. The shooting went off very well, and Larry behaved himself with propriety. He wanted the party to come in and lunch, and had given sundry instructions to his mother on that head. But they did not remain near to his place throughout the day, and his efforts in that direction were not successful. Between 5 and 6 he went home, and at 7:30 appeared at the Bush attired in his best. He never yet had sat down with a lord, and his mind misgave him a little, but he had spirit enough to look about for Runciman, who, however, was not to be seen. Sir George was not there, but the party had been made up, as regarded the dinner, by the addition of Captain Glomax, who had returned from hunting. Captain Glomax was in high glee, having had, as he declared, the run of the season. When a master has been deserted on any day by the choice spirits of his hunt, he is always apt to boast to them that he had on that occasion the run of the season. He had taken a fox from Impington right across to Hogsborough, which, as every one knows, is just on the borders of the URU, had then run him for 5 miles into Lord Chiltern's country, and had killed him in the centre of the Brake Hunt, after an hour and a half, almost without a check. It was one of those straight things that one doesn't often see nowadays, said Glomax. Any pace? asked Lord Rufford. Very good indeed for the first 40 minutes. I wish you had all been there. It was better fun, I take it, than shooting rabbits. Then Hampton put the captain through his facings as to time and distance, and exact places that had been passed, and ended by expressing an opinion that he could have kicked his hat as fast on foot, whereupon the captain begged him to try, and hinted that he did not know the country. In answer to which Hampton offered to bet a £5 note that young Jack Runce would say that the pace had been slow. Jack was the son of the old farmer whom the senator had so disgusted, and was supposed to know what he was about on a horse. But Glomax declined the bet, saying that he did not care for Jack Runce. He knew as much about pace as any farmer, or, for the matter of that, any gentleman in Ufford or Rufford, and the pace for 40 minutes had been very good. Nevertheless, all the party were convinced that the thing had been so slow that it had not been worth riding to, a conviction which is not uncommon with gentlemen when they have missed a run. In all this discussion poor Larry took no great part, though he knew the country as well as any one. Larry had not as yet got over the awe inspired by the lord in his black coat. Perhaps Larry's happiest moment in the evening was when Runciman himself brought in the soup, for at that moment Lord Rufford put his hand on his shoulder and desired him to sit down, and Runciman both heard and saw it. And at dinner, when the champagne had been twice round, he became more comfortable. The conversation got upon Goarly, and in reference to that matter he was quite at home. "It's not my doing," said Lord Rufford. "I have instructed no one to keep him locked up." "It's a very good job from all that I can hear," said Tom Surbiton. "All I did was to get Mr. Masters here to take up the case for me, and I learned from him to day that the rascal had already agreed to take the money I offered. He only bargains that it shall be paid into his own hands, no doubt desiring to sell the attorney he has employed." "Bearside has got his money from the American senator, my lord," said Larry. "They may fight it out among them. I don't care who gets the money or who pays it, as long as I'm not imposed upon." "We must proceed against that man Scrobby," said Glomax, with all the authority of a master. "You'll never convict him on Goarly's evidence," said the lord. Then Larry could give them further information. Nickem had positively traced the purchase of the red herrings. An old woman in Rufford was ready to swear that she herself had sold them to Mrs. Scrobby. Tom Surbiton suggested that the possession of red herrings was not of itself a crime. Hampton thought that it was corroborative. Captain Batsby wanted to know whether any of the herrings were still in existence, so that they could be sworn to. Glomax was of opinion that villainy of so deep a dye could not have taken place in any other hunting country in England. "There's been strychnine put down in the brake too," said Hampton. "But not in cartloads," said the master. "I rather think," said Larry, "that Nickem knows where the strychnine was bought. That'll make a clear case of it. Hanging would be too good for such a scoundrel." This was said after the third glass of champagne, but the opinion was one which was well received by the whole company. After that the senator's conduct was discussed, and they all agreed that in the whole affair that was the most marvellous circumstance. "They must be queer people over there," said Larry. "Brutes," said Glomax. "They once tried a pack of hounds somewhere in one of the states, but they never could run a yard." There was a good deal of wine drank, which was not unusual at Lord Rufford's dinners. Most of the company were seasoned vessels, and none of them were much the worse for what they drank. But the generous wine got to Larry's heart, and perhaps made his brain a little soft. Lord Rufford, remembering what had been said about the young man's misery, tried to console him by attention, and as the evening wore on, and when the second cigars had been lit all round, the two were seated together in confidential conversation at a corner of the table. "Yes, my lord, I think I shall hook it," said Larry. "Something has occurred that has made the place not quite so comfortable to me, and as it is all my own, I think I shall sell it." "We should miss you immensely in the hunt," said Lord Rufford, who of course knew what the something was. "It's very kind of you to say so, my lord, but there are things which may make a man go." "Nothing serious, I hope?" "Just a young woman, my lord. I don't want it talked about, but I don't mind mentioning it to you." "You should never let those troubles touch you so closely," said his lordship, whose own withers at this moment were by no means unwrung. "I dare say not. But if you feel it, how are you to help it? I shall do very well when I get away. Chowton Farm is not the only spot in the world." "But a man so fond of hunting as you are—" "Well, yes, I shall miss the hunting, my lord, shan't I? If Mr. Morton don't buy the place, I should like it to go to your lordship. I offered it to him first because it came from them." "Quite right. By the by, I hear that Mr. Morton is very ill." "So I heard," said Larry. "Nupper has been with him, I know, and I fancy they have sent for somebody from London. I don't know that he cares much about the land. He thinks more of the foreign parts he's always in. I don't believe we should fall out about the price, my lord." Then Lord Rufford explained that he would not go into that matter just at present, but that if the place were in the market he would certainly like to buy it. He, however, did as John Morton had done before, and endeavoured to persuade the poor fellow that he should not alter the whole tenor of his life because a young lady would not look at him. "Good night, Mr. Runciman," said Larry, as he made his way downstairs to the yard. "We've had an uncommon pleasant evening." "I'm glad you've enjoyed yourself, Larry." Larry thought that his Christian name from the hotel keeper's lips had never sounded so offensively as on the present occasion. End of chapter 21. Chapter 22 of Volume 2 of The American Senator. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Caroline Driggs. The American Senator by Anthony Trollope. Chapter 22 of Volume 2. Miss Trefoil's Decision. Lord Rufford's letter reached Arabella at her cousin's house in due course, and was handed to her in the morning as she came down to breakfast. The envelope bore his crest and coronet, and she was sure that more than one pair of eyes had already seen it. Her mother had been in the room some time before her, and would of course know that the letter was from Lord Rufford. An indiscreet word or two had been said in the hearing of Mrs. Connop Green, as to which Arabella had already scolded her mother most vehemently, and Mrs. Connop Green too would probably have seen the letter, and would know that it had come from the lover of whom boasts had been made. The Connop Greens would be ready to worship Arabella down to the very soles of her feet if she were certainly, without a vestige of doubt, engaged to be the wife of Lord Rufford. But there had been so many previous mistakes, and they too had heard of Mr. John Morton. They too were a little afraid of Arabella, though she was undoubtedly the niece of a duke. She was aware now, as always, how much depended on her personal bearing, but this was a moment of moments. She would fain have kept the letter and have opened it in the retirement of her own room. She knew its terrible importance, and was afraid of her own countenance when she should read it. All the hopes of her life were contained in that letter, but were she to put it in her pocket she would betray her anxiety by doing so. She found herself bound to open it and read it at once, and she did open it and read it. After all, it was what she had expected. It was very decided, very short, very cold, and carrying with it no sign of weakness. But it was of such a letter that she had thought when she resolved that she would apply to Lord Mistletoe and endeavour to put the whole family of Trefoil in arms. She had been, so she had assured herself, quite sure that that kind, loving response which she had solicited would not be given to her. But yet the stern fact, now that it was absolutely in her hands, almost overwhelmed her. She could not restrain the dull, dead look of heart-breaking sorrow which for a few moments clouded her face, a look which took away all her beauty, lengthening her cheeks and robbing her eyes of that vivacity which it was the task of her life to assume. "Is anything the matter, my dear?" asked Mrs. Connop Green. Then she made a final effort, an heroic effort. "What do you think, mamma?" she said, paying no attention to her cousin's inquiry. "What is it, Arabella?" "Jack got some injury that day at Peltry, and is so lame that they don't know whether he'll ever put his foot to the ground again." "Poor fellow," said Mr. Green. "Who is Jack?" "Jack is a horse, Mr. Green, and such a horse that one cannot but be sorry for him. Poor Jack! I don't know any Christian whose lameness would be such a nuisance." "Does Lord Rufford write about his horses?" asked Mrs. Connop Green, thus betraying that knowledge as to the letter which she had obtained from the envelope. "If you must know all the truth about it," said Arabella, "the horse is my horse and not Lord Rufford's. And as he is the only horse I have got, and as he's the dearest horse in all the world, you must excuse my being a little sorry about him. Poor Jack!" After that the breakfast was eaten, and everybody in the room believed the story of the horse's lameness, except Lady Augustus. When breakfast and the loitering after breakfast were well over, so that she could escape without exciting any notice, she made her way up to her bedroom. In a few minutes, so that again there should be nothing noticeable, her mother followed her. But her door was locked. "It is I, Arabella," said her mother. "You can't come in at present. I'm busy." "But, Arabella—" "You can't come in at present, mamma." Then Lady Augustus slowly glided away to her own room, and there waited for tidings. The whole form of the girl's face was altered when she was alone. Her features in themselves were not lovely. Her cheeks and chin were heavy. Her brow was too low, and her upper lip too long. Her nose and teeth were good, and would have been very handsome had they belonged to a man. Her complexion had always been good till it had been injured by being improved, and so was the carriage of her head and the outside lines of her bust and figure, and her large eyes, though never soft, could be bright and sparkle. Skill had done much for her, and continued effort almost more. But now the effort was dropped, and that which skill had done turned against her. She was haggard, lumpy, and almost hideous in her bewildered grief. Had there been a word of weakness in the short letter, she might have founded upon it some hope. It did not occur to her that he had had the letter written for him, and she was astonished at its curt strength. How could he dare to say that she had mistaken him? Had she not lain in his arms while he embraced her? How could he have found the courage to say that he had no thought of marriage, when he had declared to her that he loved her? She must have known that she had hunted him as a fox is hunted, and yet she believed that she was being cruelly ill-used. For a time all that dependence on Lord Mistletoe and her uncle deserted her. What effect could they have on a man who would write such a letter as that? Had she known that the words were the words of his brother-in-law, even that would have given her some hope. But what should she do? Whatever steps she took she must take at once, and she must tell her mother. Her mother's help would be necessary to her now in whatever direction she might turn her mind. She almost thought that she would abandon him without another word. She had been strong in her reliance on family aid till the time for invoking it had come, but now she believed that it would be useless. Could it be that such a man as this would be driven into marriage by the interference of Lord Mistletoe? She would much like to bring down some punishment on his head, but in doing so she would cut all other ground from under her own feet. There were still open to her Patagonia and the Paragon. She hated the Paragon, and she recoiled with shuddering from the idea of Patagonia. But as for hating, she hated Lord Rufford most. And what was there that she loved? She tried to ask herself some question even as to that. There certainly was no man for whom she cared a straw, nor had there been for the last 6 or 8 years. Even when he was kissing her, she was thinking of her built-up hair, of her pearl powder, her paint, and of possible accidents and untoward revelations. The loan of her lips had been for use only, and not for any pleasure which she had even in pleasing him. In her very swoon she had felt the need of being careful at all points. It was all labour and all care, and alas, alas, all disappointment. But there was a future through which she must live. How might she best avoid the misfortune of poverty for the 20, 30, or 40 years which might be accorded to her? What did it matter whom or what she hated? The housemaid probably did not like cleaning grates, nor the butcher killing sheep, nor the sempstress stitching silks. She must live, and if she could only get away from her mother, that in itself would be something. Most people were distasteful to her, but no one so much as her mother. Here in England she knew that she was despised among the people with whom she lived, and now she would be more despised than ever. Her uncle and aunt, though she disliked them, had been much to her. It was something, that annual visit to Mistletoe, though she never enjoyed it when she was there. But she could well understand that after such a failure as this, after such a game, played before their own eyes in their own house, her uncle and her aunt would drop her altogether. She had played this game so boldly that there was no retreat. Would it not therefore be better that she should fly altogether? There were a time on that morning in which she had made up her mind that she would write a most affectionate letter to Morton, telling him that her people had now agreed to his propositions as to settlement, and assuring him that from henceforward she would be all his own. She did think that were she to do so she might still go with him to Patagonia. But if so, she must do it at once. The delay had already been almost too long. In that case she would not say a word in reply to Lord Rufford, and would allow all that to be as though it had never been. Then again there arose to her mind the remembrance of Rufford Hall, of all the glories, of the triumph over everybody. Then again there was the idea of a forlorn hope. She thought that she could have brought herself to do it, if only death would have been the alternative of success when she had resolved to make the rush. It was nearly 1 when she went to her mother, and even then she was undecided. But the joint agony of the solitude and the doubts had been too much for her, and she found herself constrained to seek a counsellor. "He has thrown you over," said Lady Augustus as soon as the door was closed. "Of course he has," said Arabella, walking up the room, and again playing her part even before her mother. "I knew it would be so." "You knew nothing of the kind, mamma. Your saying so is simply an untruth. It was you who put me up to it." "Arabella, that is false." "It wasn't you, I suppose, who made me throw over Mr. Morton and Bragton?" "Certainly not." "That is so like you, mamma. There isn't a single thing that you do or say that you don't deny afterwards." These little compliments were so usual among them that at the present moment they excited no great danger. "There's his letter. I suppose you'd better read it." And she chucked the document to her mother. "It is very decided," said Lady Augustus. "It is the falsest, most impudent, and the most scandalous letter that a man ever wrote to a woman. I could horsewhip him for it myself if I could get near him." "Is it all over, Arabella?" "All over? What questions you do ask, mamma! No, it is not all over. I'll stick to him like a leech. He proposed to me as plainly as any man ever did to any woman. I don't care what people may say or think. He hasn't heard the last of me, and so he'll find." And thus in her passion she made up her mind that she would not yet abandon the hunt. "What will you do, my dear?" "What will I do? How am I to say what I will do? If I were standing near him with a knife in my hand I would stick it into his heart. I would." "Mistaken him! Liar! They talk of girls lying, but what girl would lie like that?" "But something must be done." "If papa were not such a fool as he is, he could manage it all for me," said Arabella dutifully. "I must see my father, and I must dictate a letter for him. Where is papa?" "In London, I suppose." "You must come up to London with me to morrow. We shall have to go to his club and get him out. It must be done immediately. And then I must see Lord Mistletoe, and I will write to the Duke." "Would it not be better to write to your papa?" said Lady Augustus, not liking the idea of being dragged away so quickly from comfortable quarters. "No, it wouldn't. If you won't go, I shall, and you must give me some money. I shall write to Lord Rufford too." And so it was at last decided, the wretched old woman being dragged away up to London on some excuse which the Connop Greens were not sorry to accept. But on that same afternoon Arabella wrote to Lord Rufford. "Your letter has amazed me. I cannot understand it. It seems to be almost impossible that it should really have come from you. How can you say that I have mistaken you? There has been no mistake. Surely that letter cannot have been written by you. Of course I have been obliged to tell my father everything. Arabella." On the following day, at about 4 in the afternoon, the mother and daughter drove up to the door of Graham's Club in Bond Street, and there they found Lord Augustus. With considerable difficulty he was induced to come down from the whist room, and was forced into the brougham. He was a handsome, fat man, with a long grey beard, who passed his whole life in eating, drinking, and playing whist, and was troubled by no scruples and no principles. He would not cheat at cards, because it was dangerous and ungentlemanlike, and if discovered would lead to his social annihilation. But as to paying money that he owed to tradesmen, It never occurred to him as being a desirable thing, as long as he could get what he wanted without doing so. He had expended his own patrimony and his wife's fortune, and now lived on an allowance made to him by his brother. Whatever funds his wife might have, not a shilling of them ever came from him. When he began to understand something of the nature of the business on hand, he suggested that his brother the Duke could do what was desirable infinitely better than he could. "He won't think anything of me," said Lord Augustus. "We'll make him think something," said Arabella sternly. "You must do it, papa. They'd turn you out of the club if they knew that you had refused." Then he looked up in the brougham and snarled at her. "Papa, you must copy the letter and sign it." "How am I to know the truth of it all?" he asked. "It is quite true," said Lady Augustus. "There was very much more of it, but at last he was carried away bodily, and in his daughter's presence he did write and sign the following letter: My Lord, I have heard from my daughter a story which has surprised me very much. It appears that she has been staying with you at Rufford Hall and again at Mistletoe, and that while at the latter place you proposed marriage to her. She tells me with heart-breaking concern that you have now repudiated your own proposition, not only once made, but repeated. Her condition is most distressing. She is in all respects your lordship's equal. As her father, I am driven to ask you what excuse you have to make, or whether she has interpreted you aright. I have the honour to be your very humble servant, Augustus Trefoil. End of chapter 22.
Chapter 23 of Volume 2 of The American Senator. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Kirsten Wever. The American Senator by Anthony Trollope. Volume 2, Chapter 23. In these days one can't make a man marry. This was going on while Lord Rufford was shooting in the neighbourhood of Dillsborough, and when the letter was being put into its envelope at the lodgings in Orchard Street, his lordship was just sitting down to dinner with his guests at the Bush. At the same time John Morton was lying ill at Bragton, a fact of which Arabella was not aware. The letter from Lord Augustus was put into the post on Saturday evening. But when that line of action was decided upon by Arabella, she was aware that she must not trust solely to her father. Various plans were fermenting in her brain, all or any of which, if carried out at all, must be carried out at the same time and at once. There must be no delay, or that final chance of Patagonia would be gone. The leader of a forlorn hope, though he be ever so resolved to die in the breach, still makes some preparation for his escape. Among her plans, the first in order was a resolution to see Lord Mistletoe, whom she knew to be in town. Parliament was to meet in the course of the week, and he was to move the address. There had been much said about all this at Mistletoe, from which she knew that he was in London, preparing himself among the gentlemen at the Treasury. Then she herself would write to the Duke. She thought that she could concoct a letter that would move even his heart. She would tell him that she was a daughter in the house of Trefoil, and all that kind of thing. She had it distinctly laid down in her mind. And then there was another move which she would make before she altogether threw up the game. She would force herself into Lord Rufford's presence, and throw herself into his arms, at his feet if need be, and force him into compliance. Should she fail, then she too had an idea what a raging woman could do. But her first step now must be with her cousin Mistletoe. She would not write to the Duke till she had seen her cousin. Lord Mistletoe, when in London, lived at the family house in Piccadilly, and thither, early on the Sunday morning, she sent a note to say that she especially wished to see her cousin, and would call at 3 o'clock on that day. The messenger brought back word that Lord Mistletoe would be at home, and exactly at that hour the hired brougham stopped at the door. Her mother had wished to accompany her, but she had declared that if she could not go alone she would not go at all. In that she was right, for whatever favour the young heir to the family honours might retain for his fair cousin, who was at any rate a Trefoil, he had none for his uncle's wife. She was shown into his own sitting room on the ground floor, and then he immediately joined her. "I wouldn't have you shown upstairs," he said, "because I understand from your note that you want to see me in particular." "That is so kind of you." Lord Mistletoe was a young man, about 30, less in stature than his father or uncle, but with the same handsome, inexpressive face. Almost all men take some line in life. His father was known as a manager of estates, his uncle as a whist player. He was minded to follow the steps of his grandfather and be a statesman. He was eaten up by no high ambition, but lived in the hope that, by perseverance, he might live to become a useful Under Secretary, and perhaps ultimately a Privy Seal. As he was well educated and laborious, and had no objection to sitting for 5 hours together in the House of Commons with nothing to do, and sometimes with very little to hear, it was thought by his friends that he would succeed. "And what is it that I can do?" he said, with that affable smile to which he had already become accustomed as a government politician. "I am in great trouble," said Arabella, leaving her hand for a moment in his as she spoke. "I am sorry for that. What sort of trouble?" He knew that his uncle and his aunt's family were always short of money, and was already considering to what extent he would go in granting her petition. "Do you know Lord Rufford?" "Lord Rufford? Yes, I know him, but very slightly. My father knows him very much better than I do." "I have just been at Mistletoe, and he was there. My story is so hard to tell. I had better out with it at once. Lord Rufford has asked me to be his wife." "The deuce he has! It's a very fine property, and quite unembarrassed." "And now he repudiates his engagement." Upon hearing this the young lord's face became very long. He also had heard something of the past life of his handsome cousin, though he had always felt kindly to her. "It was not once only." "Dear me! I should have thought your father would be the proper person." "Papa has written, but you know what papa is." "Does the Duke know of it, or my mother?" "It partly went on at Mistletoe. I would tell you the whole story if I knew how." Then she did tell him her story, during the telling of which he sat profoundly silent. She had gone to stay with Lady Penwether at Lord Rufford's house, and then he had first told her of his love. Then they had agreed to meet at Mistletoe, and she had begged her aunt to receive her. She had not told her aunt at once, and her aunt had been quite angry with her because they had walked together. Then she had told everything to the Duchess, and had begged the Duchess to ask the Duke to speak to Lord Rufford. At Mistletoe Lord Rufford had twice renewed his offer, and she had then accepted him. But the Duke had not spoken to him before he left the place. She owned that she thought the Duchess had been a little hard to her. Of course she did not mean to complain, but the Duchess had been angry with her because she had hunted. And now, in answer to the note from herself, had come a letter from Lord Rufford, in which he repudiated the engagement. "I only got it yesterday, and I came at once to you. I do not think you will see your cousin treated in that way without raising your hand. You will remember that I have no brother." "But what can I do?" asked Lord Mistletoe. She had taken great trouble with her face, so that she was able to burst out into tears. She had on a veil which partly concealed her. She did not believe in the effect of a pocket handkerchief, but sat with her face half averted. "Tell him what you think about it," she said. "Such entanglements, Arabella," he said, "should always be authenticated by a third party. It is for that reason that a girl generally refers her lover to her father before she allows herself to become engaged." "Think what my position has been. I wanted to refer him to my uncle, and asked the Duchess." "My mother must have had some reason. I'm sure she must. There isn't a woman in London knows how such things should be done better than my mother. I can write to Lord Rufford and ask him for an explanation, but I do not see what good it would do." "If you were in earnest about it, he would be afraid of you." "I don't think he would, in the least. If I were to make a noise about it, it would only do you harm." "You wouldn't wish all the world to know that he had jilted me?" "I don't care what the world knows. Am I to put up with such treatment as that, and do nothing? Do you like to see your cousin treated in that way?" "I don't like it at all. Lord Rufford is a good sort of man in his way, and has a large property. I wish with all my heart that it had come off all right. But in these days one can't make a man marry. There used to be the alternative of going out and being shot at, but that is over now." "And a man is to do just as he pleases?" "I am afraid so. If a man is known to have behaved badly to a girl, public opinion will condemn him." "Can anything be worse than his treatment of me?" Lord Mistletoe could not tell her that he had alluded to absolute knowledge, and that at present he had no more than her version of the story, or that the world would require more than that before the general condemnation of which she had spoken would come. So he sat in silence and shook his head. "And you think that I should put up with it quietly?" "I think that your father should see the man." Arabella shook her head contemptuously. "If you wish it, I will write to my mother." "I would rather trust to my uncle." "I don't know what he could do, but I will write to him if you please." "And you won't see Lord Rufford?" He sat silent for a minute or two, during which she pressed him over and over again to have an interview with her recreant lover, bringing up all the arguments that she knew, reminding him of their former affection for each other, telling him that she had no brother of her own, and that her own father was worse than useless in such a matter. A word or two she said of the nature of the prize to be gained, and many words as to her absolute right to regard the prize as her own. But at last he refused. "I am not the person to do it," he said. "Even if I were your brother I should not be so, unless with the view of punishing him for his conduct, in which place the punishment to you would be worse than any I could inflict on him. It cannot be good that any young lady should have her name in the mouths of all the lovers of gossip in the country." She was going to burst out at him in her anger, but before the words were out of her mouth she remembered herself. She could not afford to make enemies, and certainly not an enemy of him. "Perhaps then," she said, "you had better tell your mother all that I have told you. I will write to the Duke myself." And so she left him, and as she returned to Orchard Street in the brougham, she applied to him every term of reproach she could bring to mind. He was selfish and a coward, and utterly devoid of all feeling of family honour. He was a prig, and unmanly, and false. A real cousin would have burst out into a passion, and have declared himself ready to seize Lord Rufford by the throat and shake him into instant matrimony. But this man, through whose veins water was running instead of blood, had no feeling, no heart, no capability for anger. Oh, what a vile world it was! A little help, so very little, would have made everything straight for her. If her aunt had only behaved at Mistletoe as aunts should behave, there would have been no difficulty. In her misery she thought that the world was more cruel to her than to any other person in it. On her arrival at home she was astounded by a letter that she found there, a letter of such a nature that it altogether drove out of her head the purpose which she had of writing to the Duke on that evening. The letter was from John Morton, and now reached her through the lawyer, to whom it had been sent by private hand, for immediate delivery. It ran as follows: Dearest Arabella, I am very ill, so ill that Dr. Fanning, who has come down from London, has, I think, but a poor opinion of my case. He does not say that it is hopeless, and that is all. I think it right to tell you this, as my affection for you is what it has always been. If you wish to see me, you and your mother had better come to Bragton at once. You can telegraph. I am too weak to write more. Yours most affectionately, John Morton. P.S. There is nothing infectious. "John Morton is dying!" she almost screamed out to her mother. "Dying?" "So he says. Oh, what an unfortunate wretch I am! Everything that touches me comes to grief." Then she burst out into a flood of true, unfeigned tears. "It won't matter so much," said Lady Augustus, "if you mean to write to the Duke and go on with this other affair." "Oh, mamma, how can you talk in that way?" "Well, my dear, you know—" "I am heartless, I know that. But you are 10 times worse. Think how I have treated him." "I don't want him to die, my dear, but what can I say? I can't do him any good. It is all in God's hands, and if he must die, why, it won't make so much difference to you. I have looked upon all that as over for a long time." "It is not over. After all, he has liked me better than any of them. He wants me to go to Bragton." "That, of course, is out of the question." "It is not out of the question at all. I shall go." "Arabella!" "And you must go with me, mamma." "I will do no such thing," said Lady Augustus, to whom the idea of Bragton was terrible. "Indeed you must. He has asked me to go, and I shall do it. You can hardly let me go alone." "And what will you say to Lord Rufford?" "I don't care for Lord Rufford. Is he to prevent my going where I please?" "And your father, and the Duke, and the Duchess? How can you go there after all that you have been doing since you left?" "What do I care for the Duke and the Duchess? It has come to that I care for no one. They are all throwing me over. That little wretch Mistletoe will do nothing. This man really loved me. He has never treated me badly. Whether he live or whether he die, he has been true to me." Then she sat and thought of it all. What would Lord Rufford care for her father's letter? If her cousin Mistletoe would not stir in her behalf, what chance had she with her uncle? And though she had thoroughly despised her cousin, she had understood and had unconsciously believed much that he had said to her. In these days one can't make a man marry. What horrid days they were! But John Morton would marry her to morrow, if he were well, in spite of all her ill usage. Of course he would die, and so she would again be overwhelmed. But yet she would go and see him. As she determined to do so, there was something even in her hard, callous heart softer than the love of money, and more human than the dream of an advantageous settlement in life. End of chapter. Chapter 24 of Volume 2 of The American Senator. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Kirsten Wever. The American Senator by Anthony Trollope. Volume 2, Chapter 24. The Senator's Second Letter. In the meantime, our friend the Senator, up in London, was much distracted in his mind, finding no one to sympathize with him in his efforts, conscious of his own rectitude of purpose, always brave against others, and yet with a sad doubt in his own mind whether it could be possible that he should always be right and everybody around him wrong. Coming away from Mr. Mainwaring's dinner, he had almost quarrelled with John Morton, or rather John Morton had altogether quarrelled with him. On their way back from Dillsborough to Bragton, the minister-elect to Patagonia had told him in so many words that he had misbehaved himself at the clergyman's house. "Did I say anything that was untrue?" asked the Senator. "Was I inaccurate in my statements? If so, no man alive will be more ready to recall what he has said and ask for pardon." Mr. Morton endeavoured to explain to him that it was not his statements which were at fault, so much as the opinions based on them, and the language in which those opinions were given. But the Senator could not be made to understand that a man had not a right to his opinions, and a right also to the use of forcible language, as long as he abstained from personalities. "It was extremely personal, all that you said about the purchase of livings," said Morton. "How was I to know that?" rejoined the Senator. "When in private society I inveigh against pickpockets, I cannot imagine, sir, that there should be a pickpocket in the company." As the Senator said this, he was grieving in his heart at the trouble he had occasioned, and was almost repenting the duties he had imposed on himself. But yet his voice was bellicose and antagonistic. The conversation was carried on till Morton found himself constrained to say that, though he entertained great personal respect for his guest, he could not go with him again into society. He was ill at the time, though neither he himself knew it nor the Senator. On the next morning Mr. Gotobed returned to London without seeing his host, and before the day was over Mr. Nupper was at Mr. Morton's bedside. He was already suffering from gastric fever. The Senator was, in truth, unhappy as he returned to town. The intimacy between him and the late Secretary of Legation at his capital had arisen from a mutual understanding between them that each was to be allowed to see the faults and to admire the virtues of their two countries, and that conversation between them was to be based on the mutual system. But nobody can, in truth, endure to be told of shortcomings, either on his own part or on that of his country. He himself can abuse himself or his country, but he cannot endure it from alien lips. Mr. Gotobed had hardly said a word about England which Morton himself might not have said, but such words, coming from an American, had been too much even for the guarded temper of an unprejudiced and phlegmatic Englishman. The Senator, as he returned alone to London, understood something of this, and when, a few days later, he heard that the friend who had quarrelled with him was ill, he was discontented with himself and sore at heart. But he had his task to perform, and he meant to perform it to the best of his ability. In his own country he had heard vehement abuse of the old land from the lips of politicians, and had found at the same time almost on all sides great social admiration for the people so abused. He had observed that every Englishman of distinction was received in the States as a demigod, and that some who were not very great in their own land had been converted into heroes in his. English books were read there, English laws were obeyed there, English habits were cultivated, often at the expense of American comfort. and yet it was the fashion among orators to speak of the English as a worn-out, stupid, and enslaved people. He was a thoughtful man, and all this had perplexed him, so that he had obtained leave from his state and from Congress to be absent during a part of a short session, and had come over determined to learn as much as he could. Everything he heard and almost everything he saw offended him at some point, and yet in the midst of it all he was conscious that he was surrounded by people who claimed and made good their claims to superiority. What was a lord, let him be ever so rich and have ever so many titles? And yet, even with such a popinjay as Lord Rufford, he himself felt the lordship. When that old farmer at the hunt breakfast had removed himself and his belongings to the other side of the table, the Senator, though aware of the justice of his cause, had been keenly alive to the rebuke. He had expressed himself very boldly at the rector's house at Dillsborough, and had been certain that not a word of real argument had been possible in answer to him. But yet he left the house with a feeling almost of shame, which had grown into real penitence before he reached Bragton. He knew that he had already been condemned by Englishmen as ill-mannered, ill-conditioned, and absurd. He was as alive as any man to the inward distress of heart which such a conviction brings with it to all sensitive minds. And yet he had his purpose, and would follow it out. He was already hard at work on the lecture which he meant to deliver somewhere in London before he went back to his home duties, and had made it known to the world at large that he meant to say some sharp things of the country he was visiting. Soon after his return to town he was present at the opening of Parliament, Mr. Mounser Green of the Foreign Office having seen that he was properly accommodated with a seat. Then he went down to the election of a member of Parliament in the little borough of Quinborough. It was unfortunate for Great Britain, which was on its trial, and unpleasant also for the poor senator, who had appointed himself judge, that such a seat should have fallen vacant at that moment. Quinborough was a little town of 3,000 inhabitants, clustering round the gates of a great Whig marquis, which had been spared, who can say why, at the first Reform Bill, and having but one member, had come out scatheless from the second. Quinborough still returned its one member with something less than 500 constituents, and in spite of household suffrage and the ballot, had always returned the member favoured by the Marquis. This nobleman, driven no doubt by his conscience to make some return to the county for the favour shown to his family, had always sent to Parliament some useful and distinguished man who, without such patronage, might have been unable to serve his country. On the present occasion a friend of the people, so called, an unlettered demagogue, such as is in England in truth distasteful to all classes, had taken himself down to Quinborough as a candidate in opposition to the nobleman's nominee. He had been backed by all the sympathies of the senator, who knew nothing of him or his unfitness, and nothing whatever of the patriotism of the Marquis. But he did know what was the population, and what the constituency of Liverpool, and also what were those of Quinborough. He supposed that he knew what was the theory of representation in England, and he understood correctly that hitherto the member for Quinborough had been the nominee of that great lord. These things were horrid to him. There was, to his thinking, a fiction, more than a fiction, a falseness about all this, which not only would, but ought to bring the country prostrate to the dust. When the working man's candidate, whose political programme consisted of a general disbelief in all religions, received by ballot only 9 votes from those 500 voters, the senator declared to himself that the country must be rotten to the core. It was not only that Britons were slaves, but that they hugged their chains. To the gentleman who assured him that the Right Honourable would make a much better Member of Parliament than Tom Bobster, the plasterer from Shoreditch, he in vain tried to prove that the respective merits of the two men had nothing to do with the question. It had been the duty of those 500 voters to show to the world that in the exercise of a privilege entrusted to them for the public service, they had not been under the dictation of their rich neighbour. Instead of doing so, they had almost unanimously grovelled in the dust at their rich neighbour's feet. "There are but one or two such places left in all England," said the gentleman. "But those one or two," answered the Senator, "were wilfully left there by the Parliament which represented the whole nation." Then, quite early in the session, immediately after the voting of the address, a motion had been made by the Government of the day for introducing household suffrage into the counties. No one knew the labour to which the Senator subjected himself in order that he might master all those peculiarities, that he might learn how men become members of Parliament, and how they cease to be so, in what degree the House of Commons was made up of different elements, how it came to pass that, though there was a House of Lords, so many lords sat in the lower chamber. All those matters, which to ordinary educated Englishmen are almost as common as the breath of their nostrils, had been to him matter of long and serious study. And as the intent student, who has zealously buried himself for a week among commentaries and notes, feels himself qualified to question Porson and to be Bentley, so did our Senator believe, while still he was groping among the rudiments, that he had all our political intricacies at his fingers' ends. When he heard the arguments used for a difference of suffrage in the towns and counties, and found that even they who were proposing the change were not ready absolutely to assimilate the two, and still held that rural ascendancy, feudalism as he called it, should maintain itself by barring a fraction of the House of Commons from the votes of the majority, he pronounced the whole thing to be a sham. The intention was, he said, to delude the people. "It is all coming," said the gentleman who was accustomed to argue with him in those days. He spoke in a sad vein, which was in itself distressing to the Senator. "Why should you be in such a hurry?" The Senator suggested that if the country delayed much longer this imperative task of putting its house in order, the roof would have fallen in before the repairs were done. Then he found that this gentleman too avoided his company, and declined to sit with him any more in the gallery of the House of Commons. Added to all this was a private rankling sore in regard to Goarly and Bearside. He had now learned nearly all the truth about Goarly, and had learned also that Bearside had known the whole when he had last visited that eminent lawyer's office. Goarly had deserted his supporters, and had turned evidence against Scrobby, his partner in iniquity. That Goarly was a rascal the Senator had acknowledged. So far the general opinion down in Rufford had been correct. But he could get nobody to see, or at any rate could get nobody to acknowledge, that the rascality of Goarly had had nothing to do with the question, as he had taken it up. The man's right to his own land, his right to be protected from pheasants and foxes, from horses and hounds, was not lessened by the fact that he was a poor, ignorant, squalid, dishonest wretch. Mr. Gotobed had now received a bill from Bearside for £42 7s. 9d. for costs in the case, leaving after the deduction of £15 already paid a sum of £27 7s. 9d. stated to be still due. And this was accompanied by an intimation that as he, Mr. Gotobed, was a foreigner soon about to leave the country, Mr. Bearside must request that his claim might be settled quite at once. No one could be less likely than our Senator to leave a foreign country without paying his bills. He had quarrelled with Morton, who also at this time was too ill to have given him much assistance. Though he had become acquainted with half Dillsborough, there was nobody there to whom he could apply. Thus he was driven to employ a London attorney, and the London attorney told him that he had better pay Bearside. The Senator, remembering at the time that he would also have to pay the London attorney for his advice. He gave this second lawyer authority to conclude the matter, and at last Bearside accepted £20. When the London attorney refused to take anything for his trouble, the Senator felt such conduct almost as an additional grievance. In his existing frame of mind he would sooner have expended a few more dollars than be driven to think well of anything connected with English law. It was immediately after he had handed over the money, in liquidation of Bearside's claim, that he sat down to write a further letter to his friend and correspondent, Josiah Scroome. His letter was not written in the best of tempers, but still, through it all, there was a desire to be just, and an anxiety to abstain from the use of hard phrases. The letter was as follows: Fenton's Hotel, St. James Street, London, February 12th, 187 . My dear Sir, since I last wrote, I have had much to trouble me, and little, perhaps, to compensate me for my trouble. I told you, I think, in one of my former letters, that wherever I went I found myself able to say what I pleased as to the peculiarities of this very peculiar people. I am not now going to contradict what I said then. Wherever I go I do speak out, and my eyes are still in my head, and my head is on my shoulders. But I have to acknowledge to myself that I give offence. Mr. Morton, whom you knew at the British Embassy in Washington, and who I fear is now very ill, parted from me when last I saw him in anger, because of certain opinions I had expressed in a clergyman's house, not as being ill-founded, but as being antagonistic to the clergyman himself. This I feel to be unreasonable. And in the neighbourhood of Mr. Morton's house I have encountered the ill will of a great many, not for having spoken untruth, for that I have never heard alleged, but because I have not been reticent in describing the things which I have seen. I told you, I think, that I had returned to Mr. Morton's neighbourhood with the view of defending an oppressed man against the power of the lord who was oppressing him. Unfortunately for me, the lord, though a scapegrace, spends his money freely, and is a hospitable, kindly-hearted, honest fellow, whereas the injured victim has turned out to be a wretched scoundrel. Scoundrel though he is, he has still been ill-used, and the lord, though good-natured, has been a tyrant. But the poor wretch has thrown me over, and sold himself to the other side, and I have been held up to ignominy by all the provincial newspapers. I have also had to pay through the nose $175 for my quixotism, a sum which I cannot very well afford. This money I have lost solely with the view of defending the weak, but nobody with whom I have discussed the matter seems to recognize the purity of my object. I am only reminded that I have put myself in the same boat with a rascal. I feel from day to day how thoroughly I could have enjoyed a sojourn in this country, if I had come here without any line of duty laid down for myself. Could I have swum with the stream, and have said yes or no, as yes or no were expected, I might have revelled in generous hospitality. Nothing can be pleasanter than the houses here, if you will only be as idle as the owners of them. But when once you show them that you have an object, they become afraid of you. And industry, in such houses as I now speak of, is a crime. You are there to glide through the day luxuriously in the house, or to rush through it impetuously on horseback, or with a gun, if you be a sportsman. Sometimes, when I have asked questions about the most material institutions of the country, I have felt that I was looked upon with absolute loathing. This is disagreeable. And yet I find it more easy in this country to sympathize with the rich than with the poor. I do not here describe my own actual sympathies, but only the easiness with which they might be evoked. The rich are, at any rate, pleasant. The poor are very much the reverse. There is no backbone of mutiny in them against the oppression to which they are subjected, but only the whining of a dog that knows itself to be a slave, and pleads with his soft paw for tenderness from his master, or the futile growlings of the caged tiger, who paces up and down before his bars, and has long ago forgotten the attempt to break them. They are a long-suffering race, who only now and then feel themselves stirred up to contest a point against their masters on the basis of starvation. We won't work but on such and such terms, and if we cannot get them we will lie down and die. That, I take it, is the real argument of a strike. But they never do lie down and die. If one in every parish, one in every county would do so, then the agricultural labourers of the country might live almost as well as the farmers' pigs. I was present the other day at the opening of Parliament. It was a very grand ceremony, though the Queen did not find herself well enough to do her duty in person. But the grandeur was everything. A royal programme was read from the foot of the throne, of which even I knew all the details beforehand, having read them in the newspapers. The two opening speeches were then made by two young lords, not after all so very young, which sounded like lessons recited by schoolboys. There was no touch of eloquence, no approach to it. It was clear that either of them would have been afraid to attempt the idiosyncrasy of passionate expression. But they were exquisitely dressed, and had learned their lessons to a marvel. The flutter of the ladies' dresses, and the presence of the peers, and the historic ornamentation of the house were all very pleasant. But they reminded me of a last year's nut, of which the outside appearance has been mellowed and improved by time, but the fruit inside has withered away and become tasteless. Since that I have been much interested with an attempt, a further morsel of cobbling, which is being done to improve the representation of the people. Though it be but cobbling, if it be in the right direction, one is glad of it. I do not know how far you may have studied the theories and system of the British House of Commons, but for myself I must own that it was not till the other day that I was aware that, though it acts together as one whole, it is formed of two distinct parts. The one part is sent thither from the towns by household suffrage, and this, which may be said to be the healthier of the two, as coming more directly from the people, is nevertheless disfigured by a multitude of anomalies. Population hardly bears upon the question. A town with 15,000 inhabitants has 2 members, whereas another with 400,000 has only 3, and another with 50,000 has 1. But there is worse disorder than this. In the happy little village of Portarlington 200 constituents choose a member among them, or have one chosen for them by their careful lord, whereas in the great city of London something like 25,000 registered electors only send 4 to Parliament. With this the country is presumed to be satisfied. But the counties which by a different system send up the other part of the House, there exists still a heavy property qualification for voting. There is apparent to all a necessity for change here, but the change proposed is simply a reduction of the qualification, so that the rural labourer, whose class is probably the largest, as it is the poorest, in the country, is still disfranchised, and will remain so, unless it be his chance to live within the arbitrary line of some so-called borough. For these boroughs, you must know, are sometimes strictly confined to the aggregations of houses which constitute the town, but sometimes stretch out their arms so as to include rural districts. The divisions, I am assured, were made to suit the aspirations of political magnates when the first Reform Bill was passed. What is to be expected of a country in which such absurdities are loved and sheltered? I am still determined to express my views on these matters before I leave England, and am with great labour preparing a lecture on the subject. I am assured that I shall not be debarred from my utterances because that which I say is unpopular. I am told that as long as I do not touch Her Majesty, or Her Majesty's family, or the Christian religion, which is only the second holy of holies, I may say anything. Good taste would save me from the former offence, and my own convictions from the latter. But my friend who so informs me doubts whether many will come to hear me. He tells me that the serious American is not popular here, whereas the joker is much run after. Of that I must take my chance. In all this I am endeavouring to do a duty, feeling every day more strongly my own inadequacy. Were I to follow my own wishes, I should return by the next steamer to my duties at home. Believe me to be, dear sir, with much sincerity, yours truly, Elias Gotobed. End of chapter. Chapter 25 of Volume 2 of The American Senator. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Kirsten Wever. The American Senator by Anthony Trollope. Volume 2, Chapter 25. Providence Interferes. The battle was carried on very fiercely in Mr. Masters' house in Dillsborough, to the misery of all within it. But the conviction gained ground with every one that Mary was to be sent to Cheltenham for some indefinite time. Dolly and Kate seemed to think that she was to go never to return. 6 months, which had been vaguely mentioned as the proposed period of her sojourn, was to them almost as indefinite as eternity. The 2 girls had been intensely anxious for the marriage, wishing to have Larry for a brother, looking forward with delight to their share in the unrestricted plenteousness of Chowton Farm, longing to be allowed to consider themselves at home among the ricks and barns and wide fields. But at this moment things had become so tragic that they were cowed and unhappy. Not that Mary should still refuse Larry Twentyman, but that she should be going away for so long a time. They could quarrel with their elder sister while the assurance was still with them that she would be there to forgive them. But now that she was going away, and that it had come to be believed by both of them that poor Lawrence had no chance, they were sad and downhearted. In all that misery the poor attorney had the worst of it. Mary was free from her stepmother's zeal and her stepmother's persecution, at any rate at night. But the poor father was hardly allowed to sleep, for Mrs. Masters never gave up her game as altogether lost. Though she might be driven alternately into towering passion and prostrate hysterics, she would still come again to the battle. A word of encouragement would, she said, bring Larry Twentyman back to his courtship, and that word might be spoken if Mary's visit to Cheltenham were forbidden. What did the letter signify, or all the girl's protestations? Did not everybody know how self-willed young women were, but how they could be brought round by proper usage? Let Mary once be made to understand that she would not be allowed to be a fine lady, and then she would marry Mr. Twentyman quick enough. But this Ushanting, this journeying to Cheltenham in order that nothing might be done, was the very way to promote the disease. This Mrs. Masters said, in season and out of season, night and day, till the poor husband longed for his daughter's departure, in order that the point might be at any rate settled. In all these disputes he never quite yielded. Though his heart sank within him, he was still firm. He would turn his back to his wife and let her run on with her arguments without a word of answer, till at last he would bounce out of bed and swear that if she did not leave him alone he would go and lock himself into the office and sleep with his head on the office desk. Mrs. Masters was almost driven to despair, but at last there came to her a gleam of hope most unexpectedly. It had been settled that Mary should make her journey on Friday the 12th of February, and that Reginald Morton was again to accompany her. This in itself, to Mrs. Masters, was an aggravation of the evil which was being done. She was not in the least afraid of Reginald Morton, but this attendance on Mary was, in the eyes of the stepmother, a cockering of her up, a making a fine lady of her, which was in itself of all things the most pernicious. If Mary must go to Cheltenham, why could she not go by herself, second class, like any other young woman? Nobody would eat her, Mrs. Masters declared. But Reginald was firm in his purpose of accompanying her. He had no objection whatever to the second class, if Mr. Masters preferred it. But as he meant to make the journey on the same day, of course they would go together. Mr. Masters said that he was very much obliged. Mrs. Masters protested that it was all trash from beginning to end. Then there came a sudden disruption to all these plans, and a sudden renewal of her hopes to Mrs. Masters, which for one half a day nearly restored her good humour. Lady Ushant wrote to postpone the visit because she herself had been summoned to Bragton. Her letter to Mary, though affectionate, was very short. Her grand-nephew John, the head of the family, had expressed a desire to see her, and with that wish she was bound to comply. Of course, she said, she would see Mary at Bragton, or if that were not possible, she herself would come into Dillsborough. She did not know what might be the length of her visit, but when it was over she hoped that Mary would return with her to Cheltenham. The old lady's letter to Reginald was much longer, because in that she had to speak of the state of John Morton's health, and of her surprise that she should be summoned to his bedside. Of course she would go, though she could not look forward with satisfaction to a meeting with the Honourable Mrs. Morton. Then she could not refrain from alluding to the fact that if anything were to happen to John Morton, Reginald himself would be the squire of Bragton. Reginald, when he received this, at once went over to the attorney's house, but he did not succeed in seeing Mary. He learned, however, that they were all aware that the journey had been postponed. To Mrs. Masters it seemed that all this had been a dispensation of Providence. Lady Ushant's letter had been received on the Thursday, and Mrs. Masters at once found it expedient to communicate with Larry Twentyman. She was not excellent herself at the writing of letters, and therefore she got Dolly to be the scribe. Before the Thursday evening the following note was written to Chowton Farm. Dear Larry, pray come and go to the club with father on Saturday. We haven't seen you for so long. Mother has got something to tell you. Your affectionate friend, Dolly. When this was received the poor man was smoking his moody pipe in silence as he roamed about his own farmyard in the darkness of the night. He had not as yet known any comfort, and was still firm in his purpose of selling the farm. He had been out hunting once or twice, but fancied that people looked at him with peculiar eyes. He could not ride, though he made one or two forlorn attempts to break his neck. He did not care in the least whether they found or not. And when Captain Glomax was held to have disgraced himself thoroughly by wasting an hour in digging out and then killing a vixen, he had not a word to say about it. But as he read Dolly's note there came back something of life into his eyes. He had forsworn the club, but would certainly go when thus invited. He wrote a scrawl to Dolly. I'll come, and having sent it off by the messenger, tried to trust that there might yet be ground for hope. Mrs. Masters would not have allowed Dolly to send such a message without good reason. On the Friday Mrs. Masters could not abstain from proposing that Mary's visit to Cheltenham should be regarded as altogether out of the question. She had no new argument to offer, except this last interposition of Providence in her favour. Mr. Masters said that he did not see why Mary should not return with Lady Ushant. Various things, however, might happen. John Morton might die, and then who could tell whether Lady Ushant would ever return to Cheltenham? In this way the short-lived peace soon came to an end, especially as Mrs. Masters endeavoured to utilize for general family purposes certain articles which had been purchased with a view to Mary's prolonged residence away from home. This was resented by the attorney, and the peace was short-lived. On the Saturday Larry came, to the astonishment of Mr. Masters, who was still in his office at 7:30. Mrs. Masters at once got hold of him and conveyed him away into the sacred drawing-room. "Mary is not going," she said. "Not going to Cheltenham?" "It has all been put off. She shan't go at all if I can help it." "But why has it been put off, Mrs. Masters?" "Lady Ushant is coming to Bragton. I suppose that poor man is dying." "He is very ill, certainly." "And if anything happens there, who can say what may happen anywhere else? Lady Ushant will have something else except Mary to think of if her own nephew comes into all the property." "I didn't know she was such friends with the squire as that." "Well, there it is. Lady Ushant is coming to Bragton, and Mary is not going to Cheltenham." This she said as though the news must be of vital importance to Larry Twentyman. He stood for a while scratching his head as he thought of it. At last it appeared to him that Mary's continual residence in Dillsborough would of itself hardly assist him. "I don't see, Mrs. Masters, that will make her a bit kinder to me." "Larry, don't you be a coward, nor yet soft." "As for a coward, Mrs. Masters, I don't know. I suppose you really do love the girl?" "I do. I think I've shown that." "And you haven't changed your mind?" "Not a bit." "That's why I speak open to you. Don't you be afraid of her. What's the letter with a girl like that writes?" "When she gets tantrums into her head, of course she'll write a letter." "But there's somebody else, Mrs. Masters." "Who says so? I say there ain't nobody. Nobody. If anybody tells you that, it's only just to put you off. It's just poetry and books and rubbish. She wants to be a fine lady." "I'll make her a lady." You make her Mrs. Twentyman, and don't you be made by any one to give it up. Go to the club with Mr. Masters now, and come here just the same as usual. Come to morrow and have a gossip with the girls together, and show that you can keep your pluck up. That's the way to win her." Larry did go to the club, and did think very much of it as he walked home. He had promised to come on the Sunday afternoon, but he could not bring himself to believe in that theory of books and poetry put forward by Mrs. Masters. Books and poetry would not teach a girl like Mary to reject her suitor if she really loved him. End of chapter. Chapter 26 of Volume 2 of The American Senator. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Kirsten Wever. The American Senator by Anthony Trollope. Volume 2, Chapter 26. Lady Ushant at Bragton. On the Sunday Larry came into Dillsborough and had his gossip with the girls, according to order. But it was not very successful. Mrs. Masters, who opened the door for him, instructed him in a special whisper to talk away just as though he did not care a fig for Mary. He made the attempt manfully, but with slight effect. His love was too genuine, too absorbing, to leave with him the power which Mrs. Masters assumed him to have when she gave him such advice. A man cannot walk when he has broken his ankle bone, let him be ever so brave in the attempt. Larry's heart was so weighted that he could not hide the weight. Dolly and Kate had also received hints, and struggled hard to be merry. In the afternoon a walk was suggested, and Mary complied. But when an attempt was made by the younger girls to leave the lover and Mary together, she resented it by clinging closely to Dolly, and then all Larry's courage deserted him. Very little good was done on the occasion by Mrs. Masters' manoeuvres. On the Monday morning, in compliance with a request made by Lady Ushant, Mary walked over to Bragton to see her old friend. Mrs. Masters had declared the request to be very unreasonable. "Who is to walk 5 miles and back to see an old woman like that?" To this Mary had replied that the distance across the fields to Bragton was only 4 miles, and that she had often walked it with her sisters for the very pleasure of the walk. "Not in weather like this," said Mrs. Masters. But the day was well enough. Roads in February are often a little wet, but there was no rain falling. "I say it's unreasonable," said Mrs. Masters. "If she can't send a carriage she oughtn't to expect it." This coming from Mrs. Masters, whose great doctrine it was that young women ought not to be afraid to work, was so clearly the effect of sheer opposition that Mary disdained to answer it. Then she was accused of treating her stepmother with contempt. She did walk to Bragton, taking the path by the fields and over the bridge, and loitering for a few minutes as she leaned upon the rail. It was there, and there only, that she had seen together the two men who between them seemed to cloud all her life, the man whom she loved and the man who loved her. She knew now, she thought that she knew quite well, that her feelings for Reginald Morton were of such a nature that she could not possibly become the wife of any one else. But had she not seen him for those few minutes on this spot, had he not fired her imagination by telling her of his desire to go back with her over the sights which they had seen together when she was a child, she would not, she thought, have been driven to make to herself so grievous a confession. In that case it might have been that she would have brought herself to give her hand to the suitor of whom all her friends approved. And then with infinite tenderness she thought of all Larry's virtues, and especially of the great virtue in a woman's eyes the constancy of his devotion to herself. She did love him, but with a varied love, a love which was most earnest in wishing his happiness, which would have been desirous of the closest friendship, if only nothing more were required. She swore to herself 1,000 times that she did not look down upon him because he was only a farmer, that she did not think herself in any way superior to him, but it was impossible that she should consent to be his wife. And then she thought of the other man with feelings much less kind. Why had he thrust himself upon her and disturbed her? Why had he taught her to think herself unfit to mate with this lover who was her equal? Why had he assured her that, were she to do so, her old friends would be revolted? Why had he exacted from her a promise which was sacred to her, that she should not so give herself away? Yes, the promise was certainly sacred, but he had been cold and cruel in forcing it from her lips. What business was it of his? Why should he have meddled with her? In the shallow streamlet of her lowly life the waters might have glided on, slow but smoothly, had he not taught them to be ambitious of a rapider, grander course. Now they were disturbed by mud, and there could be no pleasure in them. She went on over the bridge and round by the shrubbery to the hall door, which was opened to her by Mrs. Hopkins. Yes, Lady Ushant was there, but the young squire was very ill, and his aunt was then with him. Mr. Reginald was in the library. Would Miss Masters be shown in there, or would she go up to Lady Ushant's own room? Of course she replied that she would go upstairs and there wait for Lady Ushant. When she was found by her friend she was told at length the story of all the circumstances which had brought Lady Ushant to Bragton. When John Morton had first been taken ill, before any fixed idea of danger had occurred to himself or to others, his grandmother had come to him. Then, as he gradually became weaker, he made various propositions which were, all of them, terribly distasteful to the old woman. In the first place, he had insisted on sending for Miss Trefoil. Up to this period Mary Masters had hardly heard the name of Miss Trefoil, and almost shuddered as she was at once immersed in all these family secrets. "She is to be here to morrow," said Lady Ushant. "Oh dear, how sad!" "He insists upon it, and she is coming. She was here before, and it now turns out that all the world knew that they were engaged. That was no secret, for everybody had heard it." "And where is Mr. Morton now?" Then Lady Ushant went on with her story. The sick man had insisted on making his will, and had declared his purpose of leaving the property to his cousin Reginald. As Lady Ushant said, there was no one else to whom he could leave it with any propriety. But this had become matter for bitter contention between the old woman and her grandson. "Who did she think should have it?" asked Mary. "Ah, that I don't know. That he has never told me. But she has had the wickedness to say, oh, such things of Reginald! I knew all that before, but that she should repeat them now is terrible. I suppose she wanted it for some of her own people, but it was so horrible, you know, when he was so ill. And then he said that he should send for me, so that what is left of the family might be together. After that she went away in anger. Mrs. Hopkins says that she did not even see him the morning she left Bragton." "She always was high-tempered," said Mary. "And dictatorial beyond measure. She nearly broke my poor dear father's heart. And then she left the house because he would not shut his doors against Reginald's mother. And now I hardly know what I am to do here, or what I must say to this young lady when she comes to morrow." "Is she coming alone?" "We don't know. She has a mother, Lady Augustus Trefoil, but whether Lady Augustus will accompany her daughter we have not heard. Reginald says certainly not, or they would have told us so." You have seen Reginald?" "No, Lady Ushant." "You must see him. He is here now. Think what a difference it will make to him." "But, Lady Ushant, is he so bad?" "Dr. Fanning almost says that there is no hope. This poor young woman that is coming, what am I to say to her? He has made his will. That was done before I came. I don't know why he shouldn't have sent for your father, but he had a gentleman down from town. I suppose he will leave her something, but it is a great thing that Bragton should remain in the family. Oh dear, oh dear! If any one but a Morton were to be here it would break my heart. Reginald is the only one left now of the old branch. He's getting old, and he ought to marry. It is so serious when there's an old family property." "I suppose he will only—" "Yes, exactly. One can't even think about it while this poor young man is lying so ill. Mrs. Morton has been almost like his mother, and has lived upon the Bragton property, absolutely lived upon it. And now she is away from him because he chooses to do what he likes with his own. Is it not awful? And she would not put her foot in the house if she knew that Reginald was here. She told Mrs. Hopkins as much, and she said that she wouldn't so much as write a line to me. Poor fellow, he wrote it himself. And now he thinks so much about it. When Dr. Fanning went back to London yesterday, I think he took some message to her." Mary remained there till lunch was announced, but refused to go down into the parlour, urging that she was expected home for dinner. "And there is no chance for Mr. Twentyman?" asked Lady Ushant. Mary shook her head. "Poor man! I do feel sorry for him, as everybody speaks so well of him. Of course, my dear, I have nothing to say about it. I don't think girls should ever be in a hurry to marry, and if you can't love him—" "Dear Lady Ushant, it is quite settled." "Poor young man! But you must go and see Reginald." Then she was taken into the library and did see Reginald. Were she to avoid him specially, she would tell her tale almost as plainly as though she were to run after him. He greeted her kindly, almost affectionately, expressing his extreme regret that his visit to Cheltenham should have been postponed, and a hope that she would be much at Bragton. "The distance is so great, Reginald," said Lady Ushant. "I can drive her over. It is a long walk, and I had made up my mind to get Runciman's little phaeton. I shall order it for to morrow if Miss Masters will come." But Miss Masters would not agree to this. She would walk over again some day, as she liked to walk, but no doubt she would only be in the way if she were to come often. "I have told her about Miss Trefoil," said Lady Ushant. "You know, my dear, I look upon you almost as one of ourselves, because you lived here so long, but perhaps you had better postpone coming again until she has gone." "Certainly, Lady Ushant." "It might be difficult to explain. I don't suppose she will stay long. Perhaps she will go back the same day. I am sure I shan't know what to say to her, but when anything is fixed I will send you word by the postman." Reginald would have walked back with her across the bridge, but that he had promised to go to his cousin immediately after lunch. As it was, he offered to accompany her part of the way, but was stopped by his aunt, greatly to Mary's comfort. He was now more beyond her reach than ever, more utterly removed from her. He would probably become Squire of Bragton, and she, in her earliest days, had heard the late squire spoken of as though he were one of the potentates of the earth. She had never thought it possible, but now it was less possible than ever. There was something in his manner to her almost protective, almost fatherly, as though he had some authority over her. Lady Ushant had authority once, but he had none. In every tone of his voice she felt that she heard an expression of interest in her welfare, but it was the interest which a grown-up takes in a child, or a superior in an inferior. Of course he was her superior, but yet the tone of his voice was distasteful to her. As she walked back to Dillsborough she told herself that she would not go again to Bragton without assuring herself that he was not there. When she reached home many questions were asked of her, but she told nothing of the secrets of the Morton family which had been so openly confided to her. She would only say that she was afraid that Mr. John Morton was very ill. End of chapter. Chapter 27 of Volume 2 of The American Senator. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Kirsten Wever. The American Senator by Anthony Trollope. Volume 2, Chapter 27. Arabella again at Bragton. Arabella Trefoil had adhered without flinching to the purpose she had expressed of going down to Bragton to see the sick man, and yet at that very time she was in the midst of her contest with Lord Rufford. She was aware that a correspondence was going on between her father and the young lord, and that her father had demanded an interview. She was aware also that the matter had been discussed at the family mansion in Piccadilly, the Duke having come to London for the purpose, and that the Duke and his brother, who hardly ever spoke to each other, had absolutely had a conference. And this conference had had results. The Duke had not himself consented to interfere, but he had agreed to a compromise proposed by his son. Lord Augustus should be authorised to ask Lord Rufford to meet him in the library of the Piccadilly mansion, so that there should be some savour of the dukedom in what might be done and said there. Lord Rufford would, by the surroundings, be made to feel that in rejecting Arabella he was rejecting the Duke and all the Mayfair belongings, and that in accepting her he would be entitled to regard himself as accepting them all. But by allowing thus much the Duke would not compromise himself, nor the Duchess, nor Lord Mistletoe. Lord Mistletoe, with that prudence which will certainly in future years make him a useful assistant to some minister of the day, had seen all this, and so it had been arranged. But in spite of these doings, Arabella had insisted on complying with John Morton's wish that she go down and visit him in his bed at Bragton. Her mother, who in these days was driven almost to desperation by her daughter's conduct, tried her best to avoid the useless journey, but tried in vain. "Then," she said in wrath to Arabella, "I will tell your father, and I will tell the Duke, and I will tell Lord Rufford that they need not trouble themselves any further." "You know, mamma, that you will do nothing of the kind," said Arabella, and the poor woman did do nothing of the kind. "What is it to them whether I see the man or not?" the girl said. "They are not such fools as to suppose that because Lord Rufford has engaged himself to me now, I was never engaged to any one before. There isn't one of them doesn't know that you had made up an engagement between us, and had afterward tried to break it off." When she heard this the unfortunate mother raved, but she raved in vain. She told her daughter that she would not supply her with money for the expenses of her journey, but her daughter replied that she would have no difficulty in finding her way to a pawn shop. "What is to be got by it?" asked the unfortunate mother. In reply to this Arabella would say, "Mamma, you have no heart, absolutely none. You ought to manoeuvre better than you do, for your feelings never stand in your way for a moment." All this had to be borne, and the old woman was forced at last not only to yield, but to promise that she would accompany her daughter to Bragton. "I know how all this will end," she said to Arabella. You will have to go your way, and I must go mine." "Just so," replied the daughter. "I do not often agree with you, mamma, but there I do altogether." Lady Augustus was absolutely at a loss to understand what were the motives and what the ideas which induced her daughter to take the journey. If the man were to die, no good could come of it. If he were to live, then surely that love which had induced him to make so foolish a petition would suffice to ensure the marriage, if the marriage should then be thought desirable. But at present Arabella was still in hot pursuit of Lord Rufford, to whom this journey, as soon as it should be known to him, would give the easiest mode of escape. How would it be possible that they two should get out at the Dillsborough station and be taken to Bragton without all Rufford knowing it? Of course there would be hymns sung in praise of Arabella's love and constancy, but such hymns would be absolutely ruinous to her. It was growing clear to Lady Augustus that her daughter was giving up the game, and becoming frantic as she thought of her age, her failure, and her future. If so, it would be well that they should separate. On the day fixed, a close carriage awaited them at the Dillsborough station. They arrived both dressed in black and both veiled, and with but one maid between them. This arrangement had been made with some vague idea of escaping scrutiny rather than from economy. They had never hitherto been known to go anywhere without one apiece. There were no airs on the station now as on that former occasion, no loud talking, not even a word spoken. Lady Augustus was asking herself why she should have been put into so lamentable a position, and Arabella was endeavouring to think what she would say to the dying man. She did think that he was dying. It was not the purport of her present visit to strengthen her position by making certain of the man's hand, should he live. When she said that she was not as yet quite so hard-hearted as her mother, she spoke the truth. Something of regret, something of penitence, had at times crept over her in reference to her conduct to this man. He had been very unlike others on whom she had played her arts. None of her lovers, or mock lovers, had been serious and stern and uncomfortable as he. There had been no other who had ever attempted to earn his bread. To her the butterflies of the world had been all in all, and the working bees had been a tribe apart, with which she was no more called upon to mix than is my lady's spaniel with the kennel hounds. But the chance had come. She had consented to exhibit her allurements before a man of business, and the man of business had at once sat at her feet. She had soon repented, as the reader has seen. The alliance had been distasteful to her. She had found that the man's ways were in no wise like her ways, and she had found also that were she to become his wife he certainly would not change. She had looked about for a means of escape, but as she did so she had recognized the man's truth. No doubt he had been different from the others, less gay in his attire, less jocund in his words, less given to flattery and sport and gems, and all the little wickednesses which she had loved. But they, those others, had, one and all, struggled to escape from her. Through all the gems and mirth and flattery there had been the same purpose. They liked the softness of her hand, they liked the flutter of her silk, they liked to have whispered in their ears the bold words of her practised raillery. Each liked, for a month or two, to be her special friend, but then, after that, each had deserted her, as had done the one before, till in each new alliance she felt that such was to be her destiny, and that she was rolling a stone which would never settle itself, straining for waters which would never come lip high. But John Morton, after once saying that he loved her, had never tired, had never wished to escape. He had been so true to his love, so true to his word, that he had borne from her usage which would have fully justified escape, had escape been to his taste. But to the last he had really loved her, and now on his deathbed he had sent for her to come to him. She would not be coward enough to refuse his request. "Should he say anything to you about his will, don't refuse to hear him, because it may be of the greatest importance," Lady Augustus whispered to her daughter as the carriage was driven up to the front door. It was then 4 o'clock, and it was understood that the two ladies were to stay that one night at Bragton, a letter having been received by Lady Ushant that morning informing her that the mother as well as the daughter was coming. Poor Lady Ushant was almost beside herself, not knowing what she should do with the two women, and having no one in the house to help her. Something she had heard of Lady Augustus, but chiefly from Mrs. Hopkins, who certainly had not admired her master's future mother-in-law. Nor had Arabella been popular, but of her Mrs. Hopkins had only dared to say that she was very handsome and a little upstartish. How she was to spend the evening with them Lady Ushant could not conceive, it having been decided, in accordance with the doctor's orders, that the interview should not take place till the next morning. When they were shown in, Lady Ushant stood just within the drawing-room door and muttered a few words as she gave her hand to each. "How is he?" asked Arabella, throwing up her veil boldly as soon as the door was closed. Lady Ushant only shook her head. "I knew it would be so. It is always so with anything I care for." "She is so distressed, Lady Ushant," said the mother, "that she hardly knows what she does." Arabella shook her head. "It is so, Lady Ushant." "Am I to go to him now?" said Arabella. Then the old lady explained the doctor's orders and offered to take them to their rooms. "Perhaps I might say a word to you alone. I will stay here if you will go with mamma." And she did stay till Lady Ushant came down to her. "Do you mean to say it is certain," she asked, "certain that he must die?" "No, I do not say that." "It is possible he may recover?" "Certainly it is possible. What is not possible with God?" "Ah, that means he will die." Then she sat herself down and almost unconsciously took off her bonnet and laid it aside. Lady Ushant, then looking into her face for the first time, was at a loss to understand what she had heard of her beauty. Could it be the same girl of whom Mrs. Hopkins had spoken, and of whose brilliant beauty Reginald had repeated what he had heard? She was haggard, almost old, with black lines round her eyes. There was nothing soft or gracious in the tresses of her hair. When Lady Ushant had been young, men had liked hair such as was that of Mary Masters. Arabella's yellow locks, whencesoever they may have come, were rough and uncombed. But it was the look of age and the almost masculine strength of the lower face which astonished Lady Ushant the most. "Has he spoken to you about me?" she said. "Not to me." Then Lady Ushant went on to explain that though she was there now, as the female representative of the family, she had never been so intimate with John Morton as to admit of such confidence as that. "I wonder whether he can love me," said the girl. "Assuredly he does, Miss Trefoil. Why else should he send for you?" "Because he is an honest man. I hardly think that he can love me much. He was to have been my husband, but he will escape that. If I thought that he would live, I would tell him that he was free." "He would not want to be free." "He ought to want it. I am not fit for him. I have come here, Lady Ushant, because I want to tell him the truth." "But you love him?" Arabella made no answer, but sat looking steadily into Lady Ushant's face. Surely you do love him?" "I do not know. I don't think I did love him, though now I may. It is so horrible that he should die, and die while all this is going on. That softens one, you know. Have you ever heard of Lord Rufford?" "Lord Rufford, the young man?" "Yes, the young man." "Never particularly. I knew his father." "But not this man? Mr. Morton never spoke to you of him?" "Not a word." "I have been engaged to him since I became engaged to your nephew." "Engaged to Lord Rufford? To marry him?" "Yes, indeed." "And will you marry him?" "I cannot say. I tell you this, Lady Ushant, because I must tell somebody in this house. I have behaved very badly to Mr. Morton, and Lord Rufford is behaving as badly to me." "Did John know of this?" "No, but I meant to tell him. I determined that I would tell him had he lived. When he sent for me I swore that I would tell him. If he is dying, how can I say it?" Lady Ushant sat bewildered, thinking over it, understanding nothing of the world in which this girl had lived, and not knowing now how things could have been as she described them. It was not as yet 3 months since, to her knowledge, this young woman had been staying at Bragton as the affianced bride of the owner of the house, staying there with her own mother and his grandmother. And now she declared that since that time she had become engaged to another man, and that that other man had already jilted her. And yet she was here that she might make a deathbed parting with the man who regarded himself as her affianced husband. "If I were sure that he were dying, why should I trouble him?" she said again. Lady Ushant found herself utterly unable to give any counsel to such a condition of circumstances. Why should she be asked? This young woman had her mother with her. Did her mother know all this, and nevertheless bring her daughter to the house of a man who had been so treated? "I really do not know what to say," she replied at last. "But I was determined that I would tell some one. I thought that Mrs. Morton would have been here." Lady Ushant shook her head. "I am glad she is not, because she was not civil to me when I was here before. She would have said hard things to me, though not perhaps harder than I have deserved. I suppose I may still see him to morrow?" "Oh yes, he expects it." "I shall not tell him now. I could not tell him if I thought he were dying. If he gets better you must tell him all." "I don't think I could do that, Miss Trefoil." "Pray do, pray do. I call upon you to tell him everything." "Tell him that you will be married to Lord Rufford?" "No, not that. If Mr. Morton were well to morrow I would have him, if he chose, after what I have told you." "You do love him then?" "At any rate I like no one better." "Not the young lord?" "No. Why should I like him? He does not love me. I hate him. I would marry Mr. Morton to morrow, and go with him to Patagonia, or anywhere else, if he would have me, after hearing what I have done." Then she rose from her chair, but before she left the room she said a word further. "Do not speak a word to my mother about this. Mamma knows nothing of my purpose. Mamma only wants me to marry Lord Rufford and to throw Mr. Morton over. Do not tell any one else, Lady Ushant. But if he is ever well enough, then you must tell him." After that she went, leaving Lady Ushant in the room, astounded by the story she had heard. End of chapter.
Chapter 1 of Volume 3 of The American Senator. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Nicholas Clifford. The American Senator by Anthony Trollope. Chapter 1 of Volume 3. I have told him everything. That evening was very long and very sad to the three ladies assembled in the drawing room at Bragton Park, but it was probably more so to Lady Augustus than the other two. She hardly spoke to either of them, nor did they to her, while a certain amount of conversation in a low tone was carried on between Lady Ushant and Miss Trefoil. When Arabella came down to dinner she received a message from the sick man. He sent his love, and would so willingly have seen her instantly, only that the doctor would not allow it. But he was so glad, so very glad that she had come. This Lady Ushant said to her in a whisper, and seemed to say it as though she had heard nothing of that frightful story which had been told to her not much more than an hour ago. Arabella did not utter a word in reply, but put out her hand, secretly as it were, and grasped that of the old lady to whom she had told the tale of her later intrigues. The dinner did not keep them long, but it was very grievous to them all. Lady Ushant might have made some effort to be at least a complaisant hostess to Lady Augustus had she not heard this story, had she not been told that the woman, knowing her daughter to be engaged to John Morton, had wanted her to marry Lord Rufford. The story, having come from the lips of the girl herself, had moved some pity in the old woman's breast in regard to her, but for Lady Augustus she could feel nothing but horror. In the evening Lady Augustus sat alone, not even pretending to open a book or to employ her fingers. She seated herself on one side of the fire, with the screen in her hand, turning over such thoughts in her mind as were perhaps customary to her. Would there ever come a period to her misery, an hour of release in which she might be in comfort ere she died? Hitherto, from one year to another, from one decade to the following, it had all been struggle and misery, contumely and contempt. She thought that she had done her duty by her child, and her child hated and despised her. It was but the other day that Arabella had openly declared that in the event of her marriage she would not have her mother as a guest in her own house. There could be no longer hope for triumph and glory. But how might she find peace so that she might no longer be driven hither and thither by this ungrateful tyrant child? Oh, how hard she had worked in the world, and how little the world had given her in return! Lady Ushant and Arabella sat at the other side of the fire, at some distance from it, on a sofa, and carried on a fitful conversation in whispers, of which a word would now and then reach the ears of the wretched mother. It consisted chiefly of a description of the man's illness, and of the different sayings which had come from the doctors who had attended him. It was marvellous to Lady Augustus, as she sat there listening, that her daughter should condescend to take an interest in such details. What could it be to her now how the fever had taken him, or why, or when? On the very next day, the very morning on which she would go and sit, so uselessly, by the dying man's bedside, her father was to meet Lord Rufford at the ducal mansion in Piccadilly to see if anything could be done in that quarter. It was impossible that she should really care whether John Morton's lease of life was to be computed at a week's purchase or at that of a month. And yet Arabella sat there asking sick-room questions and listening to sick-room replies as though her very nature had changed. Lady Augustus heard her daughter inquire what food the sick man took, and then Lady Ushant at great length gave the list of his nourishment. What sickening hypocrisy, thought Lady Augustus. Lady Augustus must have known her daughter well, and yet it was not hypocrisy. The girl's nature, which had become thoroughly evil from the treatment it had received, was not altered. Such sudden changes do not occur more frequently than other miracles. But zealously as she had practised her arts, she had not as yet practised them long enough to be cowed by certain outward circumstances. There were moments when she still heard in her imagination the sound of that horse's foot as it struck the skull of the unfortunate fallen rider. And now the prospect of the death of this man, whom she had known so intimately and who had behaved so well to her, to whom her own conduct had been so foully false, for a time brought her back to humanity. But Lady Augustus had got beyond that and could not at all understand it. By 9 they had all retired for the night. It was necessary that Lady Ushant should again visit her nephew, and the mother and daughter went to their own rooms. I cannot in the least make out what you are doing," said Lady Augustus in her most severe voice. "I dare say not, mamma." "I have been brought here at a terrible sacrifice." "Sacrifice? What sacrifice? You are as well here as anywhere else." "I say I have been brought here at a terrible sacrifice for no purpose whatever. What use is it to be? And then you pretend to care what this poor man is eating and drinking, and what physic he is taking, when the last time you were in his company you wouldn't so much as look at him for fear you should make another man jealous." "He was not dying then." "Psha!" "Oh yes, I know all that. I do feel a little ashamed of myself when I am almost crying for him." "As if you loved him." "Dear mamma, I do own that it is foolish. Having listened to you on these subjects for a dozen years at least, I ought to have got rid of all that. I don't suppose I do love him. 2 or 3 weeks ago I almost thought I loved Lord Rufford, and now I am quite sure that I hate him. But if I heard to morrow that he had broken his neck out hunting, I ain't sure but what I should feel something. But he would not send for me as this man has done." "It was very impertinent." "Perhaps it was ill-bred, as he must have suspected something as to Lord Rufford. However, we are here now." "I will never allow you to drag me anywhere again." "It will be for yourself to judge of that. If I want to go anywhere, I shall go. What's the good of quarrelling? You know that I mean to have my own way." The next morning neither Lady Augustus nor Miss Trefoil came down to breakfast, but at 10 o'clock Arabella was ready, as appointed, to be taken into the sick man's bedroom. She was still dressed in black, but had taken some trouble with her face and hair. She followed Lady Ushant in, and silently standing by the bedside, put her hand upon that of John Morton, which was lying outside on the bed. "I will leave you now, John," said Lady Ushant, retiring, "and come again in half an hour." "When I ring," he said. "You mustn't let him talk for more than that," said the old lady to Arabella as she went. It was more than an hour afterwards when Arabella crept into her mother's room, during which time Lady Ushant had twice knocked at her nephew's door, and had twice been sent away. "It is all over, mamma," she said. Lady Augustus looked into her daughter's eyes, and saw that she had really been weeping. "All over!" "I mean for me, and you. We have only got to go away." "Will he die?" "It will make no matter though he should live for ever. I have told him everything. I did not mean to do it because I thought that he would be weak, but he has been strong enough for that." "What have you told him?" "Just everything, about you and Lord Rufford and myself, and what an escape he had had not to marry me. He understands it all now." "It is a great deal more than I do." "He knows that Lord Rufford has been engaged to me." She clung to this statement so vehemently that she had really taught herself to believe that it was so. "Well?" "And he knows also how his lordship is behaving to me. Of course he thinks that I have deserved it. Of course I have deserved it. We have nothing to do now but to go back to London." "You have brought me here all the way for that?" "Only for that. As the man was dying, I thought that I would be honest just for once. Now that I have told him, I don't believe that he will die. He does not look to be so very ill." "And you have thrown away that chance." "Altogether. You didn't like Bragton, you know, and therefore it can't matter to you." "Like it?" "To be sure you would have got rid of me had I gone to Patagonia. But he will not go to Patagonia now, even if he gets well. And so there was nothing to be gained. The carriage is to be here at 2 to take us to the station, and you may as well let Judith come and put the things up." Just before they took their departure, Lady Ushant came to Arabella, saying that Mr. Morton wanted to speak one other word to her before she went. So she returned to the room and was again left alone at the man's bedside. "Arabella," he said, "I thought that I would tell you that I have forgiven everything." "How can you have forgiven me? There are things which a man cannot forgive." "Give me your hand," he said, and she gave him her hand. "I do forgive it all. Even should I live, it would be impossible that we should be man and wife." "Oh, yes." "But nevertheless I do love you. Try to be true to some one." "There is no truth left in me, Mr. Morton. I should not dishonour my husband if I had one, but still I should be a curse to him. I shall marry some day, I suppose, and I know it will be so. I wish I could change with you and die." "You are unhappy now." "Indeed I am. I am always unhappy. I do not think you can tell what it is to be so wretched. But I am glad that you have forgiven me." Then she stooped down and kissed his hand. As she did so he touched her brow with his hot lips, and then she left him again. Lady Ushant was waiting outside the door. "He knows it all," said Arabella. "You need not trouble yourself with the message I gave you. The carriage is at the door. Good bye. You need not come down. Mamma will not expect it." Lady Ushant, hardly knowing how she ought to behave, did not go down. Lady Augustus and her daughter got into Mr. Runciman's carriage without any farewells, and were driven back from the park to the Dillsborough station. To poor Lady Ushant the whole thing had been very terrible. She sat silent and unoccupied the whole of that evening, wondering at the horror of such a history. This girl had absolutely dared to tell the dying man all her own disgrace, and had travelled down from London to Bragton with the purpose of doing so. When next she crept into the sick room, she almost expected that her nephew would speak to her on the subject, but he only asked whether that sound of wheels which he heard beneath his window had come from the carriage which had taken them away, and then did not say a further word of either Lady Augustus or her daughter. "And what do you mean to do now?" said Lady Augustus, as the train approached the London terminus. "Nothing." "You have given up Lord Rufford?" "Indeed I have not." "Your journey to Bragton will hardly help you much with him." "I don't want it to help me at all. What have I done that Lord Rufford can complain of? I have not abandoned Lord Rufford for the sake of Mr. Morton. Lord Rufford ought only to be too proud if he knew it all." "Of course he could make use of such an escapade as this?" "Let him try. I have not done with Lord Rufford yet, and so I can tell him. I shall be at the Duke's in Piccadilly to morrow morning." "That will be impossible, Arabella." "They shall see whether it is impossible. I have got beyond caring very much what people say now. I know the kind of way papa would be thrown over if there was no one there to back him. I shall be there, and I will ask Lord Rufford to his face whether we did not become engaged when we were at Mistletoe." "They won't let you in." "I'll find a way to make my way in. I shall never be his wife. I don't know that I want it. After all, what's the good of living with a man if you hate each other, or living apart like you and papa?" "He has income enough for anything," exclaimed Lady Augustus, shocked at her daughter's apparent blindness. "It isn't that I'm thinking of, but I'll have my revenge on him. Liar! To write and say that I had made a mistake. He had not the courage to get out of it when we were together, but when he had run away in the night like a thief and got into his own house, then he could write and say that I had made a mistake. I have sometimes pitied men when I have seen girls hunting them down, but upon my word they deserve it." This renewal of spirit did something to comfort Lady Augustus. She had begun to fear that her daughter, in her despair, would abandon altogether the one pursuit of her life, but it now seemed that there was still some courage left for the battle. That night nothing more was said, but Arabella applied all her mind to the present condition of her circumstances. Should she or should she not go to the house in Piccadilly on the following morning? At last she determined that she would not do so, believing that should her father fail, she might make a better opportunity for herself afterwards. At her uncle's house she would hardly have known where or how to wait for the proper moment of her appearance. "So you are not going to Piccadilly," said her mother on the following morning. "It appears not," said Arabella. End of Chapter 1 of Volume 3.